Endurance Series live here from Twin Ring Motegi in Japan, where we're bringing you 6 hours of night racing. Rachel Whiteford, Connery Maddock and Jimmy Broadbent bringing you all the action from this round. And qualifying, it is in the books. We will go over that in just a second's time. But first, bring in my co-commentators. Jimmy, nighttime, Japan. It's going to be a tricky one for these guys.
Yes, thank you, Rachel. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Twin Ring, one of those very famous Japanese circuits we don't often get to go to here in the endurance scene, so it's nice to be here. But like you said, night racing brings in a new element to the drivers, something we haven't seen yet in the Neo Endurance Series, and it's going to make for some very exciting racing, I am sure.
Certainly will do. And Connery, of course, the top flight of sim endurance racing, the Neo Endurance Series, and the first time for them to go night racing. This is going to be a real challenge, especially once we get into the new drivers coming in. The track will have changed after about 2-3 hours. These guys coming in, it's going to be a very different game for them.
It will be, and I think this is fantastic, a first night race for the Neo Endurance Series, and also something else to do with the track as well, because this is a Japanese track. The surface is actually a different type of surface, and is actually a bit less grip out there than these guys otherwise would have, so that's another element that they have to deal with.
It certainly is. We'll go into that in a bit more depth later on, but first, let's go down through your qualifying results. Starting on pole position in your prototype class, VRS Coanda Sim Sports #1 machine. In second place, Core Sim Racing, and in third, Thrustmaster Movano Racing HPD. And down the rest of those positions for you on the screen. Pure Racing Team LMP White starting out at the top 3 and 4th. That's a new position for them. Gecko Vortex down in the 6th position. Looking down towards your GT category, Hookersville Core Motorsports on the pole for them. VRS Coanda Sim Sports car in second place. That Corvette doing a fantastic job once again, with Torrent Motorsports in third. Movano dropping back there in 5th place. Looking down towards your GTS category, that is, I believe, Atomic Motorsports starting on pole position, with Thrustmaster Movano GTS and Core Sim Racing behind them. Whilst we're looking at those positions, it's a good point to have a look, Connery, at what we've seen for the overall point standings after race, or 2 races so far, heading into the 3rd race. We'll have a quick look at that on your screen in just a second's time. We'll pop those points up for you. And you can see prototype category, Team Chimera leading with 34 points over VRS Coanda, with Core Sim Racing back in 3rd place. Notably, the Pure Racing Team cars not in that top 3 points, despite strong runs. Down in Grand Touring, we have Torrent Motorsports with 34 points, 32 for SimRC.de Iris, and Hexfeld Core Motorsports in 3rd. Down in your Grand Touring Sport category, Pure Racing Team GTS, they are on top of points there with 40. Thrustmaster Movano Racing in 2nd place, and Odox Motorsports in 3rd. Connery, whilst we've got a lot of race winners in those top 3 points, some of those guys have been sneaking forward, like Core Sim Racing, Core Motorsports, and Odox. They've not won races yet, but they're looking very strong.
Yes, indeed they are, and I'm actually surprised to see PRT not in the top 3 points for your prototype division. Their prototype cars have traditionally been doing well. I think it's just because they've got into a few too many incidents and have dropped them back down the field, which is why they have a points deficit at the moment.
It would certainly look that way, and as we're waiting those last few seconds now before we head across to the grid, Jimmy, first lap here in the dark. The track is cold. Weather at the moment, the skies are clear. We're looking at about 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Track's about 76, so about 21 to 24 degrees Celsius. Winds about 9 miles an hour from the northeast. Humidity is 100%. That is full humidity, clear skies, and it's a little on the cool side, so this could make for an exciting first lap or two.
Yeah, pretty typical Japanese weather, of course, of the humidity, and of course driving in the night does bring its own challenges, and all these guys are some of the best in endurance racing, so I imagine they're definitely up to it. But of course, at night there are certain points, maybe there's a braking marker you're using during the day, not quite as clear during the night, so it might end up you make some mistakes in corners where you're otherwise nice. But give it a couple of laps, drivers will settle in, and hopefully we'll see them all get around in one piece. That's the goal for lap 1 anyway.
Oh, you certainly will. And we are just going to have a quick look now at a very new entry to the grid. We're going to have a quick look at the iRacing.com pace car. Yep. Gone is the Ford Mustang FRS 500. Welcome in the Roof R12C. Yes, we have a brand new pace car here for iRacing, and a brand new livery on that pace car. So that will be leading us to the green flag for its very first time here in the new Endurance Series, and one of the first times on a broadcast here on Racebot TV. So looking forward to not seeing that car on track too many times. But of course, waiting for now the final cars heading onto the grid as we'll get ready to start this one off, and the pace car will move away now, leading us off on this initial formation lap. Atomic Motorsports, your class leader down in GTS. Up in your GT category, Luxfeld Core Motorsports. And up in Prototype VRS Commander Sim Sport, of course, Martin Kroenke not in the car this weekend. Mitchell de Jong will be racing with Mac Backham. Of course, Mr. Young will be starting that car as the pace car will pull away onto pit road now, the final 2 corners, and will be going green here in Japan. Field under the command of Mitchell de Jong as he will go, and green flag is out. Moving across drastically by the Radicals Online car as they will pull themselves up in front of Thrustmaster Movano. As behind them we go too wide into the first section of corners, we'll see the GT field going as well up towards turn number 1. And the GTS field moving as well. Good start by your field now as the GTS field do come across the line. It's 3 wide for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place there. With a very bad start by Thrustmaster Movano. They were down, I believe, in the 3rd spot. They've been pushed all the way back to 4th as the Pure Racing Team car will come through, as will Core Sim Racing. Good early start, of course, by the Torrent Motorsports machine. Good early start as we look further forwards now. Thrustmaster Movano at the front of the pack. They have dropped back. They are in 4th place overall now, as that car has just not held on to its spot quite as well. Big move forwards by the Pure Racing Team LMP White. They're up to 3rd place already, starting a little further back. They were in 4th. Going on down in the GT category, Jimmy.
Yeah, pretty decent start for everyone in the field, and not much change in position as we say so far. We did have a nice little bit of insight in the drivers' meeting here. Some of the stewards asking for a little bit more calm at the start of the race this time around, given the little bit of action we saw at the start of COTA last time around. But I think the drivers have heeded that. No big positions we headed so far. We've seen the Core pull away a little bit from VRS Coanda car. Again, the fastest Corvette by quite some way. Next Corvette you'll see is down about 9th position.
Oh, contact! Sorry, we're going to have to pause that for a moment as we've had an incident down about halfway through the lap. Based on my limited knowledge of this circuit, that is, I believe, down towards the back end. It's the Radicals number 2 car. This was, I think, down by turn number, I think it was towards the back end of the circuit. We'll have a look at that in a second time. I think it was number 11. We had an incident with the Radicals number 2 car. Replay up for you there on the screen as they get a little loose on the curbing, come across the nose there, I believe, of one of the other prototypes. That was... We're trying to identify the car for you right now.
I think that was the reactive sim racing car got caught up in that, because it's currently making its way past the GT traffic right now, missing a nose cone as well, so they'll be in to get that changed, but not the way you want to start your 6-hour race.
Certainly not there, as that is reactive sim racing getting involved there. Not their fault, but they were involved in that, so they're having to work their way forwards once again now. As we head under the bridge with reactive, they will need to head into pit road. I believe that car's missing its front bodywork, Jimmy, so that'll be a major problem for those guys.
Yeah, these HPDs are very much centered around downforce. As soon as you take that away, the car, so another spun car there just on the side of the circuit. That is the Radicals car again. Ken Bukowski, Kabasky at the wheel, sorry. So I'm pretty sure that his car is damaged as well. So 2 incidents in 2 laps. That's a really awful start there for the Radicals number 2 car.
Certainly, as that car's not been in the best position, of course. Looking down in your GT field here, actually, we'll have a quick look at, I believe it's the Vendaval sim racing car. They're behind that Radicals, limping Radicals car. They're going to try and find their way to pit road. In front of them, I believe that is SRM Motorsports Torque Freak Racing behind them down in GT. In fact, they're all flashing their headlights towards that limping prototype, Jimmy, so maybe the GT car's looking a little quicker than the damaged prototype. But they are somewhat mired back in that pack, so we'll have to see if the Radicals will pull off the track. We have to keep our eyes, though, on 2 cars today. SimRC's Iris and Crimson entries, of course. Crimson, at the moment, ahead of their Iris teammate. Not something we've seen so far this season.
No, I mean, we've seen these cars usually race together on track. It's quite weird to see them actually that far apart, but they seem to have come together under the qualifying, so there may have been some issues there, sorry. I was just watching the number 2 car. The number 2 Radical cars has now pulled into the pit, so definitely damage on that car. And it's very interesting to see that sort of change of roles there, the GT car faster than damage HPD, of course, getting in the way. And these guys are fighting for position at this point, so I can imagine the frustration of them having to try and make their way around a limping, faster car.
That would certainly be the case. So we'll just keep our eyes focused on this front field. VRS Honda Sims pulling away very well at the moment. That gap half a second and growing for them. Core Sim Racing in second place. They qualified there and they're holding that position strongly. Pure Sim Racing moving forwards. They're up into third place, catching second, so we'll keep our eyes on that one. Connery, what's going on down in GTS?
It's relatively quiet right now. They just had to let the prototype car of Acme Racing through. I believe Acme Racing actually started from the pit lane, so they had to work their way through the GTS field. They'll be coming up on the DT field soon enough, but currently leading GTS field it is Atomic Motorsport number 1 with actually almost a 1.5 second gap, which is absolutely massive this early on in the race. In terms of battling, I don't see much, but there's a little bit of a train developing behind the Radicals Online Pro-Am cars. That is for a 5th place.
It is. Jimmy, you've got an update on the reactive sim racing machine.
Yeah, the reactive car's just pitting now, but it opted to stay out another lap without headlights on the front of the car, so they were pretty much driving blind for the darker part of the circuit there. I'm sure their last bowl finally thinking, okay, I can't see now, time to come in, but not quite sure they stayed out the extra lap. That's definitely time lost there for that reactive sim racing car, and possibly a penalty.
Certainly can, but folks, don't forget, if you want to catch live timing for this race, don't forget to head to www.neo-endurance.com. and you can find all the latest information over there on the Neo Endurance website. So that's neo-endurance.com. You can find live protests and timing and all the information you could possibly want to follow this motor race in incredible depth. Look back into your GTS field, and Connery was right, it is very quiet. Atomic Motorsport is pulling a very good gap at the front of that number 90 machine. The gap about 1.3 seconds over second place Core Sim Racing. Thrustmaster Movano following closely behind there. And as usual, this is an all Audi show here towards the front of the pack. In fact, I believe we have to head all the way down past Shinya Mishimi Racing, past Team RSO, all the way down into the depths of this field to MSP Drivers Home, actually, for our first Mercedes AMG GT3 car. It's the MSP Drivers Home iArt machine there, running down, I believe, in about 10th place, or 8th place, so right down the order from your category leaders there. But slightly further forwards than we might have seen otherwise. Mercedes, of course, been involved in definite balance of performance situations. The Audi's falling back a little bit at the moment as we kept our eyes on this season. But a strong contender here, Jimmy, looking at your GT category. We have Corvettes definitely up the order, but again, it's Corvettes we've seen there all the time. VRS Honda Simsport up in second place there, or third place now actually. A very strong running from them, but they have been passed by Torrent.
Yeah, I mean, this Corvette we've seen in the hands of the Grand team anyway. It's been pretty competitive for the Astons for the most part anyway, but like you said, we have to go back down to about 9th place to see the next Corvette in the field, so whatever they found in the in this GT1 Corvette, they're not sharing, obviously, because the other guys aren't quite as fast as them, but it does seem overall still the Astons do have the slight edge, and we've seen that with Core and Torrent Motorsport starting to pull away now from the rest of the field.
Well, of course, we've seen some weakness for the Corvettes, and we could see a weaker race in general, Jimmy. We did notice that, of course, with iRacing deploying their latest batch of updates and patches, balance of performance has struck. The Corvettes have had some limiting factors, shall we say, on their Rio downforce allocation. Could this be a factor today?
It could be, especially there are a couple of faster corners here where you do use the downforce of these cars, not obviously as much as the HBDs, but these GT1s do have the a little bit of downforce to them. So coming through this section now, for example, if you're watching the Coanda car, a little bit of downforce being used here. And this is where you might see the Aston pull away there a little bit better through this section. But Renz Brockman's done a good job of keeping that Torrent car despite the seemingly worse off downforce setup there. So I think that the ability there of the Coanda guy is definitely making up for the shortfall of the Corvette.
Certainly is an SRN in the 47 car there, that's Aston Martin. They've just gotten past Sim RC Iris, moving themselves up a spot there in the running order. Definite progression forwards. SRN showing strong footings last time out, of course, at Circuit Americas, because it was a good race for them here today. Of course, we are missing, if we look at your prototype field, VRS Conda Simsports 1 car. We do know that we do have a protest. We'll cover that in just actually. That is 15-second stop and hold for the 76 car, and that is, I believe, E2G Motorsports. No, the 76 is Simatok eSport actually. They've got a 15-second stop and hold there for avoidable contact. They're serving that at the moment, so we'll see them get back on track in just a second. As we were saying, though, of course, VRS Conda Simsport in the number 1 machine, not being driven by Martin Kroenke today, of course. He's actually away celebrating his grandmother's 90th birthday, so congratulations to grandmother Kroenke on reaching that ripe old age of 90. Fantastic achievement, and great to have such a strong family there celebrating that wonderful day. So happy birthday to you. But of course, it does mean they are, Jimmy, without Martin Kroenke in that machine. Mac Back and Mitchell de Jong, though, formidable combination, should be able to keep up.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd still be pretty happy with that lineup of drivers, and of course Martin Kroenke is a force to be reckoned with on his own, but of course still having that lineup is very strong indeed. I'm just still keeping an eye on this battle for second place in our GT class at the moment, with the Renz Brockman and the Commander car versus Torrent Motorsports, and it seems that again the Renz is a little bit quicker actually coming into these slower corners. You see him close up a little bit. But I saw a mistake though from Renz. He was pushing a little bit too hard through the midsection, got a little bit of a slide, and the gap sort of pulled out again. But at the moment, this battle is far from over. I think Torrent might have got past him a mistake at this point.
We're going to keep our eyes on this GT battle here for your podium positions. We are seeing Thrustmaster Movano starting to close up a little bit here, Jimmy, but we do know the Corvette's definitely more of a stop-start, stop and then burst out of the corners car compared to the very flowing Aston Martin. So the number of slow corners here at Motegi could be playing into the hands of Renz Broekman and that Coanda Simsport Corvette, but can they compete with the Aston Martin and its inevitable performance enhancements? Of course, this car is faster. They have had to have weight penalties, but still seem to be by and far much quicker.
I mean, it's a good point you raised there about the obviously the Corvette being more of a pointless squirt car, as I'd put it anyway. I mean, this car has that little bit less downforce. I mean, similar sort of power between them. I think there's a 10 horsepower advantage to the Aston Martin if you're going by the iRacing figures. Of course, there has been balance performance measures brought in by Nero themselves, so we might be seeing a bit different there in terms of ballast. But this car, with less downforce at the back, it's going to be faster in a straight line. You're seeing that a little bit. You're seeing it close up a little bit coming into the braking zone and sort of at the end of a long straight. So that's where, if anywhere, the Corvette is going to strike. But as you said again, these guys fighting is going to bring in Movano racing behind him. It's Sebastiano Filosa at the wheel of that car. So, and we know this Movano car is fast as well. So it's sort of up to Torrent now as to what they do. Do they fight this position hard and let Thrustmaster Movano get involved? Or do they try and maybe work with the Coanda car, maybe let them through but stay with them and try and avoid the clutches here of Sebastiano closing fast?
It's going to be very tricky to find out, of course, but we do know that the Radicals and Line car also holding on as we've got some of the prototypes making their way through here. I think that is Core Sim Racing. That's not Core Sim Racing, actually. I thought that was Core Sim Racing for a second. That is Core moving through the back of your GTS field at the moment. We had another one of those very bright green cars, orange I should say, why am my eyes not functioning? One of those bright orange cars heading through your GT field at the moment. We'll have to find out who that one was. But as we look up towards the Radicals, that's I believe in front of them. It's a 19 car there, one of the prototypes. That's Acme Racing working their way back up the order. We believe they had a pit road start due to a qualifying infraction, so having a long road to climb for the Acme team there. Get themselves back on top. Of course, we mentioned is at Kota Connery. So many of these prototypes looking very similar in colour. Lots of whites and oranges, or purples and whites, or reds and whites and blacks.
Yeah, all very, very similar colours, which makes our job a little bit harder, but we'll power through this. But down in your GTS field, it's quite a close fight developing between Core Sim Racing GTS and the number 72 car Thrustmaster Movano Racing GTS as well. Battle for second place. The leader, the Atomic Motorsport, is still around about 1.3 seconds ahead of these guys. So they're just managing the gap right now up front. And behind this battle as well, we got the Patrick Pichler driving that Pure Racing Team GTS Audi as well. So we may be seeing a 3-car fight developing for your second place.
That we will have to keep our eyes on down in your GTS field. Of course, a little bit ignored at times, but great racing down there in the GT cars. Getting some information through from our race control team. 15-second stop and hold for Hellenic Racing NES team, causing a collision. That's the number 80 car will have to come down onto pit road to serve their penalty. Hellenic currently on the start-finish line there. That's the number 80 machine. They will have to come down, so we'll get a look at what was involved there. Look at our live protest numbers. Believe that was also involving... We don't see any more. For some reason, we now do not see what the race incident involved, Jimmy, so that's going to be a little tricky for us to work out what's going on with our new updated software, but we'll keep our eyes on the progression of things as we look back towards where your prototypes are passing now through the GTS field. Coanda are past, I believe, the leaders in your GTS category, making their way forwards. That is, of course, the Atomic Motorsport team, just been passed there by Coanda. Here comes Core Sim Racing to pass that number 90 Atomic Motorsports machine. Core pulls to the inside and gets past. No major issues for them. Good place to pass as well. Jimmy.
I mean, the thing we always look out for is the first time running through the traffic for the prototypes. Of course, these guys are all pros. They've all been in the endurance series and endurance sort of scenario before. But you don't actually know how the traffic is going to react until you're out there, and until you're out there actually lapping the traffic. As a prototype driver myself, you can do hundreds of laps on the track, get used to it, be at one with it. But as soon as you are presented with GT traffic or slower cars, you don't have to sort of start trying to find out where it's fastest to pass. Where you have to plan about 4 or 5 corners ahead for when you see traffic coming in on your relative box or over the radio, being told where it is. So that's something interesting we're going to see here. I mean, for example, we just saw the Acme Racing car. We were just coming back from an issue early on in the race, come in between our GT second and third place, and he seemed a little bit unsure, a little bit maybe apprehensive on the first time through, and it actually caused a little bit of a gap to open up between our two cars. So, but at the moment, going back to that GT battle, the VRS Command car I think is quicker because it's closed back up again now, but it just hasn't quite got the pace to get through though at this point.
Absolutely, we're just going to get a replay for you of the incident involving the number 80 machine. That was a multi-car incident actually in turn number 3 and 4 on that very first lap. Looking at our position, actually no it wasn't, that was actually involving the 76 car, so that was one of the cars we already have in pit road for a penalty as it stands, so I believe that was Simatok Racing there on pit road for a penalty, or we have been. Your prototype cars filtering through your GTS leaders now, so back in front is some clean air now before they go after your GT field. Of course, Jimmy, we know it's going to be a really tricky point today that the GT cars will have a much bigger time getting past your GTS runners. The speed difference here at night is much, much closer, so going to be very tricky.
It's just different perspectives, of course. You see a little bit less at night, even with these headlights on these cars, and just want to say how great these headlights look in the dark, especially when you have that flashing as well. It's nice that they light up the track, but again, as you say, I mean, we have two different classes here to lap. We have the GTS field and the GT field, and of course GTS being that little bit slower, so you can't treat these cars the same way in the prototype. You have to sort of go into a certain mode for each car, a car you're catching. I mean, you aren't going to be able to out-drag a GT1 car if they're a little bit ahead of you, but you are going to be able to out-brake them and out-accelerate them out of a corner, so that's what you have to think about when you're the driver. And of course, it being a bit darker, it's very easy to run into someone. That sounds very silly, but you might just close the door a little bit too quickly. You might pull across the road a bit quickly and just clip the front end of the car. If you do that in this prototype, you're spinning and the car behind you is spinning, so it does raise the stakes slightly, it being night here today.
It certainly does do that, and just one thing to watch out for, of course, as we're looking here at night time, you will see, oh, I believe we might have an incident actually for one of the cars, and I think we've lost on their own. We have Team Chimera's 24 car. We missed this. We will try and find out what's happened, but Team Chimera with a solo incident have had an accident. They've had a crash. We're going to work out what the hell has happened for them, because that's a huge issue for the points leaders in your prototype field. Just been told by the team they have 8 minutes of repairs on that car, so we will get that for you in just a second's time. That was a few laps back. We are highly out of the loop, it would seem.
Well, it looks like they did actually manage to limp it back to pit lane, so the damage isn't really all that terminal. As you say, it's about 8 minutes of damage, and I'm just having a look. Oh, it was trouble with some traffic, actually, some slower traffic, and that was with 2 pieces of traffic, actually. That was the IRDK Endurance car and the number 74 Team GT GTS car. Just the Jack Heatley just trying to go through on these guys, and that was the IRDK Endurance. Just came down a little bit, perhaps not expecting the prototype car to be there, just collects him, and then Jack Heatley collects that Team GT car as well.
Not what they would want to have happen at this stage, and we believe that is actually on. It's on the proto sheets, so we are seeing that's being stop and hold given to the 95 car actually out of that list. So 95 IRDK Endurance being given the penalty for that incident involving the 24, and also the number 74 car, so big problems for them. I was going to point out just before we got to that, it's actually PRS Coanda Sim Sports 1 car is passing the Chimera GT Aston Martin. They're running quite down the order actually compared to where we've seen them so far this season. They've just gone a lap down to your leader. Outside the top 10 in that field, that's Danny Conlon behind the wheel for Team Chimera. Their own car in the race at the moment until that 24 car can get back out on track. But with 8 minutes of repairs, Jimmy, not looking favourable for your points leaders.
No, it's not, and just goes to show just how dangerous endurance racing can be. Of course, I mean, it's fortunate, I guess you can say, for them that it happens at the start of the race, so they do have time to sort of bring it back and try and salvage a result. But getting an issue like that when you're losing 8 minutes, you're losing about 5 or so laps around here doing that, so it's going to be very difficult to come back and get a decent result, but they can still maybe salvage some points if other people have trouble. But definitely not the start they want to have to this 6 hours of twin ring.
Certainly not, with them being 3 laps down. That is a major deficit to make back for any sort of meaningful points for your point leaders. So not a great situation there. We'll look back up actually now as you are seeing VR's Coanda Sim Sports 1 machine with Mitchell de Jong working his way through GT traffic, passing Vendaval there, and the SimRC Iris car just ahead with SRN Motorsports and SimRC Crimson at the head of the small train. It's again SimRC Iris there, not doing as well as we'd expect, Jimmy. They are further back down the order, in fact they're behind their sister car, which in itself is unusual enough, but Vendaval looking racy as here comes Core and Coanda getting through this traffic.
Here we are, we've seen the Iris a bit higher up the grid. It seems to struggle a bit at Kota though compared to how they did at Sebring. They were all pretty much dominant there until they had their issue. I think it was the Iris car that blew up pretty much halfway through the race. So again, it's just a matter of running around with these guys. They haven't quite got the ultimate pace. They did say they were struggling last time around with how the Aston was balanced and trying to get a good setup out of that. So perhaps still struggling with that now. Connery, I believe you had something you wanted to add.
Yeah, there was a little bit more trouble actually that we missed as those prototype cars were coming through. The Core Sim Racing GTS, the Jan J. Kiru behind that number 88, the wheel of that number 88 Audi. He had some rear end contact from a couple of prototypes that were battling behind him just a lap or so ago. So that means he had dropped back through the field. He was running about the 7th place, yes he was, and now he's down to 8th.
Not a great position to be in, and they'll have to try and work their way back, but there's a lot of time still to play. We have about 5.5 hours still on the play clock. Don't forget folks, if you are interested in keeping up with what's going on, live.neo-endurance.com for the live feed and live timing and the live protests. So live.neo-endurance.com, and you can keep up with everything going on. Don't forget as well, you can talk to us on Twitter. That is the hashtag IRNeo. You can join in the conversation, get involved in the Neo Endurance series and us here at Racespot TV. We actually do have, we have live timing. It is working, so live.neo-endurance.com for that. Looking down your field towards where the prototypes are still filtering through here on your GT field. GT cars did a great job here, Jimmy, of trying to keep themselves on track. We are seeing Coanda Sim Sport catching Torrent though. At 48 car is holding on. Movano and Radicals have dropped back a bit. About a second actually for both those cars. Their gap together has been constant. Although Rubergalin Racing is catching up now as here comes Coanda from your prototype field coming through, your race leader. But it does seem as though the Coanda Corvette is definitely holding on here. In fact, slightly stronger right now than Torrent, possibly just staying in line, saving a bit of fuel behind that Aston Martin.
Well, what I've been seeing so far, because I've been keeping a close eye on this, is that we're getting the prototype field coming through and actually splitting these guys up. And usually when the prototypes come through, it seems to be the Torrent car that benefits. They sort of gain about a second, and then Renz Broekman just reels it back in again. It's through this section, this sort of fast sweeping left and right handers, that the Corvette is at its worst. But we're actually coming up to some GTS traffic now, so this is interesting. GT traffic now coming up to GTS traffic. It's going to be how that's managed, which dictates how this gap is going to go now. So we've got that Mercedes in front there, which we sort of dubbed as the Mercedes class. I'm not sure. I think there's been a bit of balancing now, so the cars are a little bit closer, but we are still seeing the Audis being a little bit quicker in the GTS cars. But look, you see now Coanda right up behind that Torrent Motorsport car. Nearly actually ran into the back of it, but look at the punt of the Aston of the corner compared to the Corvette now. Nothing that the Corvette can do to keep out of that, and now the Coanda cars have to give space to its sister car. I think lose out. Let's see what happens here. Actually, this will be interesting.
Well, this is very busy on the racetrack, of course, as we have prototypes, and we have all dancing up the inside of that Mercedes GTS class car. It was the Corvette of Co Anderson Sport. Notice how patient your race-leading prototype there was from VRS Co Anderson Sport as they stayed behind their sister GT car, allowing them to get to an opportune passing location. Definitely a strong feeling in that VRS Co Anderson camp. Good communication between car classes as well, as Core will come through. You did mention there, Jimmy, that they lose about a second. They've done just that to Torrent. Torrent just a little bit fortuitous in that moment in time. Here comes the Pure Racing Team LMP white car going to go through as well. But you were right, the Corvette there of Coanda very strong in that tighter section of this racetrack. They are pushing forwards again. Right now, dropping back again. It's about a second and a half now, 2 seconds opening up with Torrent, but we'll see that come down once again as we get to this tighter section of the track. Connery, we talked about this before the race though, that GTS and GT would be a major issue in today's race. The overspeed isn't really there, and of course with the GTS cars able to break deeper into the corners, we're going to see some very brave passing here by your GT cars.
Yes, we are, and it'll be interesting to see when we get to that point in the race, of course. Speaking of your GTS field though, currently it is Atomic Motorsport still leading, and they have an absolutely massive gap. That is about 5.2 seconds of a gap to second place, so they've been pulling out that gap. I think Thrustmaster Movano also had to check up pretty much for that incident involving the Core Motorsports car, which is why that gap has become so much. But in terms of close battling, we have the Pure Racing Team GTS car and the Shinya Mishimi Sim Racing car. They are pretty close on track. There's the GCL Sim Racing prototype just coming through on those guys, I believe, having served a penalty. And there's a couple other prototypes coming through. There's Acme Racing having to recover from a pit road start. As we look back towards the Shinya Mishimi car, though, number 93, just getting very, very, very close to that Pure Racing Team GTS car. Now he's just going to follow closely up through this S section.
It certainly is. And Shinya Mishimi is one we're keeping an eye on, of course. Recently been racing in that Lamborghini Super Trofeo Cup in the US, with the top 3 finishing the points actually for the team's namesake. As Acme will have to slow down as they're trying to get through that GTS traffic there with Shinya Mishimi's 93 car. As traffic pushing forwards again, we have the GTS entry from Pure Racing Team just up ahead of them there. Acme filtering through as back on track actually is the Chimera prototype, that 24 machine. They are down in second to last position, 5 laps down, but their sister car, the 54, there, Aston Martin also off the racetrack with major front end damage. We've had another incident for Team Chimera. This is not going well, as I believe this was on lap number 13 for Danny Conlon. We'll have a look at what's happening here, getting this for you.
I'll see if I can find out what happened. I actually missed that one because I was looking at the bit higher up the field there. But again, more damage for the Chimera team. It's been a really bad run for that car so far. Really unfortunate to have this both cars struck by some sort of issue at the start of the race.
It certainly does look that way. We're going to try and find out what's happened to the other Chimera car. We've managed to miss both of their incidents. This is absolutely terrible. But both their cars are down at the running order considerably, drastically out of the points. This will really affect their race, Connery. Not what we would really expect to have happen for them. This doesn't seem to be making much sense as to where this has happened, as we believe it was, we think it could have been a solo incident, but we can't tell. We're really struggling to find where this went wrong.
Yeah, I'm just currently looking about lap 14 for Danny Conlon in the Team Chimera GT car. I'm just having a look. It looks like there was a bit of an instant ahead of him actually on middle of lap 14.
It was one of the pure cars. It was the pure prototype, pure Racing Team LMP Black that was spun on the race. It's not. No, actually, it's a 57 GT car. Got the black and blue confused there. That was, I believe, the car of Zen Racing, who were backwards towards the end of the lap, and contact there for the Chimera machine. They picked up some damage, and that's been right front suspension. They've been in the pits for a while repairing that, so a major incident for the other Chimera car.
So yeah, 2 incidents there for the both Chimera cars there, which has really put a dampener on this race. It's one to forget for them already, and we're not even half an hour in yet. So all to do there for those cars. Hopefully they can salvage something from this race. But of course now it's just a matter of driving cleanly, which at the moment our Husqvarna Valcourt Motorsports car is doing very well, leading our GTs at the moment. Something I've noticed, by the way, guys, I'm not sure if you have or not, but the amount of flashing we're seeing from these from these prototypes coming through. Now I understand as both sides of the coin. Now you want to let the guy know you're coming, but there's some points where the prototype is just hanging behind a DT car and just flashing its lights relentlessly. I think by then the car knows you're there. It just gets distracting at some point. I wonder what your guys' views on that.
Well, this is something that was brought up during the race briefing for the drivers, where they were told to, yes, you can use your flashing headlights to indicate you wish to pass. However, use them sparingly. Drivers have been warned not to use excessive flashing, that it will happen, but at the same time to think about your fellow competitors. And we're seeing some definite urgency, Connery, from your prototypes on the other categories.
Yep, and I feel that is a very reasonable rule. It's a little bit of swerving there, and then there goes Odox Motorsports actually. That GT car just getting into a little bit of a tangle with one of your lead prototypes. I think that was the Core Sim Racing prototype as well. A bit of miscommunication from passer and passee right there in the traffic.
Certainly was a bit of a moment for them as things getting very dramatic. Replay up for you there, Connery.
Yes, it was the GT car just picking a line, but the Core Sim Racing was already going for that line because Odox already let Coanda through. So Odox he was going to the right-hand side of the track, then changed his mind, went to the left-hand side of the track. Core Sim Racing has already committed to the right-hand side, and then it was just a comedy of errors from then.
There you go, an incident for more cars as this is piling up now. We're seeing more and more cars off this track. Race control being kept very busy at this point in time. And we have, I believe, Jimmy on the incident for the 47.
Well, this is an incident. This is actually a fight that's going on right now for 9th, 10th and 11th place here between SRN, SimRC.DRS and our Vendible Sim Racing car. These guys all catched a bit of pocket of GTS traffic at the same time and came very close together. The gaps sort of wind up a little bit now. But it just goes to show this endurance racing what traffic does to these gaps. They bring them right down, they squash people together, and it ends up being a matter of who is more efficient through traffic, who can be more decisive and safely get through traffic in a fast and decisive way, and who sort of is a little bit more apprehensive. If you're sitting there in traffic, you can't afford to and ah about it. You have to be very quick and very decisive with your movements, and we haven't seen that so far from the Sim Racing Iris car. The SRN car, on the other hand, who was very almost reckless through the traffic, has ended up with a bit of a gap here. So you can see how certain behaviours affect you during traffic. But of course, if you are a little bit on the risky side, that does catch up with you. I can tell you that from now on. If you see the Fusion car just working its way through these guys now, and you could end up actually having this with a lap car, which the Vendible Sim Racing car nearly did actually. It tried going around the outside of a Mercedes DTS car as it was sort of coming off the apex of the corner, and that gap got very small very quickly. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that fight as it continues. So meanwhile, at the top of our HPD field, we still have Coanda leading. About a 2-second gap now from Core Sim Racing with Fredrik Rasmussen in that Core Sim Racing. Very easy to not notice that car on track, the bright orange livery of course. We've seen some very good performances from this core team in the last 2 rounds. Hopefully they can do the same again here at Motegi. And in the background we see that Pure Racing Team White car, which has made its way up from 4th on the grid to 3rd now on track, and it is gaining a little bit on the Core Sim Racing car. Again, both these cars making their way through traffic at the moment, so again we'll see how that traffic behaviour comes into play. Anything going on in the GTs right now, Connery?
Not really so much that I've switched to watching these prototypes. So I was just watching the PRT white car. After Core Sim Racing prototype had just had their incident, they were absolutely right on the back of them, and now they've dropped off quite a bit. I believe that was due to the traffic that they are currently in the process of lapping. There goes the Core Sim Racing prototype around the Racing Lines car.
Sorry, the Coanda car, second place in our GT car, tried going around the outside of the Torrent Motorsport car for the position and actually spun the car half spin off a circuit, and it has lost it's lost two positions now, the Movano car pass and the Rubicon car. You can just see, just trying to go around the outside there, just maybe shifting down that a little bit too fast, the rear wheels locking and the car going around now. There's going to be dirt on those tyres from off a circuit, and now it's under threat from the Radicals Online GT1 car. Complete disaster for the effort of second place there for Rens Broteman's got it all to do again now. But with that car, maybe just trying to get that dirt off the tyres at the moment, trying to get the tyres back up at temperature after that spin. Oh, now back onto the Rubicon car, which is showing a little bit feisty at the rear there. That Aston a little bit lively, the rear of the car, sliding through the right-hander. Just watching this battle now going through the fast left and right. Here we go. Let's see what the Aston's like through there. You can see again, that's where the Aston Martin has the advantage over the Corvette, but Ren's taking a completely different line there to the Rubicon car at the moment. And it seems there, this a horrible start to that for these guys, and now all to do, it hasn't got just to catch the Torrent Motorsport car, it's got to catch the Movano car and the Rubicon car, sorry, and get past both those guys on tracks. That's all. That's just going to hold it up, full stop.
Yeah, I don't think there's any damage to that VRS Coanda SimSport number 48 car. If there was, it would be on that rear right-hand side. I don't see any, and they may be looking to make the pass down on Rubicon, coming down into the braking zone of what is imaginatively called 90-degree corner. I have no idea where they get that one from, but no, they do not complete the pass at that time by coming through the final section. This corner is called Victory Corner, and the person to come through that at the end of the race and take the checkered flag will be counted as the victor of this race, but we still have around about 5 hours and 24 minutes to go before that happens.
You just see again, look how aggressive now Rens is in that Corvette. I'm sure the Red Mist has descended, obviously making a mistake in an endurance race is always very frustrating, but it just means getting back up to speed again and trying to get back into the fight. But Ren's all over the back of that number 46 car, currently driven by Giorgio Segretti, so that's going to be a very interesting fight between these two that we will keep an eye on. Meanwhile, for Torrent now, that's pretty much they're on their own now, in their own little bubble. So this is when Kevin Sickey needs to get those laps and those consistent laps where he's not looking behind and not worrying about the gap with the car behind or the car in front. Just be consistent. At the moment, Core is a bit faster. It's about 10 seconds up the road from the guys, about 5 seconds up the road from the 66 car at this point. So that gap it's steadily getting a bit steadily increasing as time goes on, but nothing really to worry about at this point in the race. I'm wondering how far ahead the Movano car is of Rubicon. Not very far at all. So this could end up being a freeway battle for third place in not too long. Oh, as the Rubicon car is forced wide by a prototype there, although the Coanda car wasn't really anywhere near to take advantage of that, so it seems that the Fusion car was seemed to have split those two GTs there.
Yeah, but they close right back up on the brakes for this hairpin corner, coming down onto the back straight as well, down towards the 90-degree corner. It is very, very, very downhill at the end of the straight. It makes the braking zone very, very interesting. You have to brake a lot earlier than you think for this type of corner. VRS Coanda SimSport, again closing up on the brakes, but not finding an opportunity just yet.
This is probably the closest battle on track at this point, so we'll stay with this for a little while, of course, and we'll have another quick look through the field in a second. But look at the drive out the last corner, out of Victory Corner there for Rens Broteman. He's going to go up the inside. That number 46 car coming to T1. Look at that Corvette grunt, just going along the rear quarter panel. Will the position be? Yes, you see the Aston there sort of giving the position away, not quite fighting too hard there. I'm sure, of course, understanding that the Corvette may be that a little bit quicker. But look at the drive of the Aston now, right in the slipstream of the Corvette. It's going to go to the outside corner, try and make that pass around the outside. No, brakes early, gives the position to the Coanda car, and those cones again getting knocked out of the park. I've got to say the Marshall who is replacing those cars, I think is probably MVP of the race so far. So big shout out to him. But that's Coanda past the Rubicon car, back into 4th place in class.
Yeah, and Rubicon had run a little bit wide in about turn 2. Yeah, that was turn 2, I believe, as they just make their way past the Team GTS Audi. And yeah, this Radicals Online GT1 car, while the Coanda car and the Rubicon car have been fighting, the Radicals Online has just been catching catching up, so we may see them play a factor in this battle. But Rubberling is currently sticking to the rear wing of that Commander car just for now, but we can probably expect that Commander car to pull away now.
I think we will do. I saw the Rubberling car try and match the Corvette through some of the turn-ins there, and the front end of the Aston just was not complying in the same way it did in the Corvette, which is why we saw the Radicals Online car sort of get that a little bit closer. And again, look at that Corvette out the corner, a complete punch of the V8 in that, just smashing it down the straight. The V12 and the Aston, therefore I would say this is no match at this point, but that's the difference in downforce for you. And again, you see the Rubberling car, the rear of the car just coming a little bit loose, and that allows Radicals Online car with Ricardo Castroledo currently in the seat of that car just to get a little bit closer. Let's see if he can do anything out of this victory corner now, see if he can get any closer to the Aston in front.
Yep, and he will be sitting in the draft, coming down the home straight right there as we look towards the 85 car and others. This is down in your GTS field. There's currently a bit of a train developing behind that 85 car, the MSP driver's home car. That is Core Sim Racing GTS, Team RSO, and MSP drivers home, and there's Hoggetfeld Core Motorsports in the GT, just trying to negotiate this traffic currently.
Fights going on all the way up and down the field, and again we see this Core Sim Racing GTS car looking at the back of the MSP driver's home car, not an overtaking opportunity here, but you can see just how close these cars are getting during the cornering. Team RSO car, of course, keeping them all honest behind them in that Mercedes, so that Mercedes running very well. The Team RSO car, you can hear that car pretty much over the Audi there. The grunt of the Mercedes, very distinctive. Look how close now that Core Sim Racing car is coming into the hairpin. Is he going to be able to maybe make a move coming off the hairpin? No, you see the MSP driver's home very slow in the apex there, almost backing up there. Jenny Curie there in the core car. But now coming down the straight, a little bit of a slipstream here. Again, like you said, Connery coming down here, braking zone now, so you have to brake a little bit earlier just to make sure you don't lock up and go off, but not quite close enough to flip around. But this is definitely a battle that's going to hot up as it progresses.
Yeah, it definitely is as they come into the final section of the track under that bridge near the end of the lap, coming up to Victory Corner. No chances of passes yet. Very good, trying to get a very, very good exit out of Victory Corner. And speaking of, there's actually that's a GT car just getting around the Team RSO car. We're just looking back towards the MSP drivers home and Core Sim Racing as they break down into turn one. No passing opportunities yet for Core Sim Racing.
Saying that, I've just noticed that who was it? Someone got overtaken up the inside there, going into GT1. I think it might have been a lap car coming through the traffic though. Oh no, sorry, it was the our GT1 leader there. They get very easily mixed up there. That is our core car again, not to be confused with Core Sim Racing. It's very difficult if you're new to the sim racing circuit. We have two different core teams here. One's Huskenveld Core and one is Core Sim Racing. You'll see them side by side at the moment as it splits the GT guys here. And again, traffic being a big factor here. When you're overtaking and how you're overtaking can really affect your run through the next corner. You can see our leading GT car flashing the MSP driver's home car, just sort of very keen to get through. Of course, all this time spent behind these GTS cars, and although they are very similar in corner speed, the punch of the GT cars just not being able to do that off the corners where you gain all your time, and so that's where they lose time. You see now, oh, this is going to be interesting now. You see the Huskenveld Core car going a little bit wide there, around the left hand, getting a little bit of a slide on, actually holding up the MSP driver's home car. So here we go then.
Yeah, this could be the opportunity that the Core Sim Racing GTS team has been looking for, just taking a little bit wider entry in the hairpin right there. It doesn't actually get as good of an exit as they wanted down the hill now into the braking zone for 90-degree corner. Let's see, the Core Sim Racing car does very close up on the brakes, very much deeper on the brakes. There's a prototype car, just get the back end now. That was the Fusion Racing number 8 car, Peter Smith behind the wheel of that one, so he has to be a little bit patient here with these guys fighting.
Meanwhile, we do have a fight going on in our GT class as well. This is for 6th place at the moment. Sorry, no, it's not for 6th place, it's for 8th place. Get the words out. And that is between the Sim Racing Crimson and the SRN Motorsports car. SRN closing up a lot in the middle section now, just sort of hanging behind now as we come to the last part of the course. Prototypes getting involved as well has dictated that gap, so the gap has come down a little bit, but the Stephen McGovey there in that SRN car making a move on arguably one of the fastest cars, or what was the fastest cars in the Neo Endurance GT1 category, or the GT category I should say, sorry. So a good drive from Stephen so far, but not quite close enough to do anything into turn 1.
Well, we're now at the 40-ish minute mark, 45 minutes in. We're going to start seeing some pit stops in the next 15 to 20 minutes. So I'll have a quick rundown on our running orders whilst we know what they are before the cycle begins. Up in your prototype category is VRS Coanda Sim Sports 1 machine with Mitchell de Jong leading the way. Core Sim Racing in second place with Frederick Rasmussen, and Pure Racing Team LMP White up in third with Maximilian Benecki. Down in your GT field we have Huddersfield Core Motorsports out front, piloted by Kei Kishube once again, with Torrent Motorsports in second place. Kevin Siggy behind the wheel, Thrustmaster Movano up into the third spot there. That is piloted by Sebastiano Felosa as they're doing some lap traffic. Down in your GTS Grand Touring Sport category is Torrent Motorsports and Jeff Vangenekten. I'm going to get in trouble for that one. I'm going to call him Lef, that seems easier. Second place we have Thrustmaster Movano GTS with Stefan Munchger, and Pure Racing Team GTS with Patrick Pichler. So that is your three categories and top three positions as cameras on the 23 car right now. Jimmy, what's going on?
You have to tell me. I'm afraid I'm not quite watching that at the moment. Let's see if I can get an eye on them very quickly.
We don't have a 23 car, so that's going to be tricky for us to be on the 23 car, as our director is telling us. But we are being told it's, we think it's Sim RC Crimson, the 33, who was 3 wide there with Coanda Sim Sports prototype and one of your Mercedes GTS cars. Down the order, dealing with 2 lots of lap traffic at once on that front stretch here at Motegi. That is certainly one of the best places to pass Jimmy, but a little bit peaky all the same, going 3 wide at night.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't like a 3 wide full stop at the moment, but at the moment the Sim Racing D Iris car, after that traffic again, is under attack there from that 47 SRN car, as the SRN car getting a little bit boxing there as it tries to make its way past a little bit of GTS traffic there, and you see HBD and the Aston Martin going side by side into the corner, trying to make it work, trying to lose as little time as possible. You see again that getting on the apex there, so the Sim Racing DRS car has to take a wider line. That allows the SRN car to get alongside. Not going to overtake there around the outside, I can pretty much guarantee you that, but the speed that SRN car is carrying at the moment for this middle section compared to the Iris car is enough to get it right up to the back end of it, and we might see another passing opportunity coming down into the famous 90-degree corner. But this braking zone here into the hairpin and the braking zone into the straight is probably the best opportunity for these guys to pass. Let's see how close Stephen is coming onto the straight. He really wants to try and get a good run out of here if he's going to be close enough to make a pass at the bottom. I don't think he's going to be close enough now, but all in the same, he will get a slipstream and get that a little bit close to the Iris car.
That is exactly what we're expecting to see, as SRN have dropped back a spot, so not what would really be seen from them, but we are seeing a constant pressure as well by Vendaval Sim Racing behind them, with Juani Lopez behind the wheel there, pushing as hard as he can back in that spot for your GT category. Not really been as close as the others. In fact, he has dropped back overall from Sim RC Iris, but SRN, they are looking like they're ready for that recharge towards the front. Don't forget the timing, folks. You can go to live.neo-endurance.com. That's live.neo-endurance.com. You can keep up with all the action on the track and the timing between the categories. You'll see when drivers are in pits and what the times are, as we're keeping our eyes there on SRN and the Sim RC Iris machine. This is for 8th and 9th in your GT category. Does seem as though Sim RC Iris is just a little stronger at the moment, Jimmy. That car is just a little bit more fluid perhaps than the SRN machine. It looks as though perhaps Stephen McGarvey is struggling a small amount.
It does seem that the SRN car may have been assisted a little bit by traffic, and speaking of that, I can hear a prototype in the background there. It's a number 3 car making his way through. So yeah, but at the moment the Iris car does seem to be a little bit quicker. The Crimson and Iris car together on track at the moment. I think that's an 8th and 9th place, so they aren't doing too well at the moment, in terms of how they usually do, but I do wonder if they're still struggling with that weight we mentioned as well. After round 1 there were BOPs added to the Aston Martins, because they were a lot quicker than the Corvettes at that point. The only one anywhere near them was the Coanda car, which is currently running in 4th in class after that little spin earlier on.
Spinning car, Coanda have gone round in your GT category right in front of your leader. That could have been dramatic. We talked about how good they were in their category for that car, but replay up for you now. Coming out of the final corner there, you see the Coanda car with Renz Broekman lose the back end, and round he goes right in front of the MSP Drivers Home number 2 car, and your GT or your prototype leader there, the other Coanda stable car. That was one of those moments we've seen from that Coanda prototype team, Connery, where they just seem to be in the right place to avoid incidents, but unfortunately it was their sister car, undamaged, but they've lost a lot of time.
Yeah, that is their second incident so far this race. So that GT VRS Coanda Sim Sport car isn't really having the best of days, and yeah, very very lucky for the sister car to avoid the teammate spun into the middle of the road right there.
So we do talk about this a lot, Jimmy, that drivers sometimes need to hold the brake when they're crashing, but in moments like that, if anything, it was probably a good thing that Rens Broekman did not, in fact, hold the brake and let the car roll around with that spin, get him off the racing line.
I mean, it depends on the regulations, of course. I mean, you can sort of say it's down to the driver to make that call, but a lot of leagues that I run and just say lock the brakes regardless of what you do to make yourself a little bit more predictable. Of course, I'm sure he would have known that his sister car was behind him as well, so definitely not want to run into that. But I'd be interested to see what the stewards make of that if there is that rule in place. But the thing is, this is the second spin for Coanda in about 10 laps or so. This is not the way they want to start their race. Rens Broekman, who's usually a very safe pair of hands, has proved to be a little bit skaty out there today, and it's not been very good for their effort to start the race. So this is interesting to see from Coanda, as again they missed the apex completely for the night of the recall, almost running off the circuit. Rens may be a little bit rattled by that spin.
We think he well could be. It's definitely a tricky time as we're looking at around 12, and I believe at the moment the Gecko Vortex 16 car, as well as in front of them Friction Simsport, involved in this little three-way battle we're starting to see developing. But they're running up the front stretch now towards turn number 1. Looking like the Pure Racing Team LMP Black a little bit stronger right now, possibly than Friction as well, so we could see a pass very soon from them. And it is unusual seeing Rens Broekman rattled down in your GT category in the Corvette C6R. Unusual to see mistakes from any of those purple, white and orange cars we normally see here, Jimmy. We do know the track is cold, it's dark, it's clear skies, not the best conditions perhaps for the Corvette. It's a very powerful car, but we are seeing that the humidity is very high, 100%, very Japanese weather, what we'd expect here, but that's reducing everyone's engine power.
Well, I remember actually saying at the start of the broadcast, or a bit earlier on, I should say, sorry, when we were watching the Coanda car and the Ruby Lean car sort of driving together, and watching that number 46 car, the Aston Martin, just struggling with turn-in. This Corvette seems to have a very sharp turn-in there, but obviously that can bite you. And that seemed to what happened there to Rens Broekman. Maybe it's not what you want at this point. I mean, Rens probably still trying to get his bearings again, but cars from other classes all over the shots, and there's cars trying to get through as fast as possible. Oh, that's not a gap you want to try and go through there. As the number 12 car denied. That's a Pure Racing Black car there. I'm sure a little bit, not quite sure what he was thinking, trying to go through there, of course.
Gecko Vortex, this is a big one here as Pure Racing LMP Black, desperate to get through on Rens Broekman there, to not let that Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car from behind get through with Gabor Mex, a very hungry driver there in that white, blue and red machine, chasing the black and blue car of Patrick Wolf. But a very tense moment, a lot of cars all over the racetrack there, GT, GTS and prototype cars all vying for track space, and a very narrow gap attempted by Patrick Wolf. You can tell he really wanted to get through that gap there, Connery, pushing the issue as hard as he could.
Yes, it was. It was perhaps a bad decision to even go for that gap in the first place, but it was a good decision to actually pull out of that gap when the door was closing. And we actually have your first prototype in down pit road. It was Friction Racing. So the pit window is open for your prototype cars.
It certainly is, and keep an eye here on the 12 car. Too wide in front of them, that is the MSP Drivers Home 1 GTS machine. Radicals Online GT car there getting past. They were too wide heading into the corner. So of course, a little bit of a roadblock for these prototype cars. Of course, we do see this impatience becoming sometimes a factor, Jimmy, that prototype drivers will become a little frustrated with things being a little different classes racing each other, and of course we did mention how tough it is for GT and GTS to get past each other. Now couple into that, the prototype cars wanted to get past both of them at once, and we have a recipe for roadblocks.
I think that's the important thing as a prototype driver, is just try and keep your head. You see there Gabor Mex taking a very wide line there onto the back straight to try and get a run on the Aston Martin, probably the best thing to do. See, thinking ahead there, thinking of how he's going to get past his Aston Martin. He knows they're fast in a straight line, he knows his car is going to be fast in acceleration, so he goes to that option. of course, you can't be too aggressive through traffic because it does come back to bite you. You've got to be doing this. Drivers are doing stints of about 2-3 hours in the car. You've got sitting there 100% stressed the entire time trying to get through this traffic. You're going to make a mistake. It's going to affect your driving. So it's best maybe to pull out of a risky overtake more often than not, as opposed to trying to stick one up the inside of a car which is already committed to its apex, which we've seen a couple of prototypes do so far, and luckily they've got away with it. But there will be a time soon where contact is made, and I'm sure we'll see penalties being given out.
It certainly is. And speaking of trickier passing opportunities, we have prototype and prototype here as Pure Racing Team LMP White coming up on the back of the Team GT entry. Team GT running up in 11th place as Pure Racing Team LMP White are running in 3rd and podium in your prototype class. Of course, prototype versus prototype, very tricky situation, of course, almost identical in speed, barring individual team differences, of course, and one car is a lap down from another. But regardless, very tricky due to the aerodynamic properties of these cars. They're equal in performance in these conditions. We have a 15-second stop and hold for Team RSO, the number 97 car, causing a collision. They'll be down on pit road here, as you just see there. Pure Racing Team LMP White getting through the number 11 car, no issues for them. We'll have a look back and see what's going on with Renz Broekman in that Coanda 48 car. Running on their own at the moment, no major problems. They are in a good position. Recovering back, they are down in 6th place in their category, having run in 2nd and 3rd so far most of today. Definitely down the order, Jimmy. It's been a couple of spins for Renz. I think he won't be too upset to get out of this car, perhaps.
Yeah, it's not something that we see very often from VRS Coanda. Of course, this team has had major success this year with both the Blancpain World Endurance Series and the DP Series as well. So leader in the pits, is that our overall leader?
It certainly is. VRS Coanda in the pits with Mitchell de Jong staying in the car as we expected for this first cycle. So fuel and tyres for your Red Bull driver.
Yeah, and it seems like going back to Renz Broekman, VRS Coanda, I think he's really struggling with snap oversteer. We just saw that coming through the final corner, victory corner. He just, again, the car just snapped on it and he has to recover it, and that was actually the cause of his spin just a couple of laps ago. So he'll have to be very, very careful with that car from now on, with how tail happy it's being right now.
Very much so. VRS going to sort of back out on track. Mitchell de Jong behind the wheel. Of course, Core Sim Racing out front now. We'll see if they react. They've been running in 2nd place most of the day. We'll see if they choose now to head down towards pit road for their service, as well as the Team Pure Racing Team LMP white and black cars. We'll see what they do.
We mentioned this in previous races as well as our Le Mans broadcast a while ago, is that if you can save that lap of fuel every here and there, it does come back to you at the end of the race. It does mean you have to maybe have one less stop or less time in the pits, of course. So those cars staying out there a bit longer now will be, that's what we're looking to do really. Go as far as you can in that aspect. But we have our core sim racing car in now, so they've gone a lap longer than the Coanda car. So that's something to keep an eye on as the race develops as well.
They're all in right now because, as well as Core Sim Racing, we have Pure Racing LMP White and Pure Racing LMP Black heading onto pit road for their service. We should see, in fact, at this moment, Coanda retake that position, but Friction Sim Sport not pitting. That's the alternate pit, so I'm looking at the wrong pit road. So we'll see that in just a second, but Coanda Sim Sport should recover the lead at this point, as we do have now our current top 3 on pit road, as well as Huddersfield Core Motorsports from your GT category lead. We also have Movano in from your GT category and Ruber Racing, so everybody diving to pit road now. Unlike Circuit of the Americas, Connery, this is looking a lot closer in terms of fuel. We're seeing all GT cars and prototypes together, but once again, expecting GTS to go about 10-15 minutes longer.
Yeah, but there's also been an early pitter for your GTS field. Actually, Shinya Mashimi are actually already down pit road, and Team RSO came down about 6 laps earlier as well. Most of your GTS field are still out, I will agree, but Shinya Mashimi may be working an early pit stop strategy here.
Could well be, as we did. Jimmy, you just mentioned, of course, so used to seeing a split strategy from the Pure Racing Team boys in the prototype field between their white and black cars. This time, coming in at the same lap, so perhaps trying to put all their eggs in one basket this time.
Or maybe they've just sort of figured out that one strategy is definitely faster than another. Usually if you have maybe 5 or so seconds between a pit strategy, you try and split things up to see if you can, you know, take as many opportunities to win the race as possible, but in this case not doing that in the Pure Racing car, in the Pure team, sorry. Also not doing that in the SimRC team either. Both of those cars staying out another lap past our leaders, so we'll see how much longer they can go. And historically, again, we've seen these SimRC cars go that little bit longer on fuel, so maybe playing the long game here, maybe not quite as fast an overall pace, but maybe looking at just completing the race in as least laps as possible, so we'll see how that goes.
Certainly of interest as we see some more cars heading down pit road from your GT field. Radicals Online and VRS Coanda. I think Renz Broekman will be desperate to get new tyres on that Corvette C6R. Give him a little bit more grip on the racetrack as we'll see them head down now towards their pit boxes. Radicals Online stopping first, just in front, in come VRS Coanda SimSport. And we'll see tyre and fuel stops for those cars as I believe we're seeing a driver swap for Radicals Online. They're going into Alexander Manea hopping in. SimRC, Crimson and Iris in together, as are SRN and Vendaval. So we have 4 cars battling together who are running in order, now pitting in order. As it is Crimson, Iris, SRN, Vendaval, all sitting line astern in the pits. We'll have to see who can get out of their box fastest. This will definitely decide this battle we've seen between these 4 cars. Very unusual to see an entire group come in at once, Jimmy.
It is, but that's usually sort of copy the guy in front of you if you're unsure. But I'm just looking at the battle for P2 currently in our prototype class. The VRS Coanda and Friction SimSport being held up massively there by an Audi going into the fast right-hander. Richard de Jong now at the wheel of that Coanda car. They're both flashing away. I'm not quite sure what that's about. There's no need for that, Mitchell. He knows you're there. And these guys now fighting tooth and nail. The Coanda car, of course, was leading this race before the pit stops happened, and the Friction Motorsport car seemed, I'm not sure, I think they haven't pitted in the last time around.
Yet,
they have not pitted,
Friction
no.
Have not been in.
So Coanda is looking desperate to try and get past. They're being held up by this Friction car. Of course, the number 15 car in front has no, is not obligated to let the car behind pass Mitchell, though, with a very good run out of the last corner. Sorry, Friction pitted 5 laps ago, so we did mention that they were the first people in. Apologies. So this is the position here, and it seems that Mitchell is just very, very keen on getting past and trying to be inside at 93 corner. Yes, he gets that done right, breaks that a little bit later there. Very difficult place to pass there, but Mitchell passed, and hopefully now the Coanda car unleashed like a cork from a bottle up to chase the PRT white team, which seemed to have come out in first.
They certainly have. And have a quick look down in your GT field, looking at the 64 car. Phoenix Motorsports there battling with SimRC Crimson. SimRC Iris behind them, but looking very fast here from Jonathan Fuller, heading up behind the SimRC Crimson machine. We'll see if they can try and get past here, but fresher tyres might be a factor for the Crimson car. Fuller pouring on the coal here in that black and white Phoenix machine. Looking fantastic under the lights here in Motegi, Japan, but right now Crimson's stop has been advantageous, we think. I don't think we've seen a pit stop yet we have seen a pit stop already from Fuller, so this is for position, Jimmy.
It is, sorry, I'm just wondering about I've just noticed it's our prototype stop, so it seems that for whatever reason Coanda was just a lot slower on pit lane, so we might be seeing a double stint on tyres here for the PR team, white team. They seem to have come in and just decided to go again on the tyres. It's a very cold surface here, very cool conditions, so the tyres can last that little bit longer, but I wonder what sort of difference we are going to see pace-wise.
We're looking at the times actually between the 2 pit stops as it was a 30 second stop, for the Pure Racing Team LMP white car, and a 45 second stop from Coanda. So that is a no tyre call we're seeing from Pure Racing Team LMP white. This could be exciting. We talked very much just before this. We were shocked that we weren't seeing the usual split strategy from the Pure Racing Team guys, Jimmy. But it turns out we were wrong. It turns out they are doing just that. And we are seeing a split strategy, in fact a new split strategy here, taking advantage of the cold night air here in Motegi, Japan, and possibly reduced wear rates on the tyres. So this will be, every team I can imagine will have their eyes on this number 11 car for the next stint.
It's a very interesting call, and I'm glad we've seen it, because we do like to see the different strategies pan out here. It makes things very interesting for us as commentators. I'm just being told by Ela we have a fight between the 85 car and the 88 car, so you can find that on my screen quick. That is your GTS category from what I can see. Yeah, that's Core Sim Racing, GTS and MSP Home. Again, these guys, again, together after the pit stop. So, actually, so these guys haven't pitted yet, have they, the GTS guys? They're still out there. So, these guys have been together for quite a while now. And I'm sure the MSP car is sort of sick of seeing that orange and black core car in its mirrors. But again, we've seen Mr. Curry here being very close to the back end of that car, but not quite close enough to make any sort of move at all.
Certainly is. And Connery, what are we looking at in terms of our GTS field and their pit stop cycle?
Well, as I said, a couple of cars have already been down pit road with likes of Team RSO and Shinya Machini Racing. Currently, most of your GTS field currently has not come down pit road. We'll be seeing that in the next couple of minutes, I think, as we see some prototype cars just come through on that MSP Drivers home car and that Core Sim Racing GTS car. Looking towards the top of the GTS field, though, Tony Motorsport still lead, but that gap is at second place. It's actually come down now to around about 3 seconds, and it's been fluctuating between about 2.5 and 3.5 seconds over the course of this race, and that is a stark difference between the 7 seconds that we saw about 15 laps ago. Yep, and there goes your GTS leaders into the pits. Atomic Motorsport and Frustum Movano Racing, they are down onto pit road.
This will be interesting to see Atomic Motorsport sitting there on pit road now, getting their stop, and Jeff Van Genashten getting his service. Trustmaster Movano GTS also on there. We'll see what happens for those boys as MSV Drivers Home 85 car. They're staying out, as will Core Sim Racing. Core Sim Racing staying out on the track. Yet to pit for them as well. As MSP Drivers Home Core down the order, they were running further up than we've seen at the moment. In fact, they are really struggling somewhat. One team, though, that we are surprised by at the moment must be Odox Motorsports, Connery. They are really nowhere today.
Yeah, they are. They're struggling a little bit this weekend, so they'll have to plow a bit of a recovery drive right here. And as I'm just watching these two GTS leaders just down on the pit road, it's quite a long stop for these guys, probably taking tyres and, well, definitely fuel, as we see the Atomic Motorsport pull off first, and then the Thrustmaster Movano Racing GTS car right there. We'll have to wait and see what the updated gaps are, but I believe that Thrustmaster Movano Racing car is going to be a little bit closer this time coming out of the pits.
We will have to keep our eyes on what happens there with Thrustmaster Movano, but first we have the man, the myth, the legend, Egil Sandfeld himself is joining us. He's taken some time away from the frantic action in the race control offices at the moment. I think he just wants an excuse to put down his penalty hammer. Egil, things have been very busy for this first hour of the race. You guys have been extraordinarily busy in the booth.
Hi Rachel, hi everyone. Yeah, at least it seems like it's very busy, but I think it's just the nature of the track that things look really busy. Yeah, surely cars go close to each other, but in terms of number of incidents, it's sort of similar to the previous rounds. But yes, we have been busy and we've seen some stupid mistakes, including my own team, which we are not very happy about. We simply just missed that there was a car there. But overall, we feel that people are getting into the rhythm now, and hopefully we'll have a nice, calmer race from now on.
We certainly hope so too, as we'll have a quick look now at the 33, the 64 and the 34 cars as they're racing for position. Of course, SimRC, Crimson, Phoenix and Iris cars all running there down in about the 7th through 9th spot in your GT category. Egil, of course, we saw the incident involving IRDK Endurance collecting the Chimera machine. Uncharacteristic from the IRDK boys, not something we'd normally see there. Product of the phenomenon of night racing, of course. Things very different. Are you going to be in the car at some point soon?
Yes, I'll be in the car later on today. But yeah, we simply missed that there was a car there. We're very sorry for the number 24. I haven't seen the incident myself because I've been very busy with other things, but yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes. You just have to take the penalty, take the word of the other stewards because they've look through it unbiased, and then just get on with it.
Well, these things do unfortunately happen in motor racing, of course. Lots of time left to go. 4 hours and 50 minutes remaining. Obviously a lot of work for you to do in the booth. I'm sure we'll get a chance to chat to you later on, Egil. Probably around dinner time, in fact. So we will talk to you then. Thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure.
That was, of course, Egil Sandfeld from the IRDK Endurance team, and also one of the race control stewards here at the Neo Endurance Series. Jimmy, is getting very, very hectic on track.
A couple of fights going on right now. One of them between our third and fourth place prototypes at the moment, between Friction Motorsport and Core Sim Racing. Looks like Core is right on the back of that Friction car. The Friction car, of course, with their double stint strategy, so looking a little bit slower over the stint at the moment, although last lap from both cars is pretty much identical for all intents and purposes now. But that Core Sim Racing car does have the slipstream now coming down the straight, although the Friction car in front is using the slipstream from that traffic. And in front of them is the Fusion car as well, so that's a lapped car from what I can see on my end. But getting very tight into that 90-degree corner there. See the Audi on the outside. That's the MSP driver's home car, just sort of seeing the guys at the last second and giving up the line. But we also have a fight a bit further down the field as well between our 64 car and 34 car. Sorry, that's our GT cars, which is the Phoenix Motorsports car and the SimRC DE Iris car. What to say in one breath there, but those guys have been pretty close. It's interesting to see a direct battle between a Corvette and an Aston on track. This is something you don't really get to see very often because we only really have Coanda up there in the Astons. So it's nice to see another car being able to break into this Aston Martin field, and this is the battle for 7th and 8th place in GT.
This is normally what we see from the Phoenix boys. They do like to punch above their weight here and get involved, especially with the SimRC guys, which is definitely a battle we've seen in the past with the Proto GT series, Connery. But right now, Fuller definitely pushing very, very hard. That car looking on edge. They are on a similar pit strategy, and we can't be sure, but there's going to be some frustration, we think, in the SimRC Iris camp. Sven Demmel really wants through, and look who else is here, and that's Mitchell de Jong for Coanda. He's going to try and find a way to filter through, compromise some corners here for Phoenix. That could be and allow the Iris machine to catch up, but Demmel unable to find a way past on Fuller.
Yeah, and just sort of Sven Demmel just get the back end of it out a little bit during that left-hander, just lost a little bit of time, closes right back up on the brakes though to that Corvette. You see the Corvette pull away in the first stage of this straight, just that engine just pulling it along the straight, and we see the Aston Martin will claw it a little bit back in the draft, coming down onto the brakes for 90-degree corner.
Certainly will, and look at the prototype field at the moment. We're going to see what's going on as Friction SimSport Core Sim Racing very close there. This is going to be a battle. Keep your eyes on the 15 and the 22. Just of note though, Pure Racing Team and LMP White are pulling away from VRS and SimSport in the one car, and they did not take tyres. 2 seconds they've gained over the last handful of laps, so up to 10-second gap now between those two. That is a definitely interesting point for this race. They are pulling the gap.
I think with that one, just to say quickly, that gap was originally at about 12 seconds or so. It's actually come down. It's just traffic is fluctuating a little bit, making it seem a bit higher than it is. So the Coanda car is gaining, just slowly. And it looks like, back to our battle for third place. Looks like the Core Racing car has just picked up a cone in the front end there, so that's been dragging that around. That isn't going to help at all. But look how close it is to this Friction car now. Again, this Friction car is a car that hasn't taken tyres compared to Core that has. And we're seeing the difference in advantage there. That cone is still being battered around by that Core Sim Racing car, so that's the fastest that cone's ever going to go. But at this point, it doesn't really matter because, again, look how much closer he gets through this fast corner. He's just being held up by this Friction Motorsport car. But I think that Friction car is actually running a little bit less wing because down the straight, there's nothing the Core car can do about it.
That would certainly seem to be the case, Jimmy, as they come up behind a 54 car from Team Chimera now. Obviously going to find a way past that GT machine. But frustrating for Core Sim Racing, with Frederick Rasmussen wanting to find a way past on the Friction SimSport car of Marcus Hamilton. And you're right, look at that on the front, or the backstretch here, the alternate pits. Look at how much the gap grows between Friction SimSport and the Core Sim Racing machine. Definitely a good observation, Jimmy. Definitely lower downforce setting on that Friction SimSport car. It's going to be on Rasmussen to find a way past it. The slower speed corners, and he gets very, very close. Over and over again, and we'll see here the final run up the front stretch here. And even with the draft, he's closing, but with the lower downforce car in front of him, it might not be enough. As he pulls to the inside, he'll look, and he goes for the underbraking move, and he will secure that spot. Rasmussen moves up to third position with a very good pass. Just the right exit he needed there, Jimmy. Just enough to get him that draft just make it past.
It just goes to show the grip difference there between the cars there coming through T1. That Frederick was able just to sit on the apex and still pull away coming out of the corner. Just that's the difference in tyres there from what I can see. But that's the position gain there. But Marcus Hamilton isn't giving up on that friction car. A little bit of traffic bringing them close together again. But I'm sure we're going to see that core car. I see that it's out the corner having that fantastic punch there on the new tyres. I think that is a battle that is over and done with. But a good effort by Marcus, and it's for his strategy. He needed to hold up that car for as long as possible, of course, because he's running that a little bit longer. And these guys doing the single stints trying to go as fast as they can on each stint, whereas these guys doing the double stint are trying to be a bit more consistent, trying to save the tyre. So all the time that core car was stuck behind the friction car, it was losing time in its strategy and ultimately benefiting friction.
Certainly was. And Connery, GTS, the cars are all pitted now, we believe, or they're still filtering through to an extent, but things looking interesting. Pure Racing Team GTS, Zen Racing, Racing Lions, we think may not. No, Racing Lions are actually different categories, so we're not counting them. Or Zen Racing. Pure Racing Team GTS, looking at their laps at the moment, they have had a pit stop, so they are now ahead of Atomic Motorsports. They've moved ahead over the pit cycle.
Yes, they have, and I think it's a similar situation to what's been happening in the prototype field. So many of cars in this GTS field have what looks like they are double stinting the tyres. So Pure Racing Team GTS, MSP Drivers Home, and Radicals Online Pro-Am have all just taken fuel rather than taking fuel and tyres. Thrustmaster Movano and I believe the car of Atomic Motorsport, they took the 4 tyres as well during that pit stop. So it'd be interesting to see which strategy works out the best here for both your prototype cars and your GTS cars as well.
That certainly will be interesting, as we'll find out what will happen. It does seem as though Pure Racing Team willing to gamble a lot more, Jimmy, at this stage. We've seen some more interesting strategy goals from that team than we have by some others. As keep it at the 90 car Atomic Motorsports getting past one of the Corvettes, which is amusing that it can stay ahead so well. That's Ashbury Motorsports they're ahead of. Ashbury Motorsports definitely down the order at the moment. That's Zach Rubik behind the wheel, unable to really keep up there with that Audi R8 in the lower class. So phenomenal driving from the Atomic Motorsports guys. It's very close there from Ashbury Motorsports. They were nearly right on the back end. That could have been a little dramatic for your second place runner in GTS.
I think there was a little bit of contact there actually, only very slight enough to upset the rear of the Audi, but luckily not enough for the cars to go round until that Ashbury car through there. But as you said about pit strategy, to go on that very quickly, I think maybe there is just a faster way of doing things. That might be just the risky way of the risky setup, of course. You have to bear in mind, of course, if everyone else is doing the same strategy as you, then you have to beat them on track. Well, there are a couple of people who may want to change that a little bit, go out of sequence, and that's what keeps things interesting in endurance racing, is trying to keep up with all those little differences between the teams.
Certainly is. We've got a 15-second stop and hold for Zen Motorsports. Incident involving the Racing Lions team, the 41, and so they'll be on pit road to serve that penalty. Quick run through your positions at front in your prototype field. It is still Pure Racing Team LMP White being caught now very slowly by Commander Sim Sport. They're down to 6.5 seconds between those two. In third place, it's Friction Sim Sport back ahead of Core Sim Racing. So Marcus Hamilton back through there, the GT car between them. And we look down at your GT category. Huxfeld Core Motorsports still running pretty much alone there on a separate lap to Torrent Motorsports and Thrustmaster Movano in third place. Down in GTS, Pure Racing Team GTS right now leading that category ahead of Atomic Motorsports and MSP Drivers Home. We are going to give you some RaceBot fan immersion at the moment. We're going to go on board the 93 car of Shinya Mishimi Sim Racing. They are down in the 5th place in their category. They're in a fantastic spot right now amongst other GTS cars, chasing the Radicals Online Pro-Am machine ahead of them. There you go, some onboard action for a lap or two with them for RaceBot TV fan immersion. fantastic racing we're seeing here from Shinya Mishimi Sim Racing and the MSP Drivers Home 85 car. The two Audi R8s there, Ruberglin Racing from your GT category filtering through there. As Connery, these two have been all over each other. It's been a fantastic little spot of racing between these two Audis.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic to see, and that was what RaceSpot Fan Immersion is all about. You get to see the car just trying to catch up to that MSP Drivers Home car, and they're getting very, 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 very close to doing it. As they get the drop down, this little bit of a straight. Shimi shows the nose there coming down into the right-hander, but does not get alongside, so just taunting him a little bit there, I guess.
I certainly were. As we are going to keep our eyes on what's happening with VRS Condisim Sports 1 car. They're catching your category leaders, Pure Racing and LMP White now. We'll see what happens there, but staying for now on this little evolving battle here with Shinya Mishimi and MSP Drivers Home. That is Vincenzo Amico for Shinya Mishimi and Julian Gunstel from MSP Drivers Home.
Yeah, and that was actually Shinya Mishimi just going down the inside there, and I believe that was V corner, which knocked moves to victory corner, which is at the latter end of the lap. But yeah, Shinya Mishimi actually threw on MSP Drivers Home finally, but MSP Drivers Home actually got a very, very good exit coming out of the hairpin. They may have a little bit of a look coming down into 90-degree corner. Shinya Mishimi Sim Racing moves towards the center of the track and then back, so I don't know what the stewards will think about that one, but MSP Drivers Home currently behind now.
Very defensive move there by the Shinya Mishimi car as they just pushed themselves over. Here we go, here's your class leader, LMP White from Pure Racing Team. They need to get through very rapidly here to try and keep their advantage over Thrustmaster VRS Condisim Sport even. Not Thrustmaster Movano, I'm looking at the wrong timing and scoring part, but no problems there for your class leader. As through as well comes the reactive Sim Racing car as well. They're a few laps down at this point, 1 lap at the moment I believe. Going to show some moments in just a few moments time as Cohen's getting scattered there by Shinya Mishimi. Here comes Coanda's number 1 car on the back of the MSP Drivers Home car. Through as well as the 24 car from Chimera, who's going to make a pass on your class lead or second place as well, or was going to try to. Unlap themselves, not right now. As I'm sure you can imagine, the very brave move there from the 24 car was, I believe, Ben Tusting. So not the usual Jack Keithley move we'd be expecting. As replay of the Coanda Vet pass here, Jimmy.
Yeah, see, a pass on the Radicals Online, we missed that when we were on our fan immersion, but the Radicals Online GT1 went a bit wide, at the last corner, got into the grass, and that just allowed the Coanda car back up into 4th place in class. So still coming back is Jorn Jens after his, not Jorn Jens now, it's Rens Broekman made those mistakes earlier on, but Jorn Jens in the car now coming back and making up for Rens Broekman's mistakes, but coming back nicely up into 4th place right now. Next car is about 5 seconds to start of the road, so it isn't all lost at all for that Coanda car. Just got to wait and see what happens.
You certainly will, and some great racing back there in your GT category. Connery, this one in GTS is still quite exciting. We're going to see if we can catch back up again to the MSP Drivers Home 85 car. But Mishimi did get through. We'll see if they can hold that spot for now.
Yeah, they've pulled out quite a bit of a gap, around about a second at this point, so Shinya Mishimi absolutely the fastest GTS car of these two cars right now. In terms of the rest of your positions, though, is Pure Racing Team GTS still out front by about 27.2 seconds, and with their no tyre strategy, so they are going to double stint the tyres, and Atomic Motorsport in second place, they are on the normal take tyres every stop strategy, so this will be an interesting one. The Atomic Motorsport is obviously faster at this stage in the race. It's about a second or so a lap faster, and it will take about like 28 laps for them to catch back up at this current pace, so I think it's going to be close actually.
Certainly looks that way. We've got a tweet in from Torque Freak Racing. That was 6 minutes to repair. From now on it's damage control, and we're having to find the GT3 magnet someone's hiding in our cars. Hashtag IRNeo. So that's Torque Freak Racing getting involved in the conversation. You can too with the hashtag IRNeo. You can join in as well. So send us a tweet, get involved in that one, as we'll keep looking through your fields and see what's going on here as the time is stabilising at the moment between Pure Racing Team LMP White here, Jimmy, and VRS Condisim Sport. It is coming down, but it's just traffic playing a big factor at the moment. That's been the biggest thing so far. But it does bode well for LMP White. We need to be caught eventually, double stinting tyres, but they are now halfway through a stint here and they're still leading.
I mean,
This adds up over a few stints. The gap could become significant, and they could, of course, taking tyres in this next cycle, maybe not taking tyres in the next one. This could end up with them being net much further ahead than Coanda.
we'll have to wait and see. Again, we've seen Coanda pull the gap down from 12 seconds. It is to 4 seconds now, so they have gained 8 seconds on the car in front, but that they just need to be going fast now to offset the time that they've lost by taking tyres at that stop. Of course, traffic, as you said, playing a big part in that gap sort of ebb and flowing, but overall it is definitely coming down. Meanwhile, a bit further down the field now, this is the 13th and 14th place in the prototypes. We're seeing the Radicals Online car coming back through the field after its earlier escapades, back of the Acme car. These guys are pretty close on track, about a second between at the moment. The Radicals car has been gaining on the Acme car in front, so that's a fight to keep an eye on, but of course it's just damage limitations to that Radicals car, because they're currently running 14th place, a lap down the leader, and we're only an hour and a bit in the race, so just not been a good race for them so far.
Certainly has not been. The Radicals Online machine has not been in the best position. They've been good in the past. This has not been a race for them though. They've had some struggles, and it does seem as though Motegi is not being kind to everybody as we might have expected at times, but Radicals Online will have to do some damage limitations, Jimmy did mention. Down in your GTS field, Kari, it's still Pure Racing Team GTS. They're holding their lead quite comfortably over Atomic Racing.
Yeah, and there's a couple of laps here and there where Pure Racing Team is actually extending that gap. I believe that is because Atomic Motorsports was dealing with a little bit of traffic, or being lapped, should I say. So GTS won't really typically be the ones dealing with the traffic, but there's currently a three-way battle for 12th in one of the classes.
We are looking at the prototype field, Jimmy. It's we mentioned before Acme Racing, but this time GCL Racing, they're catching in front of them.
It looks like Phil Blythe has got right into the back of that JCL Sim Racing car. Going to have up the inside now, coming into the 90-degree corner, but isn't quite close enough to make that work. Just seems that this 19 and the 2 car behind have just started to side back through the lower runners now in your prototype field, and JCL is the first quote-unquote victim of that. You just see differing lines there coming for victory, just trying to get a better exit there as Phil in that Acme Racing car, but all the time he's being held up by that 27 car. Number 2 Radical car is going to be there to pick up any pieces. You see there Phil Blythe, very aggressive, sort of showing the nose to the JCL car in front, which just wasn't phased at all, just kept his line very nicely, and trying to use all the slipstream possible from that Audi and the GTS class to try and get a bit close to the back of this JCL Sim Racing car. I think at the moment Phil Blythe is a bit faster in that number 19 machine at the moment, but JCL is doing a fantastic job of defending at this point.
They absolutely are, and JCL holding that 11th place at the moment. This is of course all lap down cars at the moment, as well as Reactive Sim Racing, Fusion Racing, JCL Sim Racing, Acme Racing, Radicals Online are the last cars really in that front group of lap down traffic. And then we drop down to your GTS lead there with Hookersfeld Core Motorsports, a good margin up the track from Torrent Motorsports, running in second in your GT field with Thrustmaster Movano close behind in third. That's Sebastiano Filosa there for the Movano Racing GT entry. VRS Conde Sport in fourth here, Jimmy. They have recovered a bit now. They are recovering. Ahead of the Radicals Online Aston Martin. Just holding on to this spot, in fact. It's been tight, but Renz Broekman is... Oh, it's John Jens in the car now. They're holding on. It seems like John is doing perhaps a little bit better job in his traffic.
Yeah, I feel like it was a good idea to get Mr. Broekman out of the car after his first stint, probably a little bit rattled, not quite as in the zone as he wants to be. Get a fresh pair of legs in there, fresh pair of eyes in Jorn Jens, and get him out onto the track. It seems to be holding pretty well. He's lapping pretty quickly at the moment. Last lap from him was a 46.3, just in comparison to our leader of a 47.2. Of course, traffic might be coming into a little bit of into play there, but the fastest GT lap on the last lap, I can tell you that. So making headway now is Coanda. He's still got a bit of a way to go. The Movano Racing GT car is, well, it's closer now. It's about 3 seconds up the road as opposed to 5 or 6. So he's definitely gaining on the 31 car. just a matter of time till he gets there, I think. But of course, catching someone is one thing, and getting past is quite another, as a very famous commentator once said. So we'll see how that develops when he gets to that point.
We certainly will, and quite the astute comment from that particular commentator. Catching your car is easy, finding a way past is hard, as we've noticed from several teams so far today. Shinya Mishimi down in your GTS category being one of them. They've certainly had a bit of a masterclass in keeping people behind them, as they did with, of course, MSP Drivers Home, who dropped down the order now a little bit as Radicals Online got past them now, as did Core Sim Racing GTS. We were in quite a bit of traffic there, but right now it's not as dramatic. We're looking at the 19 and the 2, sorry, and that is a bit further up your running order, Acme and Radicals Online, as we have some craziness going on.
It's a freeway battle now for 12 at this point. It seems they all close up a bit in the traffic, and Radicals made a bit of a attempt to maybe go into the back of the Acme car coming down the straight there, but was held up a little bit by the traffic. You see now Ken getting a little bit aggressive now, I think, trying to make up for lost time. And at number 2 Radicals car, you see Phil Blythe taking as much curb as he possibly dare, running a little bit wide out the exit. That's going to hamper him coming down the start-finish straight. Radicals not quite close enough to take any sort of advantage in that, but it just seemed the JCL car is sort of acting as the cork in the bottle here, keeping these guys behind as we're coming up now to our GT lead of the Husqvarna core car. So more traffic these guys contend with, but I think it's just a matter of time till we see Phil Blythe put a move on the JCL car. It just seems to be that a little bit faster, a little bit more feisty at this point. And at the moment, the 27 car is doing a fantastic job of defending, but it can only last for so long.
It certainly would be that way, as JCL really under threat here. Acme Racing closing in once again. That's the 27 and the 19. They have been the closest fight so far. It's a big wiggle of the curbs there for the Acme Racing car, that 19 machine, trying to go around your GT class leader, Hukkersveld Core Motorsports. As they do get through in the end, but that was a very dicey late entry there, Jimmy, to the right-hand side, or left even, sorry, on that curbing. They definitely pushed that one, but they have got the Radicals behind them pushing hard, so this three-way battle is far from done.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you're in the number 19 car, you're looking both by front of you and behind you at the same time, trying to make as much ground as possible. You see the 55 Husqvarna core car flashing its lights at the Acme Racing car on the way through. Obviously wasn't very happy with how he was lapped there, but this is how it goes when you're having a fight like this. You sort of almost put that caution to the wind in this case. You see the Acme Racing car sort of pulling to the right momentarily there to try and break in the draft of the car behind. Now flashing his lights at the JCL Sim Racing car. Again, not quite sure how much more horsepower that gives you going down the straight, but it seems to be giving them a good run so far. Everyone flashing their lights in the corner. Almost a game of trying to distract the person in the front, and something that I personally think is a very silly thing to be doing in racing, especially when you're racing your own class, but I don't make the rules here, thankfully, so...
That would certainly be the case. It's looking fairly hectic right now as they get past Shinya Mishimi there in your GTS category. This trio still continuing onwards. Probably the closest battle we have going at the moment in this field of cars. And it is up in your prototype field, of course, for 12th place overall. Not a podium spot, but there are every point does count, and the Radicals need them all. Can they get past all three? We'll have to find out. Getting past the GTS car from Thrustmaster Movano there, the TRL sponsored Thrustmaster machine.
What's interesting there, Rachel, I noticed coming out the corner is that even though obviously these prototypes are a lot lighter, they actually have less power than DT cars if you were to go by the iRacing spec. So coming out the corner, the punch isn't quite there. I mean, it's sort of a slow overtake, which is why you see these prototypes flashing their lights so much, basically saying, please give me the position, please give me the position.
It certainly is, and of course, look at the Radical car there. The number 2 car is Sem Bulabaski behind the wheel. They are really having to get the right entry there, of course, Jimmy. They need to use that downforce and momentum
Rachel,
to the corner.
We have a fight for our lead hotting up now as the VRS Coanda car is within a couple of attempts of the PRT white car, just seeing as now this is the gap coming down. We've seen this coming down for a while now. Bear in mind that Coanda car is on fresher tyres, so we do expect to sort of see him drive around the LMP white car, but of course it's in that number 11 car, LMP white car's best interest to try and keep the VRS car behind as long as possible for that strategy. But at the moment you see how much the car in front is struggling compared to VRS Coanda. It just has a lot more speed, a lot more grip in the tyres, and now coming around to the back section of the circuit. This is where we see the downforce difference between the two cars. They'll hop into the 6th screen, might make an attempt before the hairpin, although I imagine what we'll probably see is the Coanda car drop behind for the hairpin and then try and make a move down into the 90-degree corner. So here we go then, coming off the back straight. dumping into the slipstream at the moment. Not quite close enough, I don't think, but this, now starting to close up a little bit. Again, not close enough to make a move yet, but I think that PRT white car again is running a little bit less downforce. Coanda opting for a higher downforce setup around here, and it's actually biting them a little bit going down that back straight, getting a bit wide there, hitting the curb. It's all stops being pulled out now by Mitchell de Jong. He needs to get past for his strategy's sake. All the time he's behind this 11 car, he is losing time overall, and this could affect him dramatically in the latter parts of this race.
It could indeed, as here comes Mitchell de Jong now right behind. Oh, can he get to the inside? He looks to the inside on the Pure Racing Team LMP white car, but no opportunity. Here comes the MSP Drivers Home 2 Mercedes in the way. Will this play a factor? It does not. It just allows the pair through, knocking cones out of the way as they go. Coanda SimSport pushing as hard as they can here. More traffic up ahead. It's going to be a trouble for Beneke in the LMP white machine. It's the number 61 car in your GT field. Torque Freak Racing, who are down a number of positions, of course, from that incident we heard earlier.
See how close these guys are getting now. You see just at this point where they're just side by side with GT, who's not even blinking an eye. Of course, this is your battle for the overall lead of this race. So it's pretty desperate at this point. But again, look how close he is now, coming up to the hairpin, defending the PRT car going to the inside to defend. Can Mitchell run it around the outside? No, not enough. Not enough room there at all, but now going down the back straight in the old pits, getting into the slipstream. PRT goes to defend the corner to 90. Will Mitchell try going on the outside? Will he pull out a bit late? No, they're going to pull out a bit later. Braking very hard now down to the right. It's downhill corner there, so brakes red hot as they come down into the right. This is the last part of the circuit now. I'm looking front. VRS Coanda Corvette. Will they slow down the PRT car coming into this last part of the circuit? Looks like it isn't going to be close enough to make any effect into there at all, but again, we're seeing that PRT white car having a nice run out of the last corner and not allowing Mitchell de Jong to get close enough to have a look at maybe taking a position to T1. But again, the PRT car goes wide into T1. Those tyres starting to wear now on the number 11 car, and Coanda car just not quite close enough to get that little bit closer.
Yeah, and you can just see how much of a straight line speed advantage that PRT car has. Even it doesn't matter if he's on all tires or not. Down the straights, he is an absolute rocket ship, as we see VRS Coanda SimSport right on the back of that PRT white car. He'll try to get alongside, but again, the straight line speed of that PRT car, they go side by side down through this right-hander, coming up to 130R. No, it is not Suzuka, but it's still 130R, still side by side racing. This is absolutely fantastic. Alert flashing lights for the GT car up front. This could get messy as Coanda SimSport has the advantage on the inside, still side by side behind the GT car, and PRT White gets impeded by the GT car of that Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT car. That is not what they wanted, and Coanda SimSport are through.
That was a great placement there by Coanda. That picked his line carefully, knew where the GT was going to go, and just forced the PRT car behind it. That's a lot of traffic as well. When you find position, you can dictate where your rivals go without touching them. You can almost force that hand, and there the PRT car completely nowhere to go. Beneke has to get off the throttle and wait to get past the GT. And now I think we're going to see that VRS Coanda car just pull away on those fresher tyres.
We certainly are, but the one battle is still developing here, and it's nearly 3 wide. In fact, it is 3 wide now. And that is Acme Racing with JCL Racing down the order. They are pushing very hard here. This is for 12, 13, and 14. And the action is still very much on.
And the battle for lead still going as well, as we see that low downforce setup of the PRT team coming to effect down the straight. Both cars having to take a very tight apex there to try and avoid hitting into the GT traffic. And Coanda goes off the circuit there, and again you see Beneke flashing away. I'm not quite sure what that's. They're all flashing at each other here, almost some sort of communication there. But off the circuit goes Coanda, and now getting held up massively by a Mercedes. Almost ran into the back of him. I think he might have misjudged the gap between the two of them. But now we're seeing the traffic keeping these guys together, and again that straight line speed of the PRT white car coming into effect, coming down now too. I think it's what you said, 130R. The next one's 130R, isn't it? I'm learning these corner names from Connor as he says them at this point. But now we go through 130R. And again the gap pulls out a little bit again, but you see how the GT traffic is affecting this fight. For all intents and purposes, that VRS Coanda car is faster over a single lap, but it keeps getting held up in traffic again as Aston Martin now sort of slowing them down on the apex, and that just allows PRT on its much older tyres just to keep within striking distance. Again, the Aston Martin, the GT car, I think it's the Movano car, just getting in the way a little bit there and just slowing them both down. It's fantastic. It's keeping this fight red hot when in reality Coanda should just be pulling away.
yeah, they should just be pulling away on those newer tyres, but as you say, the straight line speed of that PRT car is something to behold as they get past the Radicals Online Pro-Am car there. PRT LMP White has to be careful here, coming down onto the brakes, down through a 90-degree corner right here, and there's another piece of traffic that these guys have to deal with. That is the Core Sim Racing GTS car just ahead of that VRS kind of SimSport car. Just coming off the exit, very, very careful. This is where PRT can stretch their legs a little bit, just getting closer and closer and closer, even on all the tyres, coming down into the braking zone of Turn 1. This is where the VRS kind of SimSport prototype will be very, very good in these high downforce corners with those tyres. But PRT, to be fair to them, they are sticking quite close.
They're doing a good job keeping this close. You're definitely right in that, and you saw there PRT actually struggling a little bit through T1 as took a bit of an aggressive line through there and ended up having a shallower apex through there and sort of ruining their exit. And again, Coanda now finally getting a little bit of space between the two cars, but of course the fantastic thing about endurance racing is when you get to this point in the race, there is always traffic, so we'll have a couple of cars up the road that will come into play a bit later on, but this is the first time we've seen Coanda go through 130R and this series of fast left-right corners on their road, and this is where you can see the difference coming to play between the tyres and obviously the downforce configuration, of course, of that Coanda car. And you see him now starting to stretch his leg and starting to pull away. This is, PRT have done a fantastic job to stay this close. Of course, their strategy is all based on going as fast as they can and as long as they can on these tyres, as a complete opposite pretty much of VRS Coanda, who's just going out there wrecking a set of tyres and then putting a new set on and bolting them on. But this is the difference now in pace. We're seeing VRS Coanda starting to pull away now as no more traffic to impede them, and 11 car, all Maximilian can do now is just drive as fast as he can and try and keep him in his sights.
Yeah, and I think Maximilian has done all that he needed to do for his strategy. He held up that VRS kind of SimSport car enough that I feel as, yes, he dives down the pit road, so he held the Coanda SimSport car up as much as he can, and now once he's passed, he immediately dives down pit road to put a new fresh set of tyres on.
That's Ben. That also allows Core Sim Racing now to take the second place as of now. Obviously they're on the fresher tyres as well, so I would expect them to catch the PRT white car anyway. Now what I imagine we're going to see here is a long stop from that PRT car. They're going to do probably tyres and fuel. We might even see a driver change as well. I'll keep an eye on that as that happens. But this is interesting because we're now seeing the first part of this strategy sort of be undertaken. But being told by our race director we have a battle in your GTS class corner between the 85 car and the 82 car.
Yes, we do, and that one is between the MSP Drivers Home 85 car, Team DFTBA car, and that Mercedes car right there, as they just have to be complying with a couple of GT traffic there. There goes Phoenix Motorsports, they go wide, and almost contact with a couple of other cars there. Phoenix Motorsports has lost quite a bit of time for that one. Radicals Online GT1 trying to get past the MSP Drivers Home car right now, will do that pretty easily. But yeah, this battle is getting relatively close, but Phoenix Motorsports running wide though. They have lost a couple of seconds at least from that.
A little bit irresponsible of them really to try and take to go that far into the corner and then go for the overtake. You saw how much that affected the Team DFTBA car having to sort of pull out of it. But again, that sort of also struck the MSP Drivers Home car as these cars again right nose to tail at this point coming into the back section of the circuit. Now I'm interested to see, these are two different cars here. We've got the Audi R8 and we've got the Mercedes AMG here. Both cars very quick, but the Mercedes arguably a bit quicker in a straight line. So we see I think there's a car in front of us, an Aston Martin. Let's see what the difference is down the straight here. Very good run out the corner from the Audi. This seems to be a bit better on corner exit. Here comes Phoenix now making their way past the straight line, probably a better pace for them to do it. See the straight line speed there, advantage of our GT class compared to our GTS class, but again not quite confident in the brakes as Phoenix. You see him struggling a bit into the corner, and all the while he's doing that he's actually losing time to the people behind him. I think where's the nearest car to him? The nearest car to him is actually no, he's our oh, we have a spinner. We have Rubaglin, number 46 car has spun. I'm just looking for the grid there. Sorry to shove that onto you, Hugo. See if I can get a time code for that.
Yeah,
you found that.
Yeah, it just gets on the curb a little bit. I believe this is in, it's in Sector 1, just coming out of turn number 2, 3, I believe, section. Yeah, just gets it on the curb and just hooks the car right around, gets the back end out and noses it with heavy damage into that tyre barrier.
So unlucky to do that, so easy to do that as well on this circuit. As soon as you get the car loose, his Aston Martin's very loose at the rear end. As soon as you're there, you're pretty much a passenger at this point, and that is a big blow for their race effort. But We should go back. We're going now to the 27 and the 2 car, which is JCL Sim Racing and Radicals Online. Side by side, as I pick up the camera here, going down. I think that's the back straight here as JCL Sim Racing goes to the inside. No, sorry, that's not the back straight. Apologies. We're just coming around the first part of the course now. But you see JCL going wide there on the second left-hander. Radicals up the inside. Contact between the two of them. Bryce is put wide there. There wasn't really much room there for Bryce. He was as far across as he could go. And contact again with the Radicals car. So that's another incident there for the Radicals car. We'll have to have another look at that and see if we can maybe break that down for you guys. But that is a big shame there for those two guys. Just having a look at the replay now. See JCL going as wide as they can. Radicals drift out, sort of bop them a little bit. I'm not too sure about that one. JCL I think did as much as they can to stay out of the way. Maybe Radicals sort of pretending they weren't there a little bit.
Yeah, and Radicals obviously have a little bit of a downforce disadvantage as well, because it looks like the front clip of that prototype car is gone. So yeah, that was quite unfortunate. Radicals Online just pushed a little bit too wide, just gave JCL Sim Racing a little bit of a door tap if these cars actually had doors. And yeah, I think the stewards will definitely be looking into that one.
We'll wait and see what that happens there. Of course, we are fortunate enough in this Neo Series to have live stewarding, so we'll give you that as it comes. But for JCL, of course, a couple of cars past them now. The Acme Racing car, I think, must have come in at some point, because I'm not seeing they've dropped back down again. Must have had a pit stop at some point. At your front of the field now, of course, we still have the VRS Coanda car out at the moment. I think we're expecting them to come in soon. Core Sim Racing in second place at the moment, with PRT Black in 12th place. We did have PRT Team White come into the pits. They were your leaders, of course. They were running a different strategy from the others, but they're now down in 5th place. So that's something to keep in mind as the race pans out.
Yes, indeed, as we actually see in your GTS field, number 82, Team DFTBA car just trying a little bit of a move on the MSP Drivers Home 85 car. This MSP Drivers Home 85 has been in all sorts of battles so far this race. We are just coming up to about the 2-hour mark at this point. They have also that Odox Motorsports Samsung car behind them, also in this fight. They're on the same lap together, so this is going to be an interesting three-way fight right here. They're absolutely nose to bumper, just coming out of V corner, coming down into the hairpin right now. There's some flashing lights behind. There's the Mancape 17 prototype car, just getting all very, very congested, coming down in through the hairpin, down onto the back straight right here. So we'll see the prototype car just get past at least one of these GTS cars to get a little bit more flashing lights. I think we need to put an epilepsy warning up on the stream.
Looking very bright and excitable here, of course, in Motegi. VRS Coanda Sport holding that lead, and Core Sim Racing also through to second place, as mentioned. We really are focusing, of course, on LMP White and what they've been doing. Of course, that pit stop now has been for tyres, Jimmy, so this is what we talked about, their alternate strategy. We're going to have to see where they filter out after another round of stops for the likes of Coanda, because they were very close. So extra added time on fresh tyres could be an advantage to them.
They were, as we said when we had that battle, it was very much in Coanda's interest to get past as quick as possible, and Vaneka made that very difficult for them, as this is right to do so. But now we're going to see this car moving a little bit quicker as he's trying to negotiate some DC traffic. It's side by side at the moment. I'm not quite sure if flashing your lights is going to help you get past any quicker there, Max, but just about got past there at the end. Yeah, Max is now, he's on his quick tyres now, so we can pretty much put the hammer down and go as fast as he can. But I'm wondering now if he's going to, after doing this first stop, if that was maybe an experiment, maybe to see how he came out, maybe we'll switch the other way around now. But we'll keep an eye on this. I'm interested to see how this develops.
It'll certainly be an exciting part of this race to follow for the Pure Racing Team White car. Of course, we know one of the stories of this race is the Pure Racing Team and their alternate strategies. We know their GTS car, Connery, did exactly the same thing. They did not take tyres, and the 77 car and the 82 car, there's some excitement going there, I believe.
Yes, it is. I believe the Team DFTBA car just got past the Odox Motorsports car right there. They're very, very close, coming through the hairpin right there. Absolutely nose to bumper. There's the one of the Radicals Online prototypes just coming through down this back straight here. Will he get the pass down on the Team DFTBA car as well? Team DFTBA is just going to get slightly held up, going side by side with the prototype. That allows Odox Motorsports to catch right back up as they come into the final sequence of corners coming down through a victory corner right now. No opportunities to pass yet. There's a little bit of the back end steps out a little bit on that Team DFTBA car, but they still managed to get a good run out of the corner.
They certainly did. DBFTA. Don't forget to be Awesome Team, which is a great team name for the record. We only hope more teams have such fantastic, or in this case, awesome team names. Are still holding that position over Odox Motorsports Samsung, I should say. After a fantastic battle, it's great seeing one of the Mercedes actually making a move on the Audis, especially an Audi that has been up in the top of your points tables. But Odox Motorsports third in the points with 26 at the moment in GTS category. Interesting though, Connery, there to see a Mercedes actually passing him. Is it an off day for Odox, or are the Mercedes actually stronger here? We aren't seeing many other examples of faster Mercedes with everybody else ahead of them in this category being Audis. Is this just a fluke?
I don't know, to be honest. Well, we've got Audis covering the whole of the top 5 in your GTS class currently. The highest placed Mercedes is Team DFTBA, and then it's an Audi, and then a couple of more Mercedes as well. So I think Team DFTBA is just the best of the Mercedes right now, just passing some of the perhaps a little bit slower or a little bit off the pace Audis.
You could say that they are the most awesome of the Mercedes.
You could say that, yes.
Yeah, we're really stretching this one, so we'll leave that there for now. We'll head up to the front as we've seen Coanda have been down pit road now for their service in the number 1 machine. They've dropped back to 3rd place. They're on pit road, just leaving now. And here comes LMP White. So they've gone back onto fresh tyres. They pitted about 5 laps before Coanda. Now they're on the same set of tyres here with fuel. This has definitely paid off, Jimmy, because they're ahead now, again.
It has, but of course bear in mind now, with the PRT car, if they're going to be doing a repeat of our last strategy around, the Coanda car, it's now up to Matt Backham, who's in that Coanda car now, to try and catch and pass the PRT team, because with that white car being ahead, yeah, it will be ahead for now, but if it's going to run a double stint again, then it's just going to be slower as the stint goes on. So at the moment, Coanda car is a little bit quicker. Matt Backham, I think, maybe having a little bit of twitch on his light button there as he's flashing lights all the way through the corners, which is, I think, I can do that. I can concentrate on doing that. But it's now all on Coanda to get past this PRT car again.
Well, that's if Coanda can get past the PRT car, of course. Last time they had a tyre advantage, this time they do not. Although it is maybe 3 laps of tyre advantage at this time, so could be an opportunity here for the Pure Racing Team LMP White car with Maximilian Benecki.
Oh, contact with Gecko car. Gecko Vortex just took out one of the GT cars, so looking down the field. That is one of your Corvettes.
That's Ashbury Motorsports. That's Ashbury Motorsports in their Corvette. We're going to get a replay for you. And it's showing now on the screen to the inside of the corner after Ashbury turned in. Round the pair of them go. Pretty standard incident there, Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, we're used to that sort of thing a lot. The Gecko Vortex car, maybe the Ashbury car not quite seeing the HPD, but the Gecko wasn't quite close enough really to make that stick. Maybe should have backed out of that. Both cars could have actually facilitated that a little bit better. But that's the result there. When both people are stubborn, you end up with a spin, and both that's going to be probably looked at by the stewards as well. I think they're probably a racing incident in my eyes, but we'll see.
We certainly will, as we've had contact between the 27 GCL Sim Racing car and...
Lead for your prototype cars. PRT White is now right with the core team, goes up the inside of the core team. Now that's why I got stuck behind a little bit of traffic there, and that has PRT White up into first now. I'm not quite sure what happened to core. They had a 3-second advantage going over the start finish line there, so there might have been some sort of incident there for the core sim racing team, but that is the 11 car now passed and up into first position.
It certainly is, and a great move there by Pure Racing LMP White. We talked about them being under attack by Coanda, and it seems like they've been going on the attack themselves, as this now puts VRS Coanda in a 3rd position overall. We do expect Core Sim Racing still need to do their 2nd pit stop. They do, so this is... no, they've pitted. They've already pitted, so they've actually come out of the pits here, Jimmy, in this position. So this is now, unfortunately for them, out of the spot, so we are seeing a much faster run here from Benecki. Now he has fresh tyres. Could have been a one-off first double stint to change position, because this seems to have worked for them.
Well, the real loser in all of this is Coanda, so they are leading the after the first round of pit stops, and now they're down in 3rd place, so their strategy obviously not quite running as hot, or a couple of bad outlaps from them. That Core Sim Racing car has not taken this line down, striving for the traffic on the last part of the circuit now as they run up to T1 again to complete another lap. But that Kawani car will lose it here. They're now down in 3rd place, and they're about just over 5 seconds off the rest of the field. Just over 2 seconds, I should say, sorry, off our leader, and in traffic, so bad for them.
Fortunate traffic for your leader now. The number 11 car was stuck there behind the car of Atomic Motorsports, is now side by side with Core Sim Racing and Pure Racing Team LMP White. Core Sim Racing get through back to the lead here, and this will only help bring Coanda back into the action from 3rd position as Toro Motorsports ahead of them in the GT category. Lights are flashing on the prototypes now as Core will go through on the inside.
Just that ebb and flow again, Rachel.
It is a significant ebb and flow. It really is, as we're seeing a definite change in the dynamic here as Core and Frederick Rasmussen pushing much harder here, trying their best to get past one of the Mercedes there. No problem for either of those cars, as Pure seem to be on a bit of a recharge here. They're coming back at this one, trying to catch up again to Core. Will we see them get them on the run past the old pits here up towards 90-degree corner? We need to keep our eyes on what's going on. There's a very poor exit there by Pure Racing Team LMP White. Oldest tyres out of these 3 cars, but only by a matter of laps here, Jimmy.
Yeah,
it does seem as though Core woke up.
Yeah, I do wonder now what Max is going to do, because if he is going to be doing a double stint again this time, he can't really be in these fights. He can't be really burning those tyres up on this first stint unless he wants to try and maybe go back to what the other people are doing out there. But it seems again we're getting some more traffic here. Traffic is definitely dictating how these front 3 are running right now. Of course, don't forget that just behind these two leaders here, we have VRS Coand cars. They're always looking a little bit threatening behind us. Core goes very wide there through the first corner. Side by side, they're going to go 3 wide for this GT. Core runs off the circuit to try and pass GT, just about makes it stick. Has a little bit of wiggle on the grass there, although not what I would have liked to have done. That would have been a bit of a scary moment there for the Core Sim Racing car. Just about keeping the lead though from Max Benecke, and of course again that PRT White car having a little bit of an advantage in a straight line. Seems to be a little bit faster on the downforce than a lot of his competitors around it, so just pulls back in again, coming down this little back straight and into these slow right-handers, slows it all down again. It's very close between these guys at the moment.
It certainly is, and the gathering between the Mercedes there would have been very nervous having the 3 wide moment with prototypes either side of them in the run towards that first corner. Pure Racing Team looking like they're trying to fight back here. Max Benecke is pushing forwards a little bit. We have a stop and go for the number 2 car, I believe. Paul Ilbrink, black flag 15 seconds for avoidable contact. That was an incident with the Radicals Online machine, we believe.
That'd be the
Actually,
one with,
no.
JCL,
Is that Paul Ilbrink?
Yeah, Radicals. No, sorry. No, that's
No,
still Sam still in the car.
Oh, he is Radicals. It's with Sem Bulambaski behind the wheel at the moment, so that's what threw us off there. Not sure why they're giving a penalty to the driver who isn't in the car, but Sam has been in for the last 40 minutes or so I don't think Paul Ilbrink has actually been in the car yet.
Maybe
Being told the penalty goes to the car, not the driver, so that's probably why it confused us. But looking back to the very frontier race, the prototype battle, a number of cars on pit road, both of the Sim RC cars and Vendaval Racing all leaving pit road together. As running into turn number 1 is Core Sim Racing and Pure Racing Team LMP White. Coanda Simsport have actually dropped 3/10 here. They have dropped back a little bit there, Jimmy. This is a little bit more unusual. Max flashing his headlights at those distant cars he was chasing. Does seem to be running a bit more of a patient stint here, waiting for something to happen with the cars ahead of him.
Well, we're looking at pure pace. You know, it's about a 3/10 difference between the 3 cars, with Core actually just marginally having the faster lap here, but again coming into more traffic. And it does seem like the VRS Coand car is lacking the actual overall pace at the moment compared to the front 2. Of course, that can change in traffic with how the drivers handle that situation as they come to them. Again now, bit of GT traffic bringing our P1 leader, prototype leaders a bit close together again. You see now Max just carrying the speed through the corner. You see how much time he gains there, because Frederick Rasmussen has to be slower behind the Audi. He has to sort of take a bit of a slower line, and of course these cars are all about downforce, so any opportunity for Max to go that little bit quicker through the turn when Frederick is being held up is going to be used. Again, coming onto the back straight now, let's see what sort of exits we get from these 2 corners. Just seems like Core cars a bit more traction at the rear at this point. Maybe it's a little bit more of a patient right foot from Frederick Rasmussen at this point, but the PRT car, again, just still hanging on. This is what we've seen from this car. It's just being able just to hang with the car in front with them, despite tyre wear or despite what part of the stint they're on. That's what's keeping them in the fight at the moment.
It very much is. And looking down towards your GTS category, Connery, things are a little on the quieter side. We do have strength, as always, from Atomic Motorsports. They are running very, very well at the moment.
Sorry, just very quickly butt in. About third place in GT now, going side by side with an HPD between them. That is VRS Coanda Simple and Thrustmaster Mavano Racing GT. Very lucky to spot that one, as Coanda going wide now, trying to go around the outside of the first of the two left-handers. Mavano does have the line here, but there's a grip in that Corvette, just smashing it off the corner there. A little bit of a wiggle as it comes off the curb, but that is Coanda through and up into third place. I was wondering why Renz was going so quickly, and there he is. Renz broken back in the car and looking to make up from his earlier mistakes.
Very much is. The 48 car there pushing very hard, getting past Thrustmaster Mavano Racing GT and Jorge Montanes, as Renz Broekman pushing forwards here up into a podium spot for this one. Lucasfeld Core Motorsports running in second place, well, they're first place now, as we believe Torrent have done their pit stop with Kevin Siggy. Lucasfeld having a very, very strong day at the moment. Coanda Simsport though, Jimmy, you are right. Very, very dominant pass back there. Looking like Renz might be rejuvenated after his first stint in a few incidents we saw from them. So perhaps we could see a different driver in the car now than what we saw start the race.
I'm sure he went away, had a massage. I know these sim racing team budgets are up in the millions, so I'm sure he went away, got his head back in the game again. But just saying that, we had our P1 leaders, or sorry, prototype leaders, come back through again, and still very close between the two at the front. To see the core sim racing car giving it as much as he can, coming out of the last corner there, getting it sideways again. And again, Coanda car is sort of in the background as he passes its sister car now, but it's not falling back too fast. He just isn't on the pace of the other guys. He's about a tenth or so slower a lap, and it's just starting to fall back. Even with traffic, he isn't able to bring the gap to bring it down at all. So Matt Backen put it all to work for at the moment.
Well, you talk about these huge budgets in sim racing, but Martin Kroenke, Renz's teammate, actually told me they only bought him a Mars bar when he won the World Championship, so not quite off for a massage unless he can provide his own at the moment. Although they are running in third place with that car. It's not where we expected Matt Back and Mitchell de Jong to be. The car was very strong initially, Jimmy, and you as well, Connery. This car was really strong on pace. But we've seen strategy be the real order of the day so far. These weather conditions have proved you can try and shake things up, and we might see something unusual from some of the other teams perhaps later in this one, as just up ahead of the Pure Racing Team LMP White, the 11 car in very heavy traffic there, trying to work their way through the RSO car.
Yes, they are, and they get through pretty cleanly right here. And I'm just going to bring us back to the GTS field, in fact. We've had some of your cars come down on the pit road already, the likes of the Pure Racing Team GTS car, the Team RSO car, and the Shinya Mashimi car as well. Pure Racing GTS car, they were actually leading by about 15 seconds when they came in for their pit stop, and that was actually on those double stinted tires as well. So I think the double stint strategy is the one you want to be on in the GTS field right now.
Also, a quick note, we also have a penalty for Dennis Garisi and the guys from Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. That's 16 for the contact they had with the car, the Ashbury Motorsports machine, going down in towards the end of the lap. That's a black flag for them, 15 seconds. So they will be down pit road. We have also Odox and DBTFA BBQ LOL also in pit road as well for their service. I'm going to keep adding letters to that team name, Jimmy.
Please don't, I'll forget it as we go on. It's hard enough to remember as it is, but I'm still keeping an eye on our overall lead at the moment. This gap isn't really opening up a little bit. I mean, it's very hard as an endurance commentator to see a gap that's so close and then not sort of sit there and just watch it. I mean, it's sort of stabilising now, about 8 tenths to a second. Of course, it's traffic is coming into effect now. Now we're seeing some slower prototype traffic, which is very interesting. How is that going to affect things? Because this guy in front is a Fusion car, isn't really making things very easy for them. I think it's sort of making them go around the outside there, not really helping out at all in terms of that blue flag. So obviously blue flag rules a little bit different to what you probably expect in a sprint race. It's more just of a notification letting you know there's someone behind you. Of course, there are penalties for blocking and getting in the way, but not quite the free corner rule you get in Formula racing, but still it's common courtesy to sort of get out of the way if you aren't in contention for the lead.
To just clarify the iRacing Sporting Code and the new endurance rules, the blue flags here do stipulate there are a notification that a car on a different lap to you is 1.5 seconds behind. It is a warning. It is not a order of you must allow them to pass, as it is in Formula 1. So in this case, it is purely a notification. Just wanted to make that clear for our viewers, of course, as we are watching now, as the traffic is, of course, a major factor in endurance racing. Blue flags would be waved constantly if that was the case, and are, but in this case, they're more of a courtesy than a order from race control, as cones get scattered there by Core Sim Racing. As poor cones on that corner have been scattered to the four winds for the entire race so far, so we've had some very brave marshals running out to reset those between prototypes coming past, taking as much curb as they possibly can. Heavy traffic ahead here. This could be a factor for Core Sim Racing, as up ahead of them their sister Audi GTS car and the JCL prototype as well. So this could make things very interesting here, as Jimmy, we've just seen a position swap finally for Iris and Crimson from the Sim RC stable of GT cars.
Yeah, that's sort of swapping base as things go, just to let the faster car run in front, but that's not really what we're looking at right now. I think we have on screen, over on below, we have the 90 and the 72 car at the moment, Twink Motorsport and Thrustmaster Movano GTS team. Connery, this is your ballpark, but I'm seeing Stefan there at the wheel of the Thrustmaster Movano car being quite feisty, but very very close into the braking zone now of the Atomic car in front, but not close enough that we can make any sort of attempt position at all at this point. It's been a pretty decent race for the Movano guys, so I'm not running top of the bunch so far, but doing a pretty good job of things.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well. During the first stint, actually, Thrustmaster Movano did close up a gap by a couple of seconds to Atomic Motorsport, so as long as the drivers are the same right now, I think Van Genechten has been in that Atomic Motorsports car, Atomic Motorsports Audi since the very start of this race, so we might be seeing a driver change for him soon, since the pit window is coming up for these GTS cars. But yeah, Thrustmaster Movano, they're having a pretty good race right now, and they are looking to gain the lead of this race at some point, but I think the pit cycle will disrupt things.
We will do, of course, just to remind you, this is actually for the lead of the GTS class, as I didn't think I made that very clear when we came here there. So this is Thrustmaster running second in class at the moment, chasing down leaders of the number 90 Twink Motorsport car at the moment. And of course, even if it isn't going to work out in terms of a long term, it's always good to have laps led next to your name, isn't it? That's always a good thing, especially if you have real life sponsors, as some of these people do.
Very much so, as they come to lap the Simatok Audi R8 there, as the Thrustmaster Movano car still very, very close at this stage, but caught there behind one of the Corvettes. That was Racing Lions, I believe, that the Thrustmaster Movano car was caught behind. We did say how close this could be between the GTS and GT cars, of course, with the GTS cars able to brake much deeper than the GT cars, especially that Corvette. So this could make things quite difficult here, as the gap widening now, much to the enjoyment of the Atomic Motorsports team. EF having a fantastic race in that car, as behind them Thrustmaster Movano and Stefan Muztajar having a very, very tough race. These two pushing super hard at the moment. In fact, yet to be lapped by your class leaders. They're scored a lap ahead of third place Radicals Online Pro-Am. The Racing Lions car gets through there, so now it's back to the fight between the Atomic Motorsports car and Thrustmaster Movano. Here comes Phoenix's Corvette C6R to get through. Jimmy is prodding me here in the commentary booth, asking to say something. We'll let Jimmy say what he wants to say.
It's a mild problem the best, but we have here a fight in our GT classes. This is for 6th place, I believe, between the 34 car and the 32 car, which is, sorry, that's the 7th place between the Irish and Vendevel. And Sim RC Irish has had a little bit of a bad couple of laps. It was ahead of its namesake. It was ahead of the 33 car, but it seems a couple of mistakes sort of brought that back in now, which is the Team Chimera car. Bear in mind that car is a long way down, making a very big dive there in the Vendevel car. I'm not quite sure if that was entirely necessary, given how far down they are, but of course I'm probably wanting to try and bring back a little bit of time. But yeah, it seems as if 34 car is currently struggling with its tyres. We saw these cars going a little bit longer in fuel as well, so maybe trying to be a little bit more preservative, but not quite managing it here. So we'll keep an eye on this fight.
We certainly will. And things have been very exciting so far for us in the first 2 hours here of the 6 hours of Twin Ring Motegi here for the new Endurance Series round number 3, and the action is still all up in the air. Who will win each of the categories? Well, so far only one has been dominated. That has been Hukkersveld Core Motorsports dominating in your GT field. Atomic Motorsports, well, the fight is close for them, and they're on pit road right now. for service. This will be their second pit stop. Thrustmaster Movano also on pit road. We'll actually have a quick look at this and see what's going on between those two. Who will have the better stop? Will anyone choose to not take tyres? Look how close they are in their pit boxes, first and second.
Yep, there's also been a driver change for both cars as well. Van Nepping is out of the car and Johan Andersen is back in the car for that Atomic Motorsports team. And Muljesnar is out of the car for the Thrustmaster Movano racing team, and Marco De Cunto is now behind the wheel. So driver change for both of your leading GTS cars.
It certainly is, and we'll see when they both leave pit road. Will anyone not take tyres? Will anyone take a little bit less fuel to just get that track position? This is, of course, for the lead of your GTS field. And with both crews working feverishly on these two cars, we'll see who will get that advantage and get away in time. And it's looking like Thrustmaster Movano will do it just. Marco De Cunto is getting out there ahead of Atomic Motorsports, who are just now leaving. That is a big gap. Maybe not taking tyres there from Movano, although it doesn't seem like it could have been that quick difference, but a much faster pit stop from the Movano car and Movano team ahead of Atomic Motorsports. What we're going to do, we're going to go on board right now with the 90 car from Atomic Motorsports as Johan Andersen attempts to catch back up to Thrustmaster Movano here and give you some RaceSpot TV fan immersion. That was a great on board there with the Atomic Motorsports team as they've been trying to chase down Thrustmaster Movano, who've been doing considerably better since that pit cycle. So looking like the shorter stop was not something that's held them up at the moment. Jimmy, of course, up in your GT category, we've seen this balanced performance be a real factor so far this season. In fact, the most controversial factor in the New Endurance Series Season 3 has been trying to balance out this Corvette, C6R and the Aston Martin. So far, it's not looking like they've got it right. Although, as we do say with the GTS category, it does seem as though most of the fast teams are actually just running Aston Martins anyway, so maybe it's a false positive.
Yeah, it's a hard one to sort of really put a definitive answer down on. Of course, we've got the Coanda car, which has been catching the number 66 Torrent car over the last couple of laps. It is still going. It's still progressing nicely at the circuit, but we've seen a sort of a reason for that. That Corvette is set up in a very aggressive way. A lot of oversteer from the Corvette, as Connery pointed out earlier on. That sort of snap oversteer, I think it's part of that setup to get the car selling as well as they possibly can. But of course, when the tyres get a bit worn, obviously you've got 590 odd horsepower on the rear wheels of that Corvette. When you're putting your foot down with worn tyres, it's very easy for that thing to spin around. But it seems the other guys maybe in the Corvette opting for a safer strategy, a safer setup, which means they aren't quite as fast. And of course, running a little bit further down the field. But I do still think that we aren't quite there on BOP in that case. But that isn't a decision for us to make; it's a decision for the Neo guys to make. Of course, Connery, we had a similar sort of thing with your DTS guys as well.
Yes, we do. We just have all of the Audis at front right now. As we look at the 2 and the 27 car, I believe, at least the 2 car and the 15 car right here. They're just coming up to the lap, and there is the 27 actually just getting... as they go side by side through here, actually, coming through the last sector. Now is actually Radicals on the line through on that JCL sim racing car, so that was a little bit of a surprise for me there. I wasn't exactly paying that much attention, but that was the JCL Sim Racing car just getting held up a little bit as the Friction Racing car on fresh tyres we suspect was coming through, and JCL lost the position, so yeah.
Very opportunist there by Radicals, just sort of following the traffic through, which is good to see. Of course, our fight at the front is always going to be close. We'll keep an eye on that. We are definitely aware there's only a second between our leaders right now, but it's sort of holding steady at the moment as traffic is keeping things around the 1 second mark of Coanda, sort of sitting back a little bit further. Now, gap now from the leader to VRS Coanda is down to 4 seconds, so that gap has opened up a little bit over the last couple of laps.
One we are keeping our eyes on here is JCL Sim Racing and Radicals Online, as we mentioned previously. That is one that's not done yet, we suspect, as the Radicals Online car are definitely keeping themselves in contention for this one. And just up ahead, of course, we still have the Acme Racing Machine, who is being caught by traffic. We've got your class leader from GT there, Hookersfeld Core Motorsports. And this one is far from done. Because once again, this battle for 12th place overall, Jimmy, is still staying a factor, which is pretty impressive at this stage.
Yeah, it's nice to see these guys. They're coming back together again now. We had a couple of incidents earlier on, of course, of that JCL car and the Radicals car actually putting the JCL car around, which I don't think we actually... I think we did see a penalty for that in the end, didn't we? Yeah, we did see a stop and hold there for the Radicals Online, which has put them back into this fight again. So they're back for 12th, 13th and 14th. And this is a fight that's been going on for about 45 minutes now. It's been pretty much raining for a long time. But the Radicals car, I think, is the fastest out of the 3 cars, but it's just had those incidents that sort of put it back into the pack a little bit more. The last lap from Paul Ubrink there was a 1:40.7, and then compare that to the Acme car for 1:43.4. So there you go, 3 seconds in the last lap alone. That Radicals car really is flying, but I fear it's a little bit too late. 2 laps down the leader at this point.
That would seem to be the case, unfortunately for those guys. Not going to be for the race win, but they're still going to battle as though it is. As we have them passing through
PRT off in a big way there. They had contact there with Aston Martin, I think it was. Aston Martin swerved in the braking zone there, contact the front, and I think there's probably damage now to that PRT car, having to take to the grass to avoid that, come back onto the circuit. I think managed to avoid any more trouble there, but that is big for our race, that is.
Replay up for you now, as it was PRT White, the number 11 car. A huge moment there, as a movement in the braking zone by one of your Aston Martins. That is absolutely huge. That's a 57 car. Yes, they are damaged. The 57 machine, I believe, from Zen Racing, who've already had a penalty, moved in the braking zone, and PRT are off again. They've crashed a second time. this looks terminal for Maximilian Benecke. They were coming up behind Zen Racing once again, and they've just gone off the circuit.
Yeah, there, what happened there, the PRT car was crabbing down the back straight. There's suspension damage, obviously quite severe there, and then trying to break the braking zone, just the cars pulled to the inside and went into the wall, so Benecke opting to pull it over there. But that is terrible luck for the PRT time. They were going so well with that alternate strategy, and now, due to the carelessness of the GT car, and that was pretty much inexcusable from that Aston Martin there, has caused that battle now to be over and done. That is very bad luck for the 11 car.
We're back live. Unfortunately, PRT LMP White having bad luck again, just like they did at, of course, Sebring, where they lost the race they dominated. It will not be their time again this round, as VRS Crown Sim Sports are currently in second place behind Core Sim Racing, 5 seconds separating the front two, as now we have a different battle with PRT out of the running. Trustmaster Bavano HPD are in third place now, with Pure Racing Team LMP Black having to hold their team's honour in this fight. A huge incident enough there for Pure LMP White and Zen Racing. Zen clearly not understanding that karma also plays a role.
This is just why PRT are not, they're not high up in the standings. We see them being very quick in all these races, but they just seem to have these issues each race. That one wasn't so much their fault, but luck is a factor as well, unfortunately. It just seems that another bad round for the PRT guys. Sorry, Connery, what were you going to say?
I was about to say the exact same thing, in fact. These kind of instances are the reason why the PRT cars aren't really up there in points, as you say. Just it's not really their own fault. That one definitely wasn't their own fault with that GT car, and I have no doubt the stewards will definitely be looking at that one.
I can imagine the stewards will be all over that incident as they try and resolve what was a very bizarre move, Jimmy. The Aston Martin panicked, it seems. They didn't just move in a braking zone, they swapped sides mid-corner.
I mean, we talk about, again, as a prototype driver, we talk about how we like GTs to be in traffic, and the idea is you're predictable. That Aston Martin already has picked his line, and that's why we saw the PRT car, the white car, go to the left, because he thought the Aston Martin was going to stay there. And the Aston Martin just changed their mind, effectively. They went straight back over the circuit, and then that's why we had contact in the end. But I think we have a battle at the moment between the 82 and the 83 car.
We do, and that is Team Don't Forget to Be Amazing, Awesome, or Astute. Not sure which at the moment, with the 83 MSP Drivers Home Mercedes. So we actually have Mercedes on Mercedes action here, as should we say the Mercedes class has its own little battle going on. And it has been that MSP Drivers Home 85 car has been stronger so far. So the 83 even has been stronger really than Don't Forget to Be Awesome, but they do seem to have dropped off recently as those rotors are glowing bright here in the evening of Japan. But DBTFA are definitely just finding this mid-stint performance, Connery.
Yeah, they are. We'll see what the times are as they come across the line right here down the pit straight. We have there's the line. So DMTF TPA did a 151.2, and the MSP Drivers Home actually did a 150.1. So actually the MSP Drivers Home 83 car are absolutely flying right now. We may see them having a little look at a pass at some point during this lap, maybe as they come down into the braking zone off turn 2. There goes Team DFTBA, they push wide. It closes up, MSP Drivers Home close up to turn 3 right here. They will have the draft coming down into turn 4. I think this one is going to be inevitable, Rachel.
I think it could be at this stage, Connery, as Team MSP Drivers Home looking a little stronger right now. We do have news, by the way. Team Pure Racing, Team LMP White have retired their car. No repairs will be done for them. They are retiring that car, so no further involvement will be for that team. So Maximilian Benecke and his co-drivers are out of this event. MSP Drivers Home 83 car looking stronger here of this pair. Been trailing for a number of laps now as they look to the inside very late in the braking zone. Huge lunge there by MSP Drivers Home and Marcel Bosman. And he makes the move stick. Beautiful pass there, Connery, by that Mercedes.
That was a very, very brave move and very actually very late as well. It just sort of happened as Team DFTBA was a little bit earlier on the brakes, as we see some traffic just coming through. That was Trustmaster Bavano Racing, a GT car just getting past the Team DFTBA car right here. But I think the MSP Drivers Home car can now just get ahead and stretch his legs.
That was very much an Ashley Sutton move, if I could suggest that amongst my British co-commentators.
I guess it can, but it's not going to transfer well to the international audience, I don't think.
Yeah.
Of course, referencing BTCC driver Ashley Sutton, one of the MG drivers, who does like his late, shall we say, looks to the inside. Certainly a very opportunistic move there. And he makes that one stick rather fantastically, as we are looking now. We're going to have a look back towards the front of your field. VRS Conda Sim Sport dropping back from Core Sim Racing here, Jimmy. They're a second adrift now from where they were a few laps ago. 6 seconds now between your front two cars. Are Coanda saving time and fuel here, or are we looking at Core Sim Racing might be taking a victory?
Well, I think we're a bit too early to decide that at this point with over 3.5 hours to go, but we're seeing Core pulling away. You're saying they are taking the initiative in this race and are taking the reins. VRS Coanda not quite being able to match that pace. Like I said, 6 seconds down now. That gap was about a second after the pit stop, so that's 5 seconds gained there. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that gap and see if there are any sort of strategy differences or any sort of variances there. At the moment, they're running the same strategy of destroy the laps over the tyres over a stint and then come back in for a fresh set. The battle at the moment, but I think this is for third in class at the moment between about sixth in class. Apologies, between the MSP Drivers Home Car and Radicals Online Pro-Am car. It was still going, they were pretty close. Then we had a little bit of traffic come through. That was our VRS Coanda GT car sort of sliding between the pair of them. They've opened the gap back up again, but at the moment it looks like their Radicals Online Pro-Am car is that little bit quicker than the MSP Drivers Home.
That would seem to be the case, as Radicals Online now are actually beginning to catch up here, and the MSP Drivers Home 85 has been very strong so far. Of course, we've seen some great racing from them, but as it stands, not enough. Looking back towards Thrustmaster Bavano, Connery and Atomic Motorsports, Thrustmaster Bavano really held on to this one. It's spectacular what they've done, jumping them in the pit stop, and Atomic Motorsports have not even come close to responding.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic stuff from Thrustmaster Bavano. They are around about 3.5 seconds ahead of Atomic Motorsports at this point. Some of that may be due to the driver change or just them becoming more comfortable with the car at this point. But yeah, Thrustmaster Bavano Racing, they're just doing very, very well. That relative gap now, I should say, is up to about 3.8 seconds. So they've just pulled out about 0.3 of a second while I've been talking.
A great performance by Thrustmaster Bavano Racing, as Diaconto there doing a great job behind the wheel. Actually, a really strong performance from him, a 49.3 last time by the line. And it's about, shall we say, 4/10 off what we've seen the fastest lap by Stefan Musjar, their previous driver in that car, did on lap 28, so about an hour ago. And Marco doing a fantastic job there. His lap times have been fairly consistent, actually. He's had some low 49s more often than not, but averaging laps have been a little bit higher, so it seems as though he is drifting around this marker point, whereas his average has been slightly faster than we've seen from Stefan, so a definite pickup in performance there from Thrustmaster Bavano, whereas for Atomic Motorsports, Jeff was in the car before, averaging 49 fives, and since Johan Hansen's been in that car, we've seen
We have actually been seeing, in fact, just a couple of tenths slower for Johan Anderson than his teammate in that Atomic Motorsports #1 car. He's just running in the a couple of high 149s going into the 150s as well. So Johan Anderson a little bit slower than his teammate, and that has just meant that Thrustmaster Bavano has managed to get away a little bit.
So that's basically the way of endurance racing, really. You have maybe a faster driver and a slower driver, and they'll come out at different points in terms of strategy. Of course, just going back to our GT field, Hussein Core, we haven't really talked about this much this race, currently with Niels Koch driving the car. They've just been running a clinic at the moment. They're currently out clear by about 10-15 seconds from Torrent Motorsports at this point. And just no sign of anyone really catching them at this point. It's been a very good, a very clean race, and that's what you need in these endurance races. You need to be sitting down and just putting in consistent laps, and that is what Niels Koch is doing in that core car. Something else to mention as well is that the number 24 car, Team Chimera, of course, who went a long way down at the start, now coming back through the field. They are still 6 laps down on our leaders at the moment, so they are a long way off the prototypes, but they are just coming through that, nearly through the GT class now, so getting onto the back of our the last of our prototypes, which will be good for them in terms of points, but of course still a long way to go before they actually get any laps back on their opponents. The next prototype is 4 laps up the road from them, so they've got a lot to do. Jack Keithley currently the wheel of that Team Chimera car.
many laps down from what we've seen there, of course. not what they'd like to be position-wise, but they are recovering some spots, moving their way up for a couple of points, which mean prizes, of course. And as your points leaders, not to their advantage, of course, with Coanda being only 3 points behind them, and Core Sim Racing being 4 points behind them. Very tight at the front of your prototype championship points, of course. So everything matters, and this will really hurt Chimera. If anything, this could drop them out at the top of the points and see Pure Racing Team actually promoted upwards. They have, we think, enough points to get a result on that podium after this round. We'll look at those numbers for you. Core Sim Racing are widening the gap yet again. It's in the 2.5 up over Coanda. Last time by 38.7 for Frederick Rasmussen and Mac Backham 39.6. So we're seeing a distinct difference there, Jimmy. That's a second a lap.
The way to say that is pace now. Obviously, we do see lap times going up and down because of the traffic on the circuit. But it does seem that Frederick Rasmussen, behind that Core Sim Racing HVD, just seems to have the bit between his teeth at the moment, really putting in some really impressive laps, which is what they need right now, of course. From what I know, these guys are on completely the same strategy, so it is just a race on track. But we might see Coanda, after seeing the PRT White team having success with the double stint, we might see them change their mind. Of course, bear in mind we still do have the PR Team Black car in contention as well, which I believe is still running the double stint strategy, so they'll always be a bit of a threat, although they are a minute down on Core right now. So all Frederick can do right now from his point of view is just put in as many fast laps as possible before coming into the pit stop. I know that sounds like a given as an endurance driver, but you have to understand that if you are maybe doing a double stint on tyres, you have to change your driving style. You have to be a little bit softer on the front, a little bit softer on the brakes as well, whilst trying to maintain speed, whereas Frederick, from all intents and purposes, is just out there to wreck tyres and get a new set on, so he can go as fast as he possibly can, which is, when you're a driver, is always the most fun.
From what we're aware of, Pure Racing Team LMP Black are on the normal strategy. It was LMP White that were using the alternate approach, unless things have changed for Pure Racing Team LMP Black. In fact, they might, with the way things are going, as there could be a podium in their future if that is the case. They're only being roughly 20 seconds behind Trustmaster Movano Racing's 3 car. Looking down our field at the 85 and the 84 again. This is the battle between Radicals Online and, of course, the MSP Drivers Home 85 car. Radicals Online have dropped back a bit now, as here comes the sister car, prototype from behind. Radicals doing what they can to try and catch up now to the MSP Drivers Home car. They need to have been closer, Connery, than they are right now, but things just stagnating somewhat.
Yeah, they definitely have been similar on pace. They've been stuck together for the past about 2 hours at this point, so currently it's the MSP Drivers Home with the advantage out front there, and faster by about 0.3 of a second the last time by. We have news of a stop and hold penalty for car number 37, I believe that one is.
Yes, that's we have the Radicals Online GT1 car with a stop and hold, 15 seconds, avoidable contact. Seems to be the story of the night here in Japan, as we are joined by a special guest, or shall we say, a returning special person. Cam Walsh is with us.
Are you saying I'm a special person just because I'm American?
No, I'm saying you're special because we love you, Cam.
Oh, okay. Alright. Well, I get confused easily. Yes, hello. It is, of course, New Endurance. We're under the lights here at Twin Ring Motegi. How is that gone?
Well, we'll fill you in, Cam, as we fill in everybody else who's just joined us, of course. Don't forget you can catch live timing from live.neo-endurance.com, where you can keep up to date on pit stops, timing, laps, and drivers for the field. You can also see live protest results as the stewards complete them. But how have things been going so far? We've had some drama early on. We've lost both of the Chimera prototypes. Both are running again. Chimera cars, I should say. Both are running again. We had the evolving story of a unique strategy of double stinting from Pure Racing Team LMP White. Although, unfortunately, they are out of the race after a contact with Zen Racing from GT1. At the moment, it is Core Sim Racing having a blitzing time running ahead of VRS Coanda Sim Sport for your prototype field. Thrustmaster Movano prototype in 3rd place. Down in your GT1 category, it's been very quiet with Huddersfield Core Motorsports leading the way all race long. Torrent Motorsports in 2nd with VRS Coanda Sim Sport, the only Corvette, in 3rd. Down in your GTS field, it is, of course, Atomic Motorsports once again being a dominant force in that field with the Shinyamas Jimmy Sim Racing at the moment in second, with MSP Drivers Home in third. Cam, it's been very busy so far. Racing under the lights at its fair share of, shall we say, pushing and shoving. Unfortunately, it's hurt more teams than others.
Well, I see that after 2 hours and 36 minutes of racing, only 5 prototypes on your lead lap. That's a fairly impressive pace then from Core and from VRS. They're only 8 seconds behind. I wonder how. Everyone seems to be interacting. Those yellow headlights from those GT1 cars, well, they seem a little out of place, but at the same time, that's how you can always tell what a GT car is. And Twin Ring Motegi, I don't I don't normally see sports cars here, so it looks like they seem to be having a fairly good time of it.
They very much do, as the sports cars are having a fantastic race here under the lights at Twin Ring Motegi. Things are going very well here in the new Endurance Series. 20 minutes now from the halfway mark in this race, and things are going fantastically. Going to be expecting pit stops very soon for your prototype field. Core Sim Racing expected in any time soon. Frederick Rasmussen to be heading to the pit road in the next few moments. VRS Coranda Sim Sport in second place. Thrustmaster Mavano in third. Running a very patient race. 40 seconds back from your lead pair. Jimmy, at the moment, GT1 is a little on the quiet side. It does seem as though your leader are very much impossible to catch. Hockersfeld Core Motorsports looking very dominant.
Well, as I was saying earlier on, the Core Motorsports car hasn't really put a foot wrong today. I've seen, I think, maybe one little mistake from them when they ran onto the grass at our 90-degree corner at the end of the back straight. Of course, that downhill braking zone very easy to be caught out on. But otherwise, they've been pretty solid. You know, they're the only car that is 5 laps down as opposed to 6 laps down on the prototype leaders so far, so they are ahead by that much. I think the guy to watch right now is probably Renz Bergman, the VRS Commander car. He was catching the Toro Motorsport car, but it seemed to sort of come off the boil a little bit now.
Oh, big off, sorry Jimmy, from the 16 car, Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. The Gecko has been playing in the sand, we think, because they've had a mechanical failure, we believe. That car going straight off at the hairpin. It does look mechanical, so a mechanical issue there for Gecko Vortex. That will drop them down some time, and we'll have to see if they can recover from this, but not where they'd want to be.
No, it almost looks as if something had fallen apart mechanically with the car. He has gotten that car off and away, so they didn't have to pull it into the garage. But very strange, almost like the steering systems managed to disconnect themselves, and you had to quickly hustle and bustle to try to get that reorganized. But for Dennis Garis, I mean, that's pretty frightening, because once that happens once, that is always going to be in the back of your head every single lap now for the time he gets out of that car.
It really is, and he's done a good job to recover that car and keep going, of course, saving them having to tow back to pit road. They're back on the circuit and moving again, so should be fine for them at the moment. They'll lose some time to your race leaders. They'll hopefully still be going. Connery, do we have anything going on down in your GTS field?
Not really all that much going on down in your GTS field right now. The closest battle that I can see right now is between, if I can actually find them. Yes, it was the Pure Racing Team GT. No, actually they are a couple of laps apart. So it is very, very quiet here down in your GTS field. Currently your leader is that PRT GTS team. They are on their double stinting strategy, so it looks like they won't take tires on this next stop when they come in right here, which shouldn't be too long right now, just in the next 20 minutes or so.
Hopefully that will be the case, and we'll see this pit stop cycle go through with no particular issues, as we'll keep our eyes on what's going on. At the moment, the GT field, we do have SimRC Crimson back again ahead of the sister car Iris. We're definitely seeing a reversal here for once, that the Crimson car are doing considerably better, Jimmy.
The Iris car had a couple of really interesting issues with the race going on. It seems to not be working as well of a setup as their sister car. Now we have Iris in the pits at the moment. We're just going past pits, sorry, so I was on the replay, apologies. But Crimson now coming down the back straight, and yeah, they've got a nice gap over their sister car now. It's almost up to about 20 seconds now. Vendaval in between them though, so there is a Corvette in between the two of them, which will keep things interesting for us to see what that 32 car does. But yeah, it's regardless though, it's not been a very strong race in terms of position. I mean, the best we've seen so far is where they are now, which is currently in 6th position, so not so hot here are the Sim RC cars after their domination at Sebring, just not quite having the same pace.
They're certainly looking that way at the moment, as we'll keep our eyes on what's going on as a Proto lead heading to pit road. That is Core Sim Racing on pit road for their service. VRS kind of Sim Sports staying out. We'll see if they can push now. They were about 8.5 seconds back, Connery, when we saw the pit cycle start. Core Sim Racing have been very dominating. Santeri Kalunki back in the car now, so, or should I say hopping in the car for the first time. This could be interesting to see how he performs. And who will be facing? Will it be Mac Backham or will it be Mitchell de Jong?
We will have to wait and see, but Frederick Rasmussen has had an absolutely wonderful couple of stints in that Core Sim Racing prototype car. Let's see what Santeri Kalunki can do right now as they just come down towards the end of their pit stop. Just a couple of seconds ago, no, actually out and away already. So that is actually a relatively quick stop there for Core Sim Racing prototype. And now we have to look our eyes down towards VRS Coanda, see when they will come in the next couple of laps.
We certainly will, and we'll see if Coanda will come in and make a driver change, or will they stay with their current positioning. From what we saw before, we saw at least 2 stints from Mitchell, so we're expecting a second stint from Mac Backham here. We should make them even. We should see Mitchell getting in the next sequence, not this one. As Coanda is sat behind traffic at the moment with SRN ahead of them, and the Pure Racing Team GTS car there. There's no pit entry for Coanda Sim Sport, will stay out. Cam's talking to us about pit stops. Movano 49.4, Team GT was 45, with Core 46, so
Actually fairly average.
it also considerably fast. These are not taking tyre stops at this point, because we saw Coanda's 1 minute pit stop. Our team's going off sequence here. Is this what we're seeing?
Well, it's a bit interesting, these prototypes around this track. This is a very flat track. I have seen in the headlights quite a few marbles dancing around on the circuit. I believe these cars have been picking up tires. The entirety of pit lane takes about a minute. I'll actually look back to Team GT's pit stop and see if they did take tires or not. But it's a fairly interesting thing to see when you are dealing with cars like this. I think it's such a flat track, and I think that the tire wear might be as such that just from what I can see, I'm not quite sure if they are taking tires. I mean, you've stated somebody has already double stinted, and that's fairly interesting.
Well, it wasn't an unsuccessful experiment when Pure Racing Team LMP White did double stint. Of course, Jimmy, you were there, we were talking about this earlier. The stop lengths of these recent prototype teams have been, again, much shorter than they were previously. So, could we be looking at teams wholeheartedly changing what they're doing?
Might be, of course. I would argue that the PRT White experiment was pretty successful, to be honest, on that front. Of course, they were still running at the front even with very old tyres, and of course if it wasn't for the GT they'd still be there. But obviously that's all information that will be taken in by the teams throughout the races. Yeah, I have to remember this isn't just like a 1 or 2 man thing. I mean, in terms of drivers, you have one person in the car and one person pretty much just watching what everyone else is doing, feeding that back to the driver in the car, and they can sort of come to a strategy decision as a team, which makes things makes endurance racing, I think, probably the most interesting type of racing you can get, in my very honest opinion, of course. But yeah, we'll wait and see. We've still got a long way left of this race, still over 3 hours left before we come anywhere near deciding a winner. So lots of time for strategy to be chopped and changed.
There very much is. A strategy will have a considerable amount of time to really unfold in this race as we're progressing forwards. But it's looking quiet for the time being. Core Sim Racing, second place overall, kind of have not stopped. We'll be expecting that anytime soon, and if that stop can be, they will give up a place. Looking at the time between them, 50 seconds, they're going to give up a spot by about 10 seconds. So looks like Core are still pushing very, very hard at the moment. Pure Racing Team Black up in 3rd place right now, having not stopped. Denis Grabowski running that car, 57 seconds back from your leader. 17 cars gone off the track. That's Mad Cape Racing. Xavier De Cavello was behind the wheel. They've gone to pit road now.
They got there in an interesting way.
they did. I think that was actually attempted pit entrance gone wrong, although, yeah, they tried to enter pit road, made a mistake, decided to try and avoid a tyre barrier, the only tyre barrier on that entire approach to pit road, and then pitted. Not sure, Cam, if they were planning on pitting or pit because they were pretty much already there.
I think I have a good estimation as to what the radio communication was probably. Xavier was coming out of that corner, and then all of a sudden he goes, no, pit, 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 and so he just jammed right on the brakes through the core of the wheel to the corner. And he managed to not hit that tire barrier, which is impressive seeing as he was on the grass there. So actually, that was... he's not even going to penalty for that because the pit lane doesn't start until that Armco. So actually, that could have been so much worse because you don't know if perhaps he only had... he couldn't have made another lap on fuel.
Very much so, and Nick Rowland behind the wheel for the Mad Cape Racing number 17 car is back on track, down in 11th place behind Fusion Racing and Radicals Online. Radicals Online 2 cars had a very flawed race so far, Cam. They've bounced off a few of the cars, they've had their own little mistakes, but this is not a team we'd expect to be running down in 9th place.
No, and it's a bit hard to see them down there, but of course they've been going through quite a bit of changes this season, and I think that they've been handling them, actually like the last year I'd say, they've been going through quite a couple of different changes, that Steel Series Radicals team. They're bringing in new talent and letting old talent go. But there's one thing you can't argue, and that's with Paul Olbrink, and Paul is obviously one of their fastest prototype drivers, and he's sitting back there. The car looks fine, but it's hard to see it in ninth position. Having just come in, I would ask the question if they were involved in an incident of some point, or they had spun or something, because yeah, ninth place, very very strange, and 2 laps down to say.
Yeah, they were involved in a couple of incidents at the start of the race, as well as a penalty for hitting another car, unfortunately. That depends where they are, the 2 laps down. But just coming back through now, coming through really well from what I've seen so far. There hasn't been too much drama now that Paul stepped into the car, so maybe it's like Ken was a little bit too aggressive at the start of the race, and it's sort of come back to bite him a little bit. But on the recovery path now, and like you said, ninth overall wasn't bad for a team that was 2 laps down.
Very impressive, should we say, maintenance drive at the moment for them. But as we'll look back towards the front, we're expecting kind of to hit pit road very soon. Mac Backham very much on the edge of what is called, still having fuel, honestly. We're expecting him to be down anytime soon. It was lap 33 to lap 66, so about 33 laps for Mitchell de Jong. We've gone from 67 to 100 here for Mac Backham, so he must be in any time soon, Jimmy. This is literally squeezing the last drop of fuel out of one of these Honda prototypes.
So the whole point is try and go as far as you can on this fuel. Of course, we said at the start of the broadcast, if you can go maybe a lap or 2 more each stint on your fuel towards the end of the race, it's really going to come into play and end up maybe either missing out a pit stop entirely or just having a shorter fill at the end there. It's back and a bit wide there in the exit of the 90. Will he put in this lap? Yeah, here he comes now. We're rolling into the pit lane on the fumes of fuel there. Very difficult pit lane. They haven't really talked about that
on the grass.
Yeah,
he just actually did that. As you were talking about difficult pit road entrance, he clipped the grass and nearly spun that car, but kept it in one piece. As we're looking at 33, 34 laps, really the limit for these cars, as this is the end of lap 101. Or actually, no, it's the end of lap 102. He's coming to, I believe. So this is a 35 lap run from Mac Backham, an impressive use of fuel, as Mitchell de Jong is getting back in now after one stint from Mac Backham. So that'll be interesting to see that one. Missed an incident with Reactive Sim Racing conking the rear of Odox Motorsports, and that was a couple of laps ago, we're being told by Cam. Odox went off with rear damage, Reactive has front end damage. This is the sort of thing we've been seeing all day long, Cam, is GT cars and prototypes not getting on.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one because they're going into corner number 9, which is a bit of a slow corner, and what ended up happening, it looked like the Odox car was just taking its standard line, and that Reactive car did not, react fast enough for the braking of that already damaged Audi, and that Audi then went into the outside Armco barrier, damaged the front end there, and that was a bit of a pain one, as there's a bit of dramas happening all over the place, apparently.
That would be very much the case, I think, as we seem to be having some more problems going on with Coanda Prototype. Close
Ooh,
call
pit
in
exit.
turn number 1. Yeah, that was pit exit for Coanda, as we'll get you that replay. Very, very close there for Mitchell de Jong, who's a little bit... well, maybe out of practice after his last stint was a while ago. Very nearly Team GT there, coming across, about to go up the inside of RSO and nearly hitting the back of Coanda. I think several people there needed to just take a breather after that moment.
Well, it looked like the Team GT car was actually making a very good attack, actually. I mean, if that car wasn't there, it would have been a great attack, and he was actually getting passed on the inside by the Torrent Motorsports GT1 car, so he was using that Torrent GT1 car as a whole to get past Team RSO, and then that Coanda car just left pits, and he needed somewhere to go. That was so very close. Good reaction from Team GT, though. If they saw that prototype coming, they wouldn't have needed to make that, but boy, that was... Whew.
It was very, very close to being a big whoops moment, as I think everyone avoids the problem. In fact, the gap is down to 6.7 seconds there with... actually, no, sorry, I was looking at the wrong car. That's Pure Sim Racing LMP Black, who are back in. 7.8 seconds between Coanda and Corse. That's an improvement by VRS Crown Sim Sport, proving that if you could find a gap and go for it, you might actually gain some time. As Pure LMP Black there, Jimmy, heading on to pit road for their service. Things a lot closer.
Of course, if you bear in mind that they do owe a pit stop, so they'll all drop back to about a minute or so behind these guys once all is said and done. Sorry, I'm wondering if we will see maybe the alternate strategy come in now for Dennis Borowski in the car. I'm not sure we will, as another prototype comes in there just onto pit road, but keep an eye on pit stop. It looks like they're going to be doing the sort of basic one stint stop again, so fuel and tyre service and back out again. But I think they need to try something different, really, because they aren't quite on pace with us. I mean, they're down a minute on our leaders right now, and doing the same thing is just going to see them drop back further.
It would certainly seem that way. As Cam, you've got an update on Friction?
They just had a bit of an issue getting past one of the GT1 cars. It was a fairly strange one coming off the final corner. I don't know if perhaps that GT1 car wasn't too happy with how Friction was trying to get on by, but they kind of drove him pretty much to the inside pit wall, and then the HPD obviously got by going into corner number 1, but I think perhaps some people's emotions might be getting just a little bit high, as actually that Asbury Motorsports car is now looking to possibly get passed by VRS Coanda, as those were the two cars on the exit of that pit lane. But you know what? I think this is the time where your engineer or your boss just needs to start saying to a lot of drivers, hey, look, you start chilling out here. We've still got a lot of racing to go, Rachel. We're not even at the halfway mark yet.
We are not, but we will be in roughly 2 minutes and 20 seconds to be at the halfway mark, so we might as well be. But Pure Racing LMP Black right now back in 5th place behind Thrustmaster Movano, HPD. Friction Simsport actually up into 3rd place. Not sure if they've stopped yet. We'll have a quick look at their numbers. Frederick Evers behind the wheel in that car, and we're looking at his lap times. I'm not seeing a recent stop for Evers. In fact, there was actually on lap 83. So Frederick Evers off sequence slightly with Friction Sim Sport. This could be one to keep an eye on, Jimmy.
Maybe again we're seeing someone going a little bit longer, and as I said, it's sort of important that I think a couple of these guys do go off sequence, because if you're just running a strategy and you're just falling behind the driver, even if you get another driver on, you're still falling behind second lap or so, half second lap. That time is going to keep coming unless you try something different in strategy. That's when you can afford maybe to try something a little bit sooner with the tyres or with the fuel, maybe try and do shorter stints with faster average lap time. But at the moment, the Friction will owe a stop in about 5 or so laps time, so we'll be looking out for that. But running third right now, it's nice to see them up this high, of course, after their battles in the early part of the race. But still running strong, still running consistent laps, all you can do really.
Also, second stop and hold for Reactive Sim Racing, and Fennec Kern having to head back down pit road after serving their penalty for avoidable contact, I should say, incorrectly. So race control said, you didn't do it properly the first time, come and do it again. And that means another 15 seconds for the Reactive Sim Racing prototype team. That'll drop them further down the order, likely behind Acme Racing, JCL and Team Chimera, who are somehow fighting their way back now, only 5 laps down from your leaders. Jack Keatley behind the wheel there, absolutely fighting his heart out. They're in 14th place at the moment. There is a remote chance we could see them in the top 10 here after this drastic problem. We're obviously not going to see them on the podium with the way things are going, but Cam, this is a heck of a fight back. This was lap 1 through 5-ish, the incident initially happened for them, and now they're in 14th. This is an incredible run.
Well, they've had 6 hours pretty much then to recover and to drive their way through that field as he's going on the inside of the SimRC car, as there's a battle right now between the 83 and the 84. Yeah, that's MSP Drivers and Radicals Online Pro-Am. So a couple of an Audi and a Mercedes going at it, so we're watching that. It's a pretty tall order to just ask for a recovery drive like that, but you know what? They can manage to put it together. I know Chimera has done it in the past, and not surprised to see them working their way very slowly, though, up through the field, but, you know, hey, positive is better than going into the negative.
Of course, we saw Chimera drop down the order in very early laps. End up 5 laps down with 8 minutes of repairs, and yet we saw Pure Racing Team LMP White go out recently from the lead and retired the car, whereas we're seeing a 6-hour recovery drive here from Chimera, and this just shows why they're currently on top of the points in this championship and why they fared so strongly last season, Jimmy. This team are willing to fight for every single point.
It's very important. It's very easy at the start of a race if you have a big incident that pushes this far down to just say, right, no, okay, no point continuing now, let's just retire. But of course, these, our point leaders are going to be out there to try and get as many points as possible at every possible opportunity. And obviously having Jack Keith in the car at this point is probably the best bet you can have, because he is now on the back of the prototype, so he's gone past all of our GTs now. He's actually now back in the prototype standing. He's obviously still 3 laps down on JCL Sim Racing, but that's less than he was before, so he is putting time back, putting some pretty competitive lap times as well. So I mean, towards the end of the race we might even see him gain a couple more positions at this point, but it is going to take don't get me wrong, it's going to take a couple of instances at the front for Chimera to progress any further.
It certainly will make things unique in this position, and we're hoping to see what will develop in the race over the next 3 hours. We've had the start of our pit cycle for our prototype cars. We've just seen them come in. We'll be expecting GTS anytime soon. Connery's not here, so I was going to go to Connery. He's not around. We're expecting our GTS pit stops in the next 10 minutes or so we'll keep our eyes on that. And we'll keep our eyes on the evolution of this race as it goes. Don't forget, folks, you can still get in contact with us at the Twitter. You can use the hashtag IRNEO to join the conversation, so feel free to do that. As also keeping our eyes on what is going on, don't forget you can use the live.neo-endurance.com to see the live race timing and keep in time with this stream in case you're watching in an alternate dimension where we're just on radio. Because that's a real thing.
I don't
It
think
could
is.
be. I don't know how good we would be at describing what we see with our words, but you know what? We can give it a shot.
I do remember a time, Cam, I think it was you and me, where we had to do just that because our director was asleep.
Well, at least there's something going on, and I recall for quite some time I had to deal with I think it was like an 18.5-second clip of one car taking the final corner of the road section at Daytona, and I had that for about an hour.
I remember that, but just quickly
yeah.
we'll point out that we're keeping our eyes here on Team DFTBA and Team GTS Audi R8, great long name there, almost prefer DFTBA, racing here down in the bottom of your GTS field. This is for about 7th and 8th place in the class. And we've got Mercedes versus an Audi here, and I've forgotten this already. DFTBA are pushing very hard here, and we'll see if they can stay ahead. It's been an impressive performance, actually, Jimmy, from this car. The DFTBA have done a very good job. In fact, here comes I believe the lap up car from them. It's actually not. No, that is one of the Thrustmaster Movano cars from the GTS field. But we've been very impressed with how the Mercedes team have been doing here, this DFTBA car. They've definitely punched above their weight.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the Mercedes car being maybe a little bit off the Audi in terms of BOP, and I think maybe that is still the case a little bit. It's a lot closer than it has been, definitely. I mean, seeing that Mercedes running this high up, and now we see Marco guard the inside there of the DFTBA car. That is for positions. That is position loss there for the number 82 car, but that was coming a while ago. The Audi was lapping a bit quicker before he got to him in the first place. But a nice, easy overtake, and that's sort of what you want in endurance racing, to be honest. If there is someone coming from behind who's maybe a second lap quicker, it's normally easy just to let them through at this point in the race and sort of focus on your own driving. You don't want to be battling too hard and then losing time and then risking maybe some sort of contact, as we have just now passed the halfway point now. So still got just under 3 hours to go. Still a lot of strategy to come into play for every car, not just these GTS cars. But hopefully we'll see a Team DFTBA car just keep going, keep doing the good thing.
A good thing indeed, and we'll keep our eyes on whether that one can stay a good thing. I think it might have briefly stopped being a good thing, but it has in fact been passed by both cars. So we spoke too soon as DFTBA and Marcel Bosman making a bit of an error there. Looking back to the front, and the gap is down from 12 seconds, about 13 seconds to 11.0 between VRS Car Sim Sport and Core Sim Racing. Mitchell de Jong catching Santeri Kulunki very slowly, but Core very, very good here. Got themselves out front earlier on and have made a very good job of holding on to this position. Friction Sim Sport there, Cam, with Frederick Evers holding on in third place, off strategy slightly, but they're running from the end of the race towards the front rather than front to the end. So expecting a normal length final stint for them rather than possibly a quick splash and dash like some other teams may have to make.
Well, I think from what we've seen from Friction is that they've had to sort of actually, Friction will come into the pits here. Great timing as Frederick Evers pulls it into the pit by actually driving on the pavement, which I'm discovering is actually a rarity. As that number 15 pulls down pit lane 37 miles an hour, he will pull into his stall, and we'll see if Frederick Evers will stay in, or perhaps Marcus Hamilton will hop back in, or somebody else. But either way, for Friction, it's sort of an interesting thing here, as the timing, I'm sure, will be popping up just how long this pit stop is going to take. They've had this issue the last season. They were sort of hitting below their weight almost. Like it wasn't. They weren't able to really attack with all of the new arrivals in the prototypes. They've been mounting their comebacks over the last races and races and races, and I think we're starting to find out that they are starting to have a good battle plan, and it's just a matter of execution. I think I wouldn't be surprised to see, as Marcus Hamilton is in that car for Frederick Evers, if we don't see them really starting to get back into the swing of things, as that was a 40, the timing thing stopped for me. It was a 58 seconds total lane, so that was actually about 7 or 8 seconds faster than everyone else that's pitted so far.
Very much so, and the pit cycle is definitely becoming the interesting factor at the moment. We're keeping our eyes on that one as it goes. We should be seeing our last GTS cars heading towards pit road now, as Thrustmaster Movano actually out front in your GTS category.
That was about
with Atomic Motorsports. It is indeed. Looking at the pit cycle, Marco Levicanto is currently driving. We don't think we've had a pit stop from him yet, so we're expecting that from themselves and Atomic at the moment, Cam.
Yeah, and it's just people trying to figure out when to make their move. I think, as you're saying, there are quite a couple bumps. I noticed through looking through the penalty sheet, there were quite a couple of bumps and bruises fairly early on, and I think that might have really had a happening on other people's strategies. As Marcel Bosman, he's probably looking to the inside. That didn't work out, so the Team DFTBA car is going to have to back it off. But these cars are quite separated. One's 9 laps down, one's 10 laps down, but it still doesn't make it any easier or more difficult to get past.
That is true, and Connery, things have been changing in the GTS category. We've got pit cycle underway, and we're seeing a late charge. Thrustmaster Movano really holding this position over Atomic Motorsports. They took it earlier on, and they've not given it up yet.
I don't think.
And apparently he's not getting involved yet,
here,
so
but,
he's back, but he's
Stefan
not back.
Yeah, well, hey, you gotta scope out the territory. Stefan Zeitwager in the SimRC.de Iris car going out through corner number 8. he ended up looping that Aston Martin, and he actually had I wouldn't be surprised if Race Control doesn't look at this, as Hugo has shown it on the replay, but that, Rachel, looks very grounds for unsafe release. You had a car going 90 miles an hour, a car going 74 miles an hour, then an Aston Martin doing about 20 miles an hour in the middle of the road.
Not the best combination, and I'm sure the race stewards will be looking at what happened on pit road there. We'll keep you all informed, of course.
That's possibly the worst thing they could have done there. He just sort of pulled back on track without really watching. I mean, had that been a second or so later, he would actually collide with both of those cars and actually ended up ruining 3 races. So that's something that I'd expect that stewards to be quite harsh on in that case, because that's just not looking where you were going type of deal there, unfortunately, for the Iris car.
And it's not like he didn't have a lot of space to merge back. Where he spun out, there's actually a massive grassy area. He could actually merge onto the straight later.
Yeah, it's just, I think it was just like a panic, I need to get back on the circuit right now. And that happens sometimes. You've been driving for this period of time. As soon as you have something other than what you're doing, if you maybe spin out and you break your rhythm, okay, you get shaken a bit, and then that could end up with producing silly decisions like that. But we'll see. We haven't had anything from the race control yet. There is a live race control here at Neo, so we'll get something through rather soon, I imagine. But we'll wait and let you guys know when we find out.
We're certainly well, and things going on now as Shimmy Sim Racing on pit road themselves. That's the 93 car heading down pit road for their service. No box at the moment. Shimmy have been doing a great job here so far, heading on to the track again. We'll see where they filter out. It's been a great run from them so far. We've been doing some onboard laps for you throughout the race so far. You know what? We've done too many Audis so far. Like, both of the times we've done it have been Audis. That's too many. So, of course, to make those of you who like real car sounds feel better, we're going to go on board for a couple of laps with the VRS Co Anderson Sport number 48 car, because V8s sound great.
Murga.
And we're back, and that was the gorgeous sound of a Corvette V8 engine in the back of that, front of that C6R, I should say. A gorgeous, gorgeous sounding race car. And you saw some pretty exciting racing there, of course. Not only did we see them nearly get harpooned by the Thrustmaster Movano prototype, but what you did see, and what we've been discussing whilst we've just been away from the microphone, has been why people feel the need to kill those cones in that corner, as we just saw. What I was meant to say, though, is fuel saving. And that's been the real topic here. Jimmy, Cam, Connery, we've all been talking about this, and from what we've seen, the lifting coast is real when it comes to Cohen's driving style.
It's been that way for the last lap. We saw him, we noticed right in the back straight that that's what the camera was, that he was deafening off before the 500 board coming down the back straight, so really saving fuel. But the thing is, Ren's Rokeman isn't actually losing that much time by doing so. I think he's about a second a lap or so, maybe a bit slower, but the amount of fuel he'll be saving, he'll be going laps longer at the end of the stint. And I think Coanda have sort of got into their heads now that they aren't going to be able to catch Huskenveld on pace alone, so I think, right, okay, we're going to just try something different like we said before, and if anyone's going to try something different and do it right, it's going to be Coanda. So I'm really looking forward to how this pans out.
It's certainly going to be an interesting real sight to see what will happen based on this and what they can do with this fuel saving. Of course, they are running currently in second place in class, but we believe that's during the fuel cycle. As Torrent Motorsports themselves currently running in position. Kind of Simsport though, this would be amazing to see a Corvette have a chance to win one of these rounds, but we don't think with the performance we've seen from Torrent Motorsports that's likely. And of course we've seen Sim RC Crimson and Iris there who have pitted their lap down on the timing, so the leaders are coming through. This will filter through, of course, as Core Sim Racing widened that gap again, Jimmy here. The gap's back up to 11.2 seconds. It was as low as 9. This could be a battle that will last us the last 3 hours of this motor race. This VRS Grand Simsports 1 car and the 22 Core Sim Racing machine, they are very evenly balanced.
They are, and at this stage of the race, like, I'm not really surprised that it's sort of calmed down a little bit. I mean, people are getting into their rhythms now. A couple of drivers that have been in the car for a while. Santaris certainly has been. Mitchell de Jong did get in the car recently as well. He got back in the car, so so he's sort of getting back into the groove again nicely. But even with the new driver, the core car is still lapping faster at this point. A couple of times the traffic has obviously affected that. But 11 seconds isn't too much in this sort of race. You know, all it is one off, one sort of maybe altercation of a GT car, and that gap is gone already. So you know, 11 seconds might seem a lot to a sprint racer, but to an endurance racer that is no time at all. So again, we'll see how this pans out. I think that the Coanda car must have something up their sleeve that they're looking to come back at the core car for the win. This is not a team that settles for second place, so again, something to keep an eye on as the race keeps going.
It very much is, and of course we'll keep our eyes on what's going on with this race so far. But we have been joined by Michel de Jong. No, not Mitchell de Jong currently driving the Coanda number 1, but Michel de Jong. Michel, how's things going?
Pretty well so far, right? Thanks. We're doing better than expected, I must say. That's Mad Cape number 17, by the way. Is my team.
Of course, the Mad Cape Racing team. Yourself and Nick Rowland have had a very interesting one so far. You've had some sticky moments, shall we say, track, but that car is still really hanging in there. In 7th at the moment, first of the cars, 2 laps down, although that's now more because, of course, the leaders are coming through. But you've held on, and you're looking like if you could beat this attrition, you could end up with perhaps a top 5 if things pan out your way. As a new team to the series, that could be quite a coup.
I don't know if a top 5 is possible. It's certainly, we were aiming for a top 10, and so far we're doing pretty well. In our first stint, actually, we tried to double stint the tires in my stint, but it was just a bit too much fall off, so now we're just going to go with fresh tires every stop until the end.
That is something we've seen a lot of teams doing, of course, so we saw Nick Rowland there getting out of the way, but the double stinting, was this something you thought about in practice? We saw Pure Racing Team really do this in the first stint. We didn't expect it. Was this something you guys were prepared for, or was this something you reacted to?
No, it was, we planned this. I mean, because on pace we're not really close enough to do much, so we thought we'd just try something out there, try to see if it was possible, and you can do it, but in the last 10 laps in the stint or so, you just lose too much time on the old tires. So Are any other teams trying it still, or is everybody just changing tires now? I'm not sure.
From what we've seen, a couple are trying it, so it's definitely going to be an interesting development in this one. But you didn't come here for an interview to get strategy tips from us. I think you might be able to get that from other people. So thank you for joining us, Michel de Jong, of course, from the Mad Cape Racing number 17 prototype car. Nick Rowland behind the wheel currently. They're running in 7th place overall. Hopefully, fingers crossed, you'll end up there or even higher by the end of the race. So thanks for joining us, Michel.
Thank you, and thanks for not asking about that great pit entry that Javier had earlier.
We didn't want to bring it up. We thought it was polite if we just left it there.
Thank you very much.
Join us again soon. Thank you for joining us. Of course, Michel referencing his adventurous entrance to pit road cam, the one we'd covered, of course, maybe about 10-20 minutes ago. A very late decision, as he admitted before we got him on air. Something that sometimes is one of those things that happens in motor racing. You'll be planning on a strategy, you'll be saying let's go another lap, and then right before you do, your engineer gets that last minute nerves and calls you in immediately at the very last second, and people react very differently to that sort of switch in the plan.
Or alternatively, you're tooting around, you're having a really good time, you're in the flow, and then like you're taking a corner and you casually have a glance and you realize that you're supposed to be pitting this lap. That could happen as well, but I have a feeling perhaps he had some help on the radio. But yes, I mean it's been pretty actually. It looks like it's pretty tough going for these prototype drivers. I mean, this track is glass smooth compared to Sebring, but it still looks like these HPD cars, Rachel, are having a bit of an issue trying to get around people.
That would certainly appear to be the case here, Cam, as the prototype's really struggling compared to what we've seen. Everybody down on power here due to the altitude, of course, and humidity causing these cars not bringing as much air as they would like. Of course, we're looking at 100% humidity here, very typical weather here in Japan, and of course, the altitude of this circuit is quite high, so we're seeing an unusual, should we say, density altitude for the engines. I mean, these prototypes are down on power. They're not really jumping out the corners as we're used to seeing normally. So they're almost at the same sort of acceleration as a GT car. They're needing a lot of help, and shall we say cooperation, from Jimmy, from the GT cars almost, to get these cars to actually get past.
Yeah, that's the way of things. I mean, we said before, then the gap between the prototypes and the GT in a straight line is pretty small anyway, and you factor into that higher altitude, like you said, a bit less power even from both the cars, but still we're seeing prototypes and GTs putting side by side where the GTs having to get out the throttle to make sure the prototypes get past, and the punch of that prototype isn't there at this circuit, which is making things very interesting, especially in corner exit. That's where the prototype is strongest in terms of overtaking and mid-speed corner, but it does make things tricky. I think it's why we've seen a couple more instances this time around, because people are being a bit more desperate with their manoeuvres.
It's certainly a factor that's been noticed in this one so far, and we'll keep our eye on that throughout the duration of this race. But running down your order at the moment, we're looking at who's in what position in what class. At the moment, overall lead and prototype lead is Core Sim Racing, with Santeri Kalunki behind the wheel, holding off the charging VRS Commander SimSport in second place, with Mitchell de Jong behind the wheel. That's Mad Cape Racing with Michel de Jong. Why do they have to be so similar? Thrustmaster Movano's HPD team are in third place, with Enrico Dioretto in third. Down in your GT category, it's Huggersfeld Core Motorsports with Kei Kashube, VRS Commander SimSport in second with their 48 car, Renz Broekman piloting that Corvette, and Torrent Motorsports Aston Martin in third with Marius Glombeck. Down in your GTS field, we have Pure Racing Team GTS out front with Jonas Wallmeyer behind the wheel. MSP Drivers Home 83 car in second place with Jan-Erik Halflath. And we have Thrustmaster Movano GTS with Marco De La Gunto. Of course, that is two teams that have yet to pit. Pure Racing Team GTS at this moment, Connery, they've not been in yet. We know they have to come into pit road sometime soon, and that will really, if you know, they've been in actually about 10 laps ago, so we're seeing a definite off-sequence thing happening here in your GTS field. Some teams pitting much, much later than others.
Yep, definitely Pure Racing Team GTS being one of those guys in the GTS field that actually double stinted the first two stints. I don't think they've actually decided to do it again for these next two stints, since that last pit stop time was around about the same as all the others that took that took tyres as well. So they may have just double stinted that first stint, just try and get ahead, and now we're maintaining the gap with the 4 tyres.
Very much so, and the 4 tyres being an interesting factor in this one. We're seeing teams, of course, not taking tyres, some taking tyres. We know the GTS cars are very much more used to taking no tyres in a stop and double stinting, or maybe even taking 1 tyre rather than 4, as each tyre is changed individually on that category of car. So it could always be a factor. It's something we saw, of course, in the Blancpain Pro Series, where some teams would take a front left only. That's almost BTCC levels of tyre strategy for a race. Soki, of course, will keep our eyes on that one as the 83 is pitting. That's the MSP Drivers Home Audi R8. We expected them in from that position they are in now, so that's moved Thrustmaster back up into second place, Tomic into third. Patrick Jura in the MSP Drivers Home car, taking over from Jan-Erik Hulfath. Patrick Jura was the driver who started the race for that team, the driver second in the stint. They're doing individual stints here, Connery. That's an unusual take. Rather than double stinting, perhaps, doing 2 stints in a row, they're getting in and out of the car every single time, which, with a changing track, especially in these conditions, which is somewhat muted perhaps in the night time, maybe during the day would be a great strategy. Of course, the driver's more used to how the track has changed rather than doing 3 hours and then getting in.
Maybe I'm not that entirely too sure about that one. It is pretty strange to take drivers in and out of the car every single stop. As you say, you usually would do at least 2 stops per driver before actually changing them. So I'm not entirely sure what that one is about.
Very much the case there, as we've just been mentioning. Vero Asquan Simsports 48 car being caught now by Torrent Motorsports, who are down in 3rd place in that category, mostly in 2nd place for the race. Of course, Coanda qualified ahead of them, but were passed very early on, Jimmy, and Torrent did stay ahead for the majority, but now back behind them, Torrent there with the lap down car of SRM Motorsports. Is this because of the fuel saving, we're thinking? Coanda, of course, saving fuel, maybe going for a less, not needing a splash and dash towards the end. Could this be some great unusual strategy we're seeing from the Coanda boys?
It could be. We're just currently showing a replay of the 95 car, the IRDK endurance car, getting to a bit of trouble there now in the pits. So looks like a bit of contact from the barrier, unfortunately. So that's that race goes from sort of bad to worst, unfortunately for them. But yeah, we're back to Coanda there, just on that point. That I'm thinking that it is just on the fuel saving we're seeing Torrent start to pull back in now. Of course, every lap that Coanda is fuel saving, it is sort of an advantage to them. So I'm sorry, I'm telling with the 95 car, it was contact with the number 17 HBD. So
the Mad Cape Racing car, number 17.
Just had Michelle in
we
here.
Jinxed them.
Yeah, so bad luck. Sorry about that. We'll see what the stewards say about that. Of course, like I said before, very fortunate to have live stewarding here, so we'll get a few from them when we know. But yeah, again, Coanda saving fuel, and we're seeing now the Torrent Motorsport car actually starting to flash ahead to sort of say, look, we're catching you up. And but all the time, VRS Coanda is saving fuel. They are sort of putting themselves in a better position for the end of the race, as long as they aren't going too slowly. And the Torrent, they've been catching over the course of the last 10 laps or so. It's been a very slow sort of half a second there, half a second here, and but it is starting to add up. It is meaning that we're going to see a battle for our second place in GT cars before the end of the stint, I think.
Definitely something we're likely to see. Of course, we'll keep our eyes on that one as it develops and see what will actually come of this one, because it's going to be an exciting conclusion to the race. We think it could take up towards that final stint to really come to fruition at this point, so we'll keep our eyes on how that one develops. Looking through our field, things very quiet at the moment. We have no major battles at the moment, Cam. Looking through your prototype field, of course, we do have the charge of the Chimera guys coming back up as they can. Of course, they're 3 laps adrift of any possible position gains at the moment, which would be Acme Racing and Fusion Racing at the moment. But really no actual battling on the racetrack for your prototype running cars. Gecko Vortex with the Radicals Online separated by quite a distance at the moment. Madkit back on track. Down in your GT field, things also very quiet, no major battles.
Well, there are always stories, not perhaps on-track battles, but there is always stories. And right now, we're looking at the 47 and the 34. Now, this is actually one of those stories. This is Ryan Huff and that SRN Aston Martin versus Stefan Zeitwager and his Aston Martin. Mitchell de Jong is watching in his Coanda HPD. He drifts to the inside. He'll look to sneak on by that number 47 SRN car at some point, but just from what we've seen overall, people, this race is quickly becoming who can keep their race going, and then who can recover the best. If you look at Stefan Zeitwager, I mean, he's the one who had that particularly risky re-entry after spinning out, actually in that corner as they're coming on through, and that's allowed SRN to get by Stefan Zeitwager, and now Stefan has to try and get back, and not that far up the road is the 20th positioned GT1 car, which is the Phoenix Motorsports car, and actually that's not too far back, so if anything ever happens, he'll be there as well.
Certainly will be, and we're going to have a quick look on Twitter. Don't forget you can join in with the conversation at #IRNeo. And we'll see what's been coming through at the moment. Core Sim Racing themselves saying about 3 minutes ago, we are through the half of its distance, and they could do some grammar lessons, I think. Through the half of its distance and currently leading the prototype field. The GTS car had a disconnect and is around P10. #IRNeo. Got a tweet in from Alvin Nieves, one of the race stewards at Neo Endurance, of course, and co-commentator at Racebot TV, working hard to make sure things run smooth. #IRNeo. He's got pictures up of his full setup there he's working on, and some lovely tartan pajama bottoms, I think, with more screens than I've possibly ever seen. Very cozy indeed, as looking down at what we've got from some of the other teams. Of course, Torrent Motorsports, Kevin's first 2 stints are complete. Marius in the car now, currently P2, and we'll see how our strategy plays out. #IRNeo. It was a while ago, of course. They are third at the moment, but fighting back towards second. IRDK Endurance, actually no, but the Acme Racing team have also sent us a tweet saying the fight is P12, P13, P14, P12, P13, but it is a fist fight. #IRNeo, and I couldn't agree more, guys, from Acme Racing. That has been an enduring battle there, of course, Connery. The teams back in those positions, JCL, Acme, have been at it non-stop. Yes, 99 and the 88, we've got something developing here. That is, I believe, Gavin Gatwika's GTS, and also the Core Sim Racing GTS car, so a bit of a Mercedes on Audi battle here. There's a 57 Aston Martin in the mixer. Zen Racing after penalties down the order. Hopefully they'll get past and let this one develop.
Yes, indeed, and I think the GOT car, as you see the Core Sim Racing car just go out down the inside in turns 2 and 3, that was very, very easy for them when the GOT car got pushed wide. But I think that Gathering Twitter's car is going for a double stint. Their stop last time was about 20 to 30 seconds faster than normal, than if you would take 4 tires. So they are just double stinting these middle couple of stints then.
Very much so, and we'll see this one developing. Of course, we expected the Audi to be a little bit more secure in these corners, but Mercedes, the Gathering Tweakers car, has been strong. But we know Core were running further up the field than they are now, so we're expecting to see them coming back. There's the 2 sister cars there, side by side, the GTS car and their race-leading prototype. A very good performance from that team so far. Yuka-Pekka Lamy is behind the wheel, of course, of the Core Sim Racing GTS entry at the moment, with the Gathering the Tweakers entry currently driven by Marco Derricks. See if those two can make a difference here. Of course, that corner mistake by Marco Connery really costing him the position, and he's not looking as though he could fight it back. He might have been just a little bit too close for it to make a difference.
No, and I believe, yeah, he is on quite a bit older tyres at this point as well in that Mercedes, so I think he's going to struggle to try and keep up right here. You just see the Audi just gets much better exit coming down the pit straight, just stretches that gap out, even though Marco does have the draft coming down onto the brakes into turn 1 right here. So I think Pekka Lamy is just going to get away here.
It's looking like that will happen. We'll keep our eyes on this Papin GTS, see if anything can be done by the Gathering Tweakers GTS number 99 car to try and fight back here. with the Core Sim Racing GTS machine. Of course, behind them is the lap down car of Simatok Esport, but behind them is a car on the same lap as the 99 and the 88, and that is the 84 of the Radicals Online Pro-Am car. And they are charging quite quickly right now. Rob Kuss behind the wheel of that Audi, and he's actually making some big ground here, so we'll see if they can gain towards the front. And it does look, I thought that was for a second, it was Fusion Racing actually heading through. I thought that was pure LB Black for a second, but we do have, of course, Coanda Simsport there, the number 1 machine, 10 seconds back from the leading Core Sim Racing machine with Santeri Kalunki. A great drive here by Michel de Jong, pushing very hard in the Coanda machine, but it's not looking like it could be enough right now, Jimmy. It's just too close. The gap is just holding around 10 seconds. We've seen it drop to 9, we've seen it as big as 13. But this is going to have to be a strategy track position sort of call to try and change these positions, because right now, both are too equal.
Yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, of course, and this is for the drivers, if they were to run completely undisturbed at this point, the gap would stay pretty much the same because they are running so closely on track in terms of lap time. But it is coming back down. It does ebb and flow again, like we said before. It's been up to 13 seconds down tonight. We're at 10 right now, so we're sort of towards the bottom of where the gap is usually. But I mean, we mentioned earlier that we might see Coanda do something different with a strategy. We see their sister car in GT doing some quite severe fuel saving, so maybe we might see the same thing from them towards the end. Again, something to get their eye on and come into the braking zone. They might have some sort of lift and coast going on. We've heard from some of the drivers around here when we've had interviews before that in terms of saving fuel, coasting is a lot more effective than maybe the short shifting. So that's what you're seeing when cars are coasting into braking zones, just saving fuel. But at the moment, it seems like a dogfight. I'm not seeing either of them doing any fuel saving, just going at it 100%, and just sort of what happens when a massive force meets the immutable object sort of thing. Nothing's changing. It's just staying at 10 seconds.
Yeah, and I mean, it is a fairly good battle here. This is, of course, the battle, I believe this is for 6th, 7th, 8th in GTS class. This is for I believe 7th in GTS class action here. The Core Sim Racing and the Gathering of Tweakers battle anyways from Juha-Pekka Lami and Marko Dereks. These guys not saving it at all, as well as cars that are working their way through. The 7 and 27 now working their way through. That's Reactive and GCL. This is HPDs, and this is actually good timing because this is what I kind of wanted to lead into. Fuel saving in the prototype, it seems so very different from fuel saving in something like, say, that Corvette that we saw earlier. And it's fairly straightforward in a car that uses a lot of mechanical grip. When you start getting into these types of cars, it starts changing. I've never been good at fuel saving. It is something I have never done. I always overfuel my cars. Back when I was running the GT3s, the GT3 cars, I would always probably put an extra 1.5 gallons, 2 gallons in because I was so fuel heavy. I know in the real world, actually, with the real Corvette, both the C6R and the C7R, because the driver, Tommy Milner, is his name, has certainly been driving them from both generations. He only drives with one foot, and that is his right foot. He does not use the gas and the throttle, or he does not use the gas and the throttle. He uses the brake and the throttle at the same time. A lot of people might trail brake. Some people might be fast trail braking. But for Tommy, he has trained himself from the very start, as the JCL Sim Racing car kind of has an off, and he has to actually get out of the way of that Aston Martin from Jürgen Frank. Jürgen Frank gives him some headlights. Where you are only using that one foot, and that helps you so much in saving fuel as well. So it's not just lifting and coasting, it's how you're using that brakes and how you're using those downshifts.
Very interesting talking about the 2-footed or 1-footed driving. I've always been someone who drives personally with both feet. Driving with 1 foot seems so alien in that aspect. I sort of leave that for road cars. But going back down to our GTs, we have a battle between the Sim RC Iris car and the SRM Motorsport car, who are currently duking out at the moment. Stefan Zweigweiger at the helm of the Iris car, pulled right up to the back of the SRM. We're coming back for this midsection again, and we talked about some cars. There's a car off there to the right. That's another Aston Martin. Who is that going wide there? I think that's one of our back markers actually there.
Turk Freak.
Torque Freak. Yeah, we've seen a couple of instances from there as Gecko Vortex comes from 4.5 miles back there to get up the inside of the Sim RC car. Something you've got to keep an eye on though as a DT driver, always looking in the mirror, seeing who's behind you. Of course, some of these prototypes will go for a more aggressive move, and we've seen Gecko Vortex already have a penalty for being overly aggressive. Yeah, doing it down the hill again there, but amazing to stay out of the way this time as Jack Cooper, I think, is doing that Chimera car as well.
Well, it is the half black, half white helmet of Ben Tusting. So it is actually Ben Tusting piloting that Team Chimera car. So perhaps that's why we didn't throw it up in the into the inside, as the core prototype car has pit, and that is, of course, your overall, well, your one of your front-running contenders, Santeri Kalunki, here has now pitted. He has gotten his car sorted out, squared away. He has taken tires and fuel. He's staying in the car. And Connery, for what he's looking, that number 22 car looks fairly well. It looked like a fairly straightforward pit stop.
Yes, it did, and but yeah, they're out and away right now, just calming through turn 3. I believe there's some 3 wide action ahead of them in 3 different classes right there. That was the Radicals Online prototype, the Torque Freak Racing GT, and the Team GT GTS car as well.
So he's going to come out right in the middle of that traffic. He's going to have to find his way through, just as Ben Tusting and Dennis Garis just did. And actually, this train goes quite a long ways. This is actually a massive train here. I think this is probably where the majority of cars are sitting right now. You've got HPDs passing Aston Martin and Corvettes, and then you've got those cars getting past and passing the GTS cars. So the Core Sim Racing prototype, he goes onto the inside of that Torque Freak Racing car of Bram Raniers, and he's going to have to now come into the battle here, and this is a real battle, the SRN Motorsports and Sim RC car, Jimmy.
Yes, the battle's been going on for quite a while at this point. I'm wondering what this Sim RC car can do. At this point, he's sort of running at the back, and what I'm finding interesting for Zeitweiger is he's a little bit more cautious with the traffic. You see, they take a very wide line to avoid the core car. That's really going to hurt him going onto the straight. Look how much slower he is there. And that lets the Torque Freak car, which has been lapped, sort of back into the fray again. And the Torque Freak car will be doing all it can to get itself unlapped, but try not to disturb the car in front. But look how much time he lost there. That was the core car coming through and sort of upsetting things. But Zeitweiger, I think, caught a little bit unaware there, a little bit scared off the apex. So shame for them. At the front, Kawand is still yet to pit. 52 seconds between them at this point. We know that Mitchell's going to be out there a little bit longer. There you go.
Younger.
Out there a little bit younger. Hey. There you go. But we'll see what happens in this. We'll see if he peels in now, shall we? So coming over to the pit stop now. Nope. Going around another time. So more fuel in that Kawand car. But I wonder how much longer he can stay out there and stay fast in terms of keeping Core behind them.
Well, it's about those essential lap times. You know, if you can get a decent lap time and a decent fuel number, you know, and this is a part of the whole practice thing. I'm kind of surprised at how fuel intense this is. As they're going 3 wide, the 24 car of Ben Tusting has to go 3 wide. All 3 classes line abreast going into the hairpin before the long back downhill straight. So for Ben Tusting, that was a bit dramatic, as they had to go around Torren Motorsports and the Gathering of Tweakers number 99. But he's now going to come up to the rear of Rens Broekman. And for Rens Broekman, well, it's kind of hard to try and save fuel when you're trying to pass a GTS car, Connery. And it's one of those things you're trying to make the fuel manage work. But when you're stuck behind these GTS cars, you do have to get on by, and it looks like that's probably what's going to happen here. Ben Tusting is once again 3 wide.
Yep, 3 wide yet again, now coming down into turn 1. But yeah, that VRS Commander car, that is some pretty heavy fuel saving. Of course, as you say, again, it's difficult when you're trying to fuel save and pass a GTS car at the same time, because if it was the same class, you could just sit behind them and just stick in the draft and then save fuel behind them down the straights, but you can't really do that with a slower class car, I think.
Look at the gap, of course, here, though, between Torrent Motorsports and VRS Commander Sim Sport. The gap is very, very small. We're looking at about 1.5 to 2 seconds now between those 2 cars on the track, as Core Motorsports are a long, long way away. This is getting to be a very close battle here, of course, Jimmy. We're looking at Torrent Motorsports will be looking to try and make a pass very soon on Coanda. Are they saving fuel, or are they just slower at this stage? Of course, we did hear them saving fuel a while ago, but would you still do it now, or are they trying to hit a magical number?
Maybe the case, and if that is the case, then Coanda won't really care that Toro Motorsport are coming up behind them. I'm just on board with them now, going to see if they are lifting into the hairpin. Doesn't seem they are. Maybe a little bit of a coast into the hairpin. They're not as big as we were seeing before, though, so maybe getting them to hurry up a little bit from the radio, letting us know that the 66 car is inbound and is looming. But if they are trying to hit a number, then it's just a matter of doing that regardless of what's around you, and that's what sort of separates some drivers from the others, because a lot of drivers don't like being overtaken. They don't like falling back in the race, but if it's about hitting the fuel numbers so you can actually be fast towards the end of the race, then it's better to do things that way. I'm on board with Renz. He just seems very careful on the throttle. He's not really putting any sort of severe input in at all, so maybe he is just fuel saving a little bit.
It would seem like the sort of thing we'd expect from a team like VRS Coanda Simsport, discipline on a fuel strategy, and it seems as though we could be seeing just that. And this could be a podium charge for Coanda in that category, of course. They weren't on the top 3 points for our season so far. It's actually Toro Motorsports leading ahead of SimRC Iris, Hookersveld in third. So this could definitely change things. We could see SimRC drop down the order here based on where they're currently running, but 27 and 7 at the moment. That is down in your bottom end of your prototype field. And that's JCL Sim Racing, who've just gotten past Reactive Sim Racing. And that is for the 10th position on the racetrack. So move JCL up to 10th. Been running around 11th and 12th all day, so that's a break into the top 10 for that team, and one they'll be desperate to hold on to.
And if I just can, we saw something live, and then I actually saw it on our cameras, so our folks at home did end up seeing it. The Torrent Motorsports Aston Martin is absolutely on it. He drove the outside of a GTS car and then took the apex and cut wide, and he is pushing that Torrent Motorsports car, and it almost ended up in tears. But yeah, going back to this JCL and Reactive, we've actually been seeing this for the last couple of laps. They're trading lap times back and forth, very, very similar, Rachel.
They very much are, and it'll be great to see what will happen in this one, see how it pans out. But at the moment, things are staying a little bit more on the static side. But we are approaching 15 minutes now towards the 2 hours to go mark. And this is where things will really begin to hot up, of course. Nearly 4 hours in the books here, and how time has actually flown in the 6 hours of Twin Ring Motegi here in the new Endurance Series. A fantastic race, the third round so far. And we've had two very drastically different rounds so far. Of course, the drama towards the end of round 1 at Sebring was nail-biting, when the Pure Racing Team white car had its incident with one of the back-marking Corvettes and lost that race to the Team Chimera entry. And of course, the very quiet race we had at Texas. This one, however, proving, Connery, to be quite the exciting event. We've seen so much different action happening here today. We've had lots of on-track action, we've had pit stop strategy action. I hate to make a very obvious analogy between the Circuit of the Americas round and here at Twin Ring Motegi, but it's like night and day.
I was preparing myself for that comparison, that pun.
It had to happen. I realised I was going to say it without meaning to make a terrible pun. I wasn't planning on making an awful pun. I meant to actually make the point that the two rounds have been so incredibly different, but you know what? That was a day race and this is a night race. So
if that door is open, you walk through it.
It was open and I just ran through it. I didn't walk, I ran, Cam. But it's very drastically different races, and this is what I'm really loving about the new Endurance Series so far this season. We've had a typical race, we had Sebring, and then we've had quiet, and then we've had high drama here in Motegi. We've had a lot of controversy, a lot of, shall we say, problems with the night racing, but I'd say more than anything, it's the conditions. It's the fact that there is a high humidity, that there is the high altitude. It's making these cars much less powerful than they're used to, and it's becoming a very different race.
Yes, indeed it is. I just saw my my timing screen just flash up a little bit there. It usually means there's a pass or a pass being on the cards, and it's Team DFTBA and Radicals Online Pro. Radicals Online Pro. I'm going deep onto the brakes, and the inside forces Team DFTB wide into the gravel. There's also another GTS car right there. That is the lap track. Oh, there's big carnage. Some of your prototype leaders come through as well. There was a Coanda car going down into the pit road as well. This is all getting a little bit crazy just now.
I think Coanda wanted to be not remotely involved in that foray, but it has been about 33 laps. So we are in a pit cycle. I think they might have come in a lap or two earlier than normal to escape what was a massive melee there. We'll just try and we'll get you a quick replay of what happened there, because that was very, very hectic in the final sequence of corners, as Hugo has that for us as the FTBA was off the track. We saw there under the bridge, and with the amount of cars in that group there, we saw there the, I believe, Movano prototype taking evasive action to miss the Radicals Online Audi. I think that was a late call by Mitchell de Jong to hit pit road there, Jimmy, as a, this is going to go wrong soon. We're only a lap off our cycle. I don't want to be in this group.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. It's still a very scary thing to sort of just whack it into the pits there at the last second. We are seeing now the Core Sim Racing car come past, I think, to retake the lead. No, Richard de Jong, he's away. He's away from the pit lane. He's rolling. He comes out just behind the Core Sim Racing car, so he has gained time there. He has gained. That was 10 seconds before his pit stop started. Now it's down to just over, I think, just over a second and a half now, with traffic in front of Core. And of course now the VRS Coanda car is on the fresher tyre. It can take a couple of laps to get up to racing temperature, but the traffic in front of him will bring the Core car back to Coanda. So that is a good stop from Coanda.
Great stop from Coanda, of course, and running a little bit shorter means they'll have a little bit fresher tyres, so slightly changing their strategy. They were a little bit off sequence, and this might bring them back in that direction. Things are much, much closer. Waiting for Santeri Kolunki to pit, of course. He will need to be in some time very soon. No, he was in about 7 laps ago, so this is now different. But here's Kolunki looking at the Core Sim Racing car right behind this same pack of cars that Coanda were trapped behind earlier. This is the same group now. Sembula Baski is back in the Radicals Online car. But look at this. This is dangerous. Look, here is the VRS Coanda car right behind them. Everybody flashing lights. Oh, contact! Side-by-side contact there between the Radicals Online prototype and the VRS Coanda car, as the Radicals Online car just comes across to take the racing line without even checking if the Coanda car was there. This is why big groups of traffic can be very dangerous.
Radical car again, isn't it? Again, getting into more issues. That Radical prototype has not been their race at all, and definitely one to forget. And if you were to judge them on this one race, they have a very bad reputation by now, but we'll see what happens to them again. Stewards will be on that, and I'm sure someone from Coanda will already be speaking to the stewards about that. But this gaggle of cars at the moment really is, it's holding everybody up, and so much flashing lights at the same time.
And the Chimera car we're looking at as well, I believe 19 and the Chimera car. It's Acme Racing there. It's not actually for position, but Chimera's not going to stop. They're still going to try and pass everybody, as they are doing right now. It's going to be 3 wide round the Odox Motorsports Audi R8 there, with the 24 car from Chimera, Ben Tusting behind the wheel, as the Core Sim Racing car of Santeri Kolunki goes round the outside of that corner. Very close there to Coanda Simsport. Coanda going to try and push forwards here, getting past the R8 there. Mitchell de Jong going after them, but Radicals Online also getting involved in this one, which I'm not sure why the Radicals are pushing this hard, Jimmy. This is a battle for first and second, and the Radicals seem to want to be involved in this, despite being 2 laps down.
Well, unfortunately for them, their race isn't here right now. You know, these guys are 2 laps down the leaders, and starting to get involved in the fight is really you know, there aren't no rules saying that you can't sort of interfere, but if you end up really sort of blocking and then maybe causing contact, as we've seen already, holding up, then it's going to start getting bad. You know, the stewards have been looking at that, but you see now Mitchell de Jong just trying to make up for lost time now, furiously flashing the Acme car to get out of the way, and they've got the Team Chimera car in between. The trouble is the Team Chimera car isn't that slow, so it's sort of trying to be as fast as it can without losing as much time, because it's already 6 laps down, of course, but at this point I think it's better they just go out of the way.
Well, it's certainly not as exactly, and what we're seeing here, of course, is that it's actually giving some beneficial draft to the Coanda car, so it's keeping them in this fight. Of course, they've also got to deal with the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car right ahead of them now. Gecko, of course, in 7th place at the moment, as we've got a train of 4 prototypes here, and there's only 2 of them on the same lap, so this is definitely becoming quite a battle of wills. That's actually 2 laps down for Gecko and Radicals. So right, Radicals actually are chasing the Gecko Vortex car up ahead, so this is a battle. They are racing for position here, so there is a fight they're in. We didn't think they were at first, but they are actually involved in one. I think certainly becoming very exciting at the moment up here in the prototype field. More action than we perhaps expected in hour number 4 of this race, but it is definitely becoming dramatic, Cam, I think is the word we're going to use.
Well, to say the least. Overall, I mean, you've got 3 or 4 separate things going on, and we don't normally get a giant train of HBD cars as here comes the Coanda car on the inside of the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing HPD, which means that it is only him and Ben Tusting. Kem Boluboski, he wants to get on by in that number 2 Radicals car, and I think he's going to really try to force his way through. Here he goes to the inside of Ben Tusting. Yep, he'll knock the rims, and he'll go conkers, and he'll knock that Ben Tusting rim, but I don't think that did any damage to the car. Is very lucky. I think it was just straight up rim-on-rim contact. But that is not a good one. So either way, he's trying to chase down Dennis Garis. He's not getting any favors, and I can see why.
Certainly, should we say a bombastic passing opportunity there by the Radicals Online car, as they do actually make heavy contact with the Chimera machine, and this is something we really should be seeing at this stage, as we've just seen the Gecko Vortex car hit pit road. So Radicals get the position, but not the way they wanted it.
It's just that I've not seen a clean path on that Radicals car the entire race, and that is not what you want to be doing in a 6-hour endurance race at all. You have to have respect for your fellow drivers, be they in your class and the class below you, and doing that to yourself, you just end up making enemies on track, and people aren't going to be as favourable when letting you through. And at the end of the day, it's a league, so you have to race the same people over and over again. So you end up doing that, you're going to end up not making many friends.
Absolutely, and not what we want to see in that sort of position. And certainly the reputation perhaps of this story team would be very different if this was the only race people had seen. But let's not forget, this is Radicals Online, who are an exemplary team in terms of sim racing, and a very unusual race for them today, not what we'd normally expect. So perhaps an odd one out maybe for them. But as we look, we'll have a look back at VRS Car and Simsport, who are involved in some very heavy traffic there with the RSO car in front of them.
My goodness.
Running through on one of the GTS machines.
Rachel.
Cam.
I'm sorry to interrupt here, but that Torrent Motorsports car, the number 66, we know how they've been working on that Coanda Corvette that has been working on saving fuel. I just looked back. They went side by side going into corner number 5, and the pass was not completed. They ran side by side all the way until corner number, I believe, 14. So they ran 2/3 of this track side by side, and until that Corvette had to yield, and that Torrent Motorsports car is now your leader in GT class.
They are, of course, but they will have to pit very soon, actually, both of them, because Hookersville Core Motorsports have actually pitted already, which is why they're down in 3rd place. But Torrent Motorsports and VRS Car and Simsport will be passing pitting very soon. And you're right, Cam. Torrent Motorsports in the lead here of your GT category for the first time today. VRS Car and Simsport still in 2nd place, just not the one they would have wanted. But it's looking very close. It does seem as though they are still running that number. They didn't want to give the position up too easily, as you saw with that long fight we saw, but not resisting too hard, I think, at this stage.
Well, they gave a good fight back, but I don't think that. I think the Torrent Motorsports, it was a full speed pass. As right now, we have a battle for the lead in HBD, as well as Santeri Kalunki and Mitchell De Jong are working their way on it. They're going outside Simon Trandel's Chimera car, as well as the Crimson Sim RC car, but they've got more traffic, Rachel.
They certainly do, and this is very close now. The closest has been all day long. Core Sim Racing and VRS Car and Simsport right on top of it here. 1.3 seconds between the two of them as all the Radicals Online Audi R8 closes the door on the VRS Car and Simsport number 1 car in the final, the corner running onto the backstretch.
Sorry, GT lead. Torrent Motorsports almost had a little bit of a half spin and allows Coanda Simsport to go through on them. That was down in the first sector coming out of turn 3. Torrent Motorsports just clipped the curb on the inside, get the back end out wildly.
Replay.
VRS Coanda Simsport lucky to avoid it. They had to go onto the gravel to avoid that, but both cars unscathed.
Oh, a huge miss there by the Coanda Corvette there, as you saw in that replay. A huge near half spin by Marius Glombeck there, and a massive evasion by Renz Broekman. Fantastic driving, getting back to the lead of your motor race as well, as we're going to say goodbye to Jimmy Broadbent. He's been with us for the first 4 hours. He now has to leave us, unfortunately, but we'll see him again next time, of course, in the new Endurance Series. Thank you for joining us, Jimmy.
It's awesome as always. Hopefully for a exciting climax in this race for you guys.
Well, we'll see you soon, but we're going to head back to the front of this race as VRS Car and Simsport are under a second now back from Core Sim Racing. Traffic has been a problem. Cam, we saw the door being closed by the Radicals Audi R8. Not perhaps the way to behave as a GT car, but at the same time they are in their own race. It just seems like when you get near the leaders, people seem to make interesting decisions.
Well, it was a bit more than an interesting decision, as that VRS Coanda car is getting hunted down once again by Torrent Motorsports. Marius Golenbach, he is trying to squeeze every foot-pound of braking on that Aston Martin to try to get maybe around a look on the outside of corner number one. Corner number one, very, very sketchy, I think, in a tin-top car, but this section right here is not going to help, as actually the Asbury Motorsports car decides to just go off-roading in the background, as apparently the fighting was too close for his liking, as Red Zoe says hi. Renz Broekman, though, Rachel, for what it's worth, I think Renz Broekman's still trying to save fuel, which is very hard, but also very interesting, as he ran of course, last lap they had that half spin, but he is running good lap
Asbury
times.
went off behind them, Cam, as we saw there. Asbury Motorsports decided not to bother braking for that corner, and went
The Iris
straight
car is
off the track. Yes, and we've also got the Sim RC Iris car. Cam, do you want to take us through that one?
Well, it looks like it's the same corner as the one that Asbury came off, but he actually lost it, and he was getting pursued by SRN Motorsports. This is a second spin from Iris. There is no contact, but that does mean that SRN Motorsports does get that position now.
They do, and that was very, very nearly contact there between SRN and the Sim RC Iris car. Very, very close indeed.
And I have to say, Rachel, not to be critical of anybody here, but we have high drama with +5 cars in HBD. We have high drama with quite a couple of GT cars. And what's going on with the GTS class? Normally, they're the ones that have all of the action today. And today, it seems that they're taking a bit of a back seat, huh?
Looking at the 1816 actually right now, your prototype field has Gecko Vortex and Fusion Racing, and that one is now not a fight because Fusion Racing just pitted, and that's done.
Well, that makes it less dramatic. But either way, in the GTS division, it is still the Pure Racing Team GTS car, safely.
Yeah, man, we're just having a look at the battle between the 19 and the 27 car. That battle is back on. They've been fighting this particular battle for a couple of hours at this point. That is between the JCL Sim Racing prototype and the Acme Racing prototype, as well, as they come through to the latter end of the lap here, the last couple of corners, and there goes Acme Racing. So that's twice that's happened in a row.
we're not having a good run with this, are we? Either way, we're going to send Rachel off on her break, as, of course, that is a very important part of sim racing, keeping everybody nice and lively here. So it's going to be just myself, Cam Walsh, Connery Maddock, and, of course, Hugo Louis, who gets no breaks, as here in Twin Ring Motegi. Connery, I don't know what, maybe we haven't panned the cameras high enough, but it's almost like there's a full moon out there, because a lot of people are getting pretty close and tidy with racing.
Yes, they are, but one class that's not doing that is the GTS class. As we were just going, as you were just saying, they seem pretty spread out at this point. Yeah, I will say there is a little bit of a lapping going on. There we go. There's some action.
I think the 93 is currently being pursued by the 84. Oh, they're all in different laps. I tried. Either way, I just overall. Almost got the moon. Hugo's trying, but that JCL Sim Racing car, that number 27, almost had a bit of a butt into the rear end of that Gathering of Tikers GTS car. And Connery, I've seen HBDs and GT cars race just about everywhere on the four corners of this fine earth of ours. I don't think I can think in close memory another race that had as many speed issues as they've been seeing here at Twin Ring Motegi, with the prototypes trying to get by those GTS cars.
Yeah, as we look towards the lead, actually, Core Sim Racing and VRS Coanda Simsport, they are very close on track. They have a couple of lapped cars ahead of them. That is the Simatok Esport car they're just getting past. That is the Core Sim Racing prototype just flashing his headlights wildly at your GT1 effective, effective leader once the VRS Coanda Simsport car comes in, the GT1. As they pull off to the side, they're just letting Core Sim Racing and VRS Coanda Simsport prototype go through, but they are absolutely nose to bumper for the lead of the prototype division.
And Niles Coach and that Heisenfeld Core Motorsports car politely letting them by, and that's what we like to see when you're a solo runner. As Santeri Kalunki and Mitchell de Jong, I mean, this has been a fantastic battle, as you guys have said. I haven't been here for the whole of the race, but even just from what I've seen, this 22 car and this number 1 car absolutely on it. As they have been working their way through traffic, through this, through that, and there might be some traffic coming up. I don't think so, not for the foreseeable future, but when they do hit traffic, it's going to be pretty rough. And I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see Mitchell de Jong start trying to use this lap traffic as a pit, because it's pretty obvious at this point, Connery. I don't think anybody's saving anything.
Yeah, and I think it's also pretty obvious that I think we went over this earlier on in the book, as that VRS kind of SimSport prototype looks like it's running a little bit higher downforce than most of the rest of your prototypes right here. We just saw Core Sim Racing just on the straights here, just pulls away. Even though that VRS kind of SimSport car has the draft, it is all but neutralized by the amount of downforce that the VRS kind of SimSport is running. Just it makes them slow on the straights. As ahead of them, there's a big gaggle of cars, prototypes and GT cars involving the Team GT HPD up there. They'll be coming. Your leaders will be coming up on those guys shortly in the next couple of corners. Here they go. This is going to get very busy, Cam.
It certainly is. I almost want to see if we can go on board with that Coanda car as he tries to navigate through this traffic with Mitchell de Jong just for a moment, though. As we already are. All right, sweet. As Santeri Kalunki here, he is taking the defensive line to the inside of corner number 5. He's got 3 cars to go now. That's one Corvette. He's on the lights as that Coanda car might have looked to peek at the inside of the slight cornered apex, and then they get into corner number 7 and 8. This is the S-curve as Mitchell de Jong taking care of that Corvette. Now they've got Juha-Pekka Lamy, who is the Core Sim Racing GTS, giving no help to his teammate. That's what we honestly like to see. Let the battles play themselves out. Don't interfere. That's allowed both those HPDs by. Now you've just got that Team GT HPD, who is already 1 lap down. And this is a fairly interesting note here, Connery. You don't, after the Team GT car gets a lap down, it's either everyone is on the lead lap or 2 laps down. And as the Team GT pulls over to the side, very politely and respectfully, that's exactly what happens. So we have no cars 1 lap down. You're either 2 down or on the lead lap. That's fairly interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting indeed. And the last car on the lead lap is in fact the PRT black car, with just the couple of... Actually, is actually quite far down the road right there, but here we go. Core Sim Racing and the VRS kind of SimSport car just coming across the line down into turn 1. That Core Sim... Go on, Cam.
Sorry, just the pit lane has now been clogged with Jorn Jens and Kevin Siggy, who have taken over for their respective drivers in the VRS Coanda Corvette and the Touring Motorsports Aston Martin have pulled into the pits at the same time, so I think their fuel strategy might have paid off. I think they are going to go hammer and tong at this point, and it's starting to get to the point. It's getting a little hard to keep track of what's going on here with our lead battles.
It definitely is. So 2 of your front runners of your GT field in the pits. We'll just have a quick look back towards the front of the prototype field. Currently still Core Sim Racing prototype up front with Coanda SimSport following closely behind. And yes, they're coming out the pits now. The GT front runners just coming out the pits. VRS Coanda SimSport only just ahead of that Torrent Motorsports car. That is very close coming out the pit lane.
They dropped jacks at the same time, and they both gunned it, and that was so very good. They're actually coming out right in traffic with Torque Freak Racing's Bram Reniers. So an amazing pit stop for both cars. It was actually, let me see if I can get the timings. It was for Jorn Jens a 52.9, for Kevin Siggy a 52.4, so even though Jorn Jens had the longer pit stop, he ended up coming away out in front, and that is an impressive feat, to say the least, especially for that Corvette, because he is now in prime position. He can save a bit of fuel when he can, and he can actually attack when he needs to, this track at least. And then you've got your amazing lead battle here. Santeri Kalunki here going around. It won't be very long before they enter their lead traffic, and here's some traffic right here at the Asbury Motorsports right ahead.
Yeah, he gets held up there, so Santeri Kalunki. That was just the Corvette of Ashbury Motorsports right there they're getting around. There's some hectic flashing of the lights. Just take out the cones on the outside of these, as they've done almost every single lap here. As I said, good job to Marshall just putting those cones back. But it looks like VRS Coanda SimSport has lost just a little bit of time here to the Core Sim Racing prototype. Core Sim Racing just a little bit better getting through that traffic there.
No, absolutely. And for Santeri Kalunki, of course, you're that first bleeding edge. Most people will be able to calculate in their head that they can give up a tenth here or a tenth there to some oncoming traffic. The problem is you don't really leave any time for that second car, so you really don't have enough time to give to say the Coanda car or the Pursuit car as it would be. So interesting to see how well Mitchell de Jong has been handling the traffic, as well as Santeri Kalunki. This is it's a track I think that's it's deceivingly wide, I think is a fair term for it. I've raced here in many different types of vehicles, and it always seems to be a tight track, even though when you actually look at it, it's fairly wide, Connery.
Yes, indeed, and especially coming through the S's section is pretty much one line through there, even though the track is quite wide, as you say, is VRS Coanda SimSport. They just got around the PRT GTS car right there, one of your front runners in your GTS field. So speaking of the GTS field, though, let's go and take a look at what's going on there. I doubt there'll be very much going on because they have been spread out quite a bit. It's the PRT currently in the lead of that one by about 56 seconds from Atomic Motorsport. That is an absolutely huge gap, and there's about a 10-lap disparity on the tyres between them and Atomic Motorsport.
Yeah, and just looking back at our GT1 battle, which is still front bumper to rear wing between Kevin Siggy and Jorn Jens, it's the exact same battle with two completely different drivers. We talked about the different driving styles between perhaps the Corvette and the Aston Martin, how some people will only use 1 foot, some people can only use 2 foot. I'm in that category, though. I grew up with a standard shift car as they are coming upon together in the GTS 99 Mercedes. I grew up on stick shift manual transmission automobiles, and so for me it's heel toe is very natural. Yet here in the sim world I can only seem to do 2 feet. That's the only way I can comfortably do it, and as a result of that, it's one of those situations where the driver can be very important. Actually, the Gather with Tweakers car gets a door bang from the Torrent Motorsports Aston Martin. I don't think they did any damage, but that is just how intense Kevin Siggy wants to pursue this, as Friction Racing is now working his way through.
Yeah, that GOT car actually went very, very deep on the brakes coming down into turn 1 and was very, very close to the back of the VRS Coanda SimSport car, who was in the process of getting lapped by that Friction SimSport prototype. But this battle is very interesting. The differences between the two cars, the point and squirt mentality of the Corvette and the more free-flowing nature of the Aston Martin. And I'm the exact same as you Cam, in the Corvette. I used to run it in the Pro GT series a little bit. I can pretty much only do it as 2 foot rather than just heel toe. As we look towards the number 16 car, that is the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. What's going on, Cam?
Well, he ended up having a spin going into corner number 5. He was battling for position with Paul Ilbrink, who has now climbed into the driver's seat of that Radicals Online car. Very, very close, almost making contact with the Team GT car as we're getting the replay up, and you can just see Gabor Max. Well, he was going about 150 miles an hour when he started to get on the brakes, and once you try to take a corner that close, no matter what, you mean when he lost traction, he was going 62 miles an hour. There's no downforce on that car, so it just looped it. And Team GT made the right call, as you always point to the rear of where cars are spinning, and you'll find your way through. And so for Gabor Max, he recovered, but he ends up losing that position.
Yeah, as we just look back towards this GT battle, it's one of the 2 close fights that we're having on that track right now. The first one is that lead prototype battle between Core Sim Racing and VRS Coanda SimSport, and VRS Coanda SimSport features again in the other battle in your GT field. This time they are ahead in that one, but Torrent Motorsports, they're not dropping off, they're sticking with them, but they haven't been as close as they have been before, Cam.
No, and it looks like Santeri Kalunki is slowly starting to pull away. The lap times are only split by 0.2 of a second, really, that last lap. So, I mean, it's not long between the two, as the cones all getting murdered and mowed down once again. Those poor defenseless cones. Won't anybody think about the cones? But Santeri Kalunki, though, very good running from that number 22 Core Sim Racing prototype car. They're going to have a bit of lapped prototype traffic eventually, but for the most part, they've got a good clean battle here, and I think that favors Santeri Kalunki as he's trying to pull away.
It does, yes, as they come through the S's section of the lap here. This section definitely favors that Coanda car with its higher downforce setup, but they're coming up down towards the back straight now after they get past this run down towards the hairpin. This straight that's coming up will definitely benefit that Court Sim Racing prototype with the lower downforce. And I'm guessing they're running a similar setup to the Ducati White car there, because that was very, very streamlined, very, very fast in the straights. Obviously not as quick in the corners, but it seems like the way to go, low downforce set.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why Coanda would have the higher downforce because they seem to be more comfortable with that, as they always seem to bring quite a bit more downforce. I mean, look at how much they actually gain those last 3 corners, but then, as you say, he just pulls away on the straight. Yet they're doing very similar lap times. It was a 138.7 versus a 138.2, so technically Coanda did go faster that last lap, and it's always great to see when you're on the bleeding edge of motorsport competition such as what we see here in the Neo Endurance Series, how great these engineers are working with these cars, coming up with 2 completely separate packages with the same car producing very similar lap times and very, very different attitudes. And we actually have Marius Golombek from the Torrent Motorsports GT1 car that we're going to be bringing in here at Connery. And I don't know if you would like to interview him, or I would like to interview him, or somebody's going to interview him. Maybe Hugo can interview him, but we'll get him into the room and we'll see what he has to say about that amazing battle between him and Coanda.
Hello, Marius. So we're just currently watching this fight between your car, the Torrent Motorsports car, and the VRS Coanda SimSport Corvette right there. This has been a battle for the last couple, at least an hour or two. It's been trading positions, but how are you feeling right now? You're basically VRS basically managing the gap to you at the moment. It's not as close as we've seen you before, but can you still maybe try to catch and pass them? I know you want to, but can you feel that you can?
Hey guys, well, yeah, I guess we're within a second to them, so I'm not really sure if we can pass them. It's quite hard to pass the Corvette because it just pulls away from you out of every turn. Yeah, I guess we'll just see. Kevin's surely got the pace, so if it comes down to the wire, I guess if we get the chance, we'll take it.
Yes, indeed. And we were actually talking about the differences between the Corvette and the Aston Martin. Of course, the Neo Series admins try their best to try and balance the cars out a little bit more in the way of ballast and everything like that, but it seems like the Corvette has actually been brought back into it due to those changes. Is that what you're seeing? I know you're in an Aston Martin, but is it more difficult to fight with the Corvettes now?
Yeah, it's hard to say really. I mean, at Kota it was just probably the worst track for the Corvette because it just found no grip anywhere, and the tires were degrading so quickly, and that's the main problem with the Corvette. Now, with the 70 kilos, I mean, it's definitely gotten harder in an Aston now. I'm enticed to say the Corvette might actually be the stronger car overall, but I really don't know. That's probably up to the Corvette drivers to decide. But yeah, I mean, Koa is just proving that the Aston Martin is still very fast at the moment, so I'm really not sure. I guess the 70 kilos is not really the bad thing about this, since the weight should be fairly similar now. It's more the downforce changes, which probably takes a while to get used to, since you now have to run higher rear wings, and the car is handling a bit differently, so it's not that oversteery anymore. It just understeers more, and it takes a while to get used to. So I'll see how that pans out in the future. But for now, I'd say the balance is quite near what it should be.
Yeah, quite near what it should be, but obviously not exact, and it's pretty hard to be exactly equal with these two cars right here. And as you're just getting passed by one of the lead prototypes right there. That was the Core Sim Racing prototype. So I wish you the best of luck for your team there, Marius. So yeah, words. I can say words. This is good.
Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to or thank before we let you get back to your team? How about that?
Yeah, then I'd definitely thank my team, especially Gwen, Simon, and Jordan for just being around and helping with driving, helping with the whole thing around the race, which isn't actually being in the car. So shout out to them, and as well to all the guys on track, which are not a complete pain to get by, because I feel like somehow today, I don't know if it's the night weather and people think they won't get noticed or something, but I feel like driving's just been crazing all around me. It's just, I mean, I've had pretty much just like 3 seconds to the Coanda car halfway through my stint, and from then on for like 10 laps I didn't gain anything because I just get people in the apex lunging in from way behind, and just GT3 cars not moving over and trying to defend the position. I really don't know what it is today.
Some sort of full moon horizon. Marius, thank you very much for hopping in the booth with us here on RaceSpot TV. We wish you the very best, and hopefully that battle can come back to fruition. I'm sure Kevin Siggy is going to be doing everything he can to chase down Jorn Jens, and hopefully it's going to be a good one here under the lights at Twin Ring Motegi. Thank you very much for hopping in and having a chat with us.
Thanks, guys, and enjoy the last bit less than 2 hours of the race.
Well, thank you. And that is just about 2 hours left to go. 2 hours, actually. And, well, actually 1 hour and 42 minutes are only. That is what is left here, Connery. You've been here a bit longer than me, and by a bit, I mean twice as long. So you've seen this race develop a little bit more, but the strategies, I have to say, people are certainly trying things, and in the grand scheme of things, you know, between Sebring to Coda to here at Twin Ring Motegi, it's good to see people are trying to evolve their sets rather than one dominant set just seeming to take over.
Yeah, and it's also fact that I've seen the difference in strategies here as well. It perhaps is a little bit more exacerbated here than at other places because it is a night race. The track is a little bit cooler. That means the tires don't wear perhaps as much as they usually would. But I'm just currently watching these top 2 prototype cars. It seems like VRS Car and SimSport have just dropped off the pace a little bit. The gap last time by was about 2.1 seconds when they were within a second just a couple of laps ago. So VRS Car and SimSport currently dropping off this late stage in the stint.
Yeah, and we're talking about that tire where we got to remember, of course, where we are. We're in Motegi, Japan, and here in Japan is actually looking behind that Coanda car. There's quite a bit of traffic there as Kevin Siggy had to work his way around the Chimera Aston Martin as well as the Team GT HBD of Diego Carmuni and the Simatalk Esports 76. So he had to get on through all of that, and he managed to do just that, but still quite a big gap developing between those two. As the Coanda car and Core Sim Racing cars are also in your prototype division gathering a gap, but we have to remember, just to make my point, that here in Japan, they do probably use a very different material to actually make their roads. It's not like it's just a universal road. Like you couldn't take a patch of road from Daytona, Florida and bring it to Motegi, and you couldn't bring from Motegi to say Spa-Francorchamps. I want to say, and I don't know if this is a myth or not, I can't imagine it is, but they actually, from what I hear, use seashells in their asphalt mix, and perhaps that is what is affecting their tire wear, because we have to remember that type of stuff is modeled.
Yeah, indeed. So, the Japanese asphalt is slightly lower grip than what you'd see in the rest of the world, so your drivers will have to be dealing with that. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we may have Rachel Whiteford back in the booth.
You do indeed, and right at the appropriate moment for me to use my favourite little bit of knowledge whenever we go to a Japanese racetrack, and I can tell you why the track is so much smoother and has less grip. That is actually because, not seashells, but Japan is a volcanic island, or sequence of volcanic islands, and a lot of the rock taken for aggregate and road materials is actually volcanic rock, pumice, another very fine English materials. You end up with very smooth aggregate in the asphalt, which makes it very smooth, and very fine limestones and other coarse rock. So you get the very coarse tarmac in Europe and smooth in Japan. So that's why it's so much smoother.
In Europe.
We have our resident geologist, Rachel Whiteford here.
Oh, planetary geoscientist, actually, but that's not going to
The American rocks are better.
It certainly is,
Just
but yes.
I have
It's
nothing
been...
to back that up scientifically.
No.
you've missed actually quite a good couple of battles.
Well, do
Rachel.
tell me and the viewers who've just joined us.
And the viewers that have just joined us. We had, of course, Torrent Motorsports was hunting down Coanda SimSport when it was Renz Broekman piloting it. And that was, of course, being piloted by Marius Golombek, whom we just interviewed. And they finally caught each other. Torrent Motorsports made the pass, ended up giving it back, did almost a spin, very close encounter. And then they both came to pit at the same time, and Coanda got out first. Since then, Coanda has been managed to pull away. As looking up to our lead with Santeri Kalunki and Mitchell de Jong, these two have been fighting very, very hard ever since they had their pit stops. And it's just basically been whoever seems to get the traffic, though that Core Sim Racing car, Rachel, when it is in open space, does seem to be able to pull away.
We've seen just that, Cam. We've been debating who's running higher downforce in those two cars, of course, as they are very close now, running up the front stretch, and behind them is also the MSP Drivers Home. Fight is very, very close with the GTS car of Thrustmaster Movano, but look at this, half a second between VRS Coanda SimSports 1 car and the 22 of Core Sim Racing. Very, very close for lead your race. Yes, we are 4.5 hours into this motor race. 4.5 hours, and our lead gap is half a second. Welcome to the new Endurance Series. This is fantastic racing. Have a quick look down to the back group and your GTS field. And we have the MSP Drivers Home car, the 83 machine. 85, I should say, I apologise. The 85 car, who is running in a very tight group there with Thrustmaster Movano, and also the Gathering of Tweakers GTS car, I believe, is also in there. So getting very, very close in this small group. As that one's just spread out for a moment as we get through the Acme Racing car, but we'll head back towards Coanda and Core, as once again, the infield tighter sections of this track, Connery, it does seem as though Coanda really have an edge, and then we get into the big long straights, and Core do widen the gap, but it's looking very close. This is a car length difference for your lead after 4.5 hours.
Yeah, this is absolutely fantastic to see, and it's what the Neo Endurance Series is all about. Just the standard of drivers here is just absolutely insane. Just the insanely consistent laps as well, just to stick together for around about, what is it, like 4 or 5 hours at this point? That is absolutely crazy. But yeah, you bring up the setup again there, Rachel, and we discussed this while you were away, that we basically have it definitive that VRS Coanda SimSport are running a higher downforce setup than the Core Sim Racing cars. The Mitchell de Jong just goes very, very deep on the bricks there, going down into turn 1, just getting past the Racing Lions Corvette right there, but he's getting closer and closer, so we might see some side-by-side action in not too distant future.
We certainly could, and it's definitely hotting up here because as things stand, they're very much on top of each other as they nearly went 3 wide there past the Odox Motorsports GTS car. As Coanda and Core very close. Core to compromise into entry line. It's Coanda go running outside. Can they hold it? VRS Coanda SimSport round the outside under the bridge. Can they hold it in the right-hand sweeper? They'll have the inside in towards the ladder section of this track as they have the inside line again. This is for the lead of the race, folks. We have a car off the track ahead of them. That is, I believe, the Purist Team Black car. It is. And they're off the track, and there's 2 cars, 2 wide ahead of them. That is the Sim RC Crimson car, Sim RC PRT Black, and through it all, Coanda SimSport will take the lead overall of your motor race. What a fantastic sequence of corners, some impressive driving from Mitchell de Jong, hanging it out there on the outside cam. This is what we expect from de Jong. He is an all-out driver. He's now leading this race.
Well, we saw very much the same thing earlier on in the GT battle when Torrent Motorsports originally overtook Coanda. Very much the same thing happened. And Mitchell de Jong ended up coming away with it very good there. He ended up, the Santeri Kalunki ended up having to back out of it because Dennis Grabowski's PRT black car was still trying to get up to speed. He ended up having to lay on the brake just a little bit early to make that corner. And then Santeri had to go on the inside of that. But you know what? Santeri is going to be right in the back of that Mitchell de Jong tail. And as such, I wouldn't be too surprised if we don't see him starting to get up to it. But they're coming on Jack Keithley now in the Team Chimera prototype. And I don't know how easily Jack Keithley is going to let them by.
Not very would be the appropriate answer, as Jack Keithley probably will let them by. They're not on the same laps, so not going to be for the same position here. So we could see a fairly simple pass, but Chimera is 6 laps down at the moment compared to Coanda and Core Sim Racing. This one is still very much on, and Core got a very good run out that last corner, so we could see what they can do. Coanda have to build this gap here, and parts of the track they are better in, but they have now got another prototype ahead of them who is fast, which does mean they have someone to draft off of on the straights, which means there's less chance of Core using that higher speed to get past. So this could be a saving grace for Coanda.
Could well be as they come through the hairpin now down onto the back straight, which is called Downhill Straight, and you can see why. Just the latter end of the straight, it is almost vertical pretty much, downhill braking zone down into 90-degree corner, and yeah, Core Sim Racing, they're trying to catch back up, and they'll have to do that on the straights with their straight line speed advantage as actually they come down into pit road. So this will be perhaps one of their last stops. Actually, we have 1 hour and 32 minutes to go. Can they make it to the end? I don't know.
They will.
Probably
There'll
not.
be one more stop after this. They won't be able to make it from here, but they will after one further stop. So we'll see how far Coanda go into this one and see what that does to their fuel load for their final stop. Of course, it will be lower. But this is some pressure off Coanda. They need to use this time to make advantage and gain track position here. Otherwise, they could be back in the same fight all over again. Right now, they're stuck behind a Cazal Core Motorsports Aston Martin. They're going to try and get past your GT leader. Or the car that... What is the GT leader, I should say, as Chimera still ahead of them. Last car in the front group of prototypes. Running in 14th place. 2 laps behind the other runners they're racing around. Having a quick look, Rasmussen's just got into the Core car. He's very fast. That could be an interesting development, but we'll have a quick look now at the 2 and the 16. That's Radicals Online, and the 16 Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. They've both been involved in quite a fight as well. As we're headed and we see the SimRC Iris car, who are racing with SRM Motorsports ahead of them. So 2 battles out of 2 here as they run past the alternate pit road on the backstretch here. Gap has widened up a little bit as under the braking zone. This could be a tricky position here, as will Gecko Vortex throw it in? Not yet, as the gap is closing to both pairs of cars racing in 2 separate classes here. And through comes Gecko Vortex past the SimRC car. They've only got SRN to deal with now, but the gap widened up a little bit for Radicals there, Cam.
It certainly has, and the lap times are coming in as a 1:40.3 versus a 1:40.6, and it's pretty safe to say that almost all laps are now being involved somehow or another with traffic, and they're actually going to have the Marcus Hamilton piloted Friction SimSport prototype not that far up ahead. Different laps, different positions certainly, but it at least gives the GT traffic a little bit of a heads up. Hey, prototype traffic is going to start coming through. That pit stop from the Core Sim Racing car was a 47.2. Frederick Rasmussen, of course, that Grip TV driver, he is going to be involved. And actually, Coanda SimSport having some troubles trying to get around Jack Keithley. They had to go 3 wide for about a moment, and he did not get that pass done. So for Mitchell de Jong, I think it's been pretty clear here. He is going to have to fight for this.
Very much. Mitchell de Jong will have to fight hard for this position, as Keithley will not give up the spot as much as we might expect, but we're not seeing him actually be challenged directly for the spot yet, as kind of look to the inside. And Keithley will hold it around the outside. He's not going to back off, but he's not racing as hard as he might. Coanda will have the line here. Will Chimera go up the inside? They do back out. So Chimera give the position actually over there to VRS Coanda SimSport. They didn't back out completely, but they certainly didn't challenge as much as they might have been able to there, Connery.
Yeah, and you just saw Jack Keithley just have a little bit of the flash of the lights there, Mitchell de Jong right there, so I'm not exactly sure what he's complaining about. Mitchell de Jong was the car that was ahead in terms of laps, so and Jack Keithley didn't really make it easy for them, and apparently, yes, de Jong was actually weaving about on the straight. I'm not entirely sure what that was about. Maybe a little bit of taunting there, I don't know, a little bit of frustration coming out.
I think they're having fun.
It might be the case.
They're not cutting each other off, so it's hard for me to say that perhaps they're waving their fists angrily at each other, more like a ha, look at me, I've gotten through this, and now here comes Chimera on the inside of that Aston Martin trying to pursue. But I think it was pretty clear that Keithley was not too interested in letting de Jong go by. But once the position was there, he was a bit of a sportsman, just let him have that position, and then often they both went on their own separate ways. At least I hope. That's what I hope happened anyways.
Well, we can all hope and dream. I've been conversing with Jack Easley's teammate Ben Tusting for a few moments, and he's had some less than favourable words to say about today's events for their team, but not ones I can repeat on air, so we'll keep them quiet. I did try and persuade him to come for an interview, as we do enjoy a good Chimera chat, but unfortunately they're not in a vocal mood at the moment, at least not a public one.
And just to back away from that one, I can understand. I think both cars have had incidents. I mean, the GT1 and the P car, so that's not a good day at all. I have also inadvertently introduced my poor cat Leonardo into a mirror, and he seems to be absolutely fascinated with the new cat that's in the house.
At least he's not eating through your cables like our director Hugo has to deal with.
He's done that.
Fair enough. We are keeping our eyes right now on the 48 car VRS Coranda Sim Sports Corvette C6R, and they are racing with Torrent Motorsports. At the moment, Torrent behind them in third place. This has been an ongoing battle again since the start of this one, as Core will get through, making their way back towards the front after their pit stop. But Torrent looking stronger again. They're coming back at this one. They're going to fight harder. Kevin Siggy is pushing, and the Corvette is caught up in some traffic. Still fuel saving though from Coranda. That's an interesting point. Jorn Jens is back in the car, so very good with the traffic. A little bit slower perhaps than, of course, we saw from the other driver Coranda have running, Rens Broekman. But at the moment, it's looking almost equal.
Yes, indeed it is, as we just come down the back straight right there, as your couple of prototype cars just get past your series admin in Egil Seinfeld in that IRDK Endurance GTS car coming down into the braking zone of the 92 corner. Of course, Egil doing a absolutely fantastic job with administrating this series to make it one of the best endurance series that we have in the whole of sim racing, I think.
That would certainly be the case. It's been a fantastic one so far today, and Japan has not failed to entertain. It's been a great event we've had, and fantastic racing from all of these cars, but especially how close these battles have been, guys. Of course, we've had battles within seconds for the lead of the prototype field, GT field, and GTS, so this one, well, is still not done yet.
Yeah, and there is that battle for Radicals and Gecko Vortex as they're going down the front stretch as well. Gabor Max and Paul Obrink going to corner number one. And we've had quite a couple of battles. I mean, we've said the JCL and Reactive Sim Racing battle. Of course,
Commander pitting.
Okay, and and it's the prototype car coming into pits. So, well, here we go.
We'll keep our eyes on where they'll filter out with regards to core sim racing. But we are keeping our eyes here on the 2 and the 16 Gecko Vortex Sim Racing and Radicals Online. Radicals piloted by Paul Ilbrink and the Gecko car by Gabor Max. This one is closing in again, so we could have a good battle there for 8th and 9th on the track. Not what we're used to seeing those two teams battling, but Coranda currently sitting on pit road. Thrustmaster Movano have not reached the end of the line yet. Core a little bit further back. This will be very tight to see where they come out, of course. We do expect to see Coranda out ahead just. Of course, we know it's around 50 plus seconds on pit road. We'll see what this gap will be. Coranda are out and away. And they'll be out and away, I believe, just behind the car of Thrustmaster Movano. But Movano, of course, do need to pit. They are ahead of Core Sim Racing, so this is still advantage to Coranda. In fact, it widened the gap, I believe.
Yes, they absolutely have. It was a 44.2, whereas Frederick Rasmussen and his Core Sim Racing team did a 47.2. So that is a 3-second difference, and you're seeing that on track right now.
Well, that would be, of course, because they're stopping later, and they're going to split these two stints, we believe, so the car will be overall faster. This could be Coranda throwing their hat into the ring. This is their decision they're going to stick with, and this could be a race-winning strategy call, Cam.
Well, it certainly could be. I mean, it seems that Coranda is pulling the strategy together for the prototype car. Not quite sure how they're going to manage to properly do it in the GT1 car. The GT1 car is going to be a massive battle. But for Matt Backham, all he has to do is focus on his lap times, and we got to remember that next pit stop, the very final pit stop, and yes, I know that Zoe and Leo are not helping the broadcast in any way, shape, or form, but you can hear them. The quality is clear, though.
You certainly can. It's quite a menagerie coming from Cam Walsh right now.
Good. We like to have high quality, crappy background noise. You don't want like static and buzz.
Whilst you're
and
dealing
stuff
with
like
your
that.
background noise, Cam, we are going to look at the 2 at the 16 again. This one's closed right up as they get past the 54 car of Chimera's GT entry. And they'll push forwards now, and it's looking like Gabor Max is really on the charge here, going after Paul Ilbrink as they head now down towards the old pits. This one's very close. Gabor Max looking like the faster car at the moment as they're going to head up now towards the 90-degree right-hander. It drops downhill, big downhill braking zone there, much steeper grade than you believe. As we'll drop down now towards the latter part of the lap. And we'll lead them pit. Radicals go very wide around the Phoenix Motorsports Corvette. There's a big conga line of traffic falling ahead of them. This one's getting very close at the moment as Radicals will filter their way through the traffic. Team GT up ahead in a prototype. That could be in the way, unfortunately, by the time they get to the first corner. And it will be in front of the Radicals machine. Gabor Max has to run wide. He'll tuck his nose round the outside of the MSP driver's home Audi R8. He gets that one done with no particular problem. The gap's widened up again, unfortunately. We'll have a look at the gap for the Frontier race. That's 5 seconds nearly between Coanda and Core Sim Racing. That is exactly what they needed to have happen, and it has just done that. Fantastic racing there between those two. Looking towards your battle for second place in your GT field. Coanda still holding the position over Torrent, but it's getting closer, Connery.
Yeah, it is as Torrent will have to be dealing with just some prototype traffic just coming through, just taking the inside there. That'll slow them down as he gets the back end out. That'll lose a couple more tenths as Angry flashes the lights right there from the Torrent Motorsports cars. He has another prototype car coming down his inside through the hairpin, so that is going to lose him a bunch of time to that Coanda car.
Very much so, and that was the Fusion Racing car flashing, I think, rather than perhaps Torrent, but I can see why they'd both be shouting, as we've just heard Movano have had something happen to them, Cam.
Yes. The Movano car came in to get some pitted. There was Tommaso Carla. They did end up getting new tires. It was a fairly standard affair of a pit stop. Tommaso Carla, though, he ended up pulling away. Everything was fine. No traffic around him going into that first real corner that you would address coming out of the pits, corner number 3, I believe. And he completely lost it, and he saved it, but he had to go well off track and into the sand. That has cost him a lot of time, Rachel.
Very much so. It was a snap oversteer moment that happened for him in the middle of turn number 3. Manages to catch the edge of that one. It was this lap. We're going to get your replay for you just now as we are getting that up for you on the screen. As snap oversteer there. As he reaches the apex, the car wants to snap, and it looked like it was going to go to the inside and go towards the wall, but he snaps it the other way, straightens that car up, and manages to hang on. Great recovery there by Tommaso Carla.
Yeah, and he's gonna, well, he actually has just dumped it to the inside of the Shinya Machini Sim Racing car, but yes, but this is going to be pretty big here as it allows Friction Racing and gives them a breath of fresh air, because Frederick Evers, he's only 20 some odd seconds behind that last lap, and now he's only 23 seconds behind.
Very much so, and the gap, by the way, widening for the lead of your race between Coanda Sim Sport and Core Sim Racing up to 5.1 seconds now as Aspen Motorsports were off the track ahead. Furious flashing there from Mac Backham. As he should clear him with no problem before we reach turn number 1. A bit of a compromised entry, but it will be no problem for the HPD. As the Coanda number 1 gets through, no drama, no real lost time there. Aggressive use of the exit curbing by Mac Backham as he's literally on the attack him. Backham, attack him. Yeah, it's one of our phrases we say that. That's the thing.
Yeah, I
gets
think
through, no problems.
Yeah, sorry, Rachel. I think the Core Sim Racing has actually gained half a second. There's a little bit of contact there with the PRT GTS car, just a little bit of a door slam, and they both get away with it with no further problems. But Core Sim Racing has actually closed that gap from 5.1 seconds to about 4.6 seconds last time around. So Frederick Rasmussen is also on the attack.
I think we need to show that one actually, a replay if we can get that. The corner number 3 there with the PRT GTS car. And we'll do this as a bit of a slow motion replay actually for you if we can, because you see the GTS car starts braking for the corner half as deep as this is, of course, the GTS car from Pure Racing Team, which is down in your GTS field, number 71 machine. They start braking twice as far back as the prototype, of course. We expect this, but when they start braking, there's no prototype beside them, and by the time he turns in, the prototype's there. So if I was a steward, Cam, I would actually put that one on Core Sim Racing. I'd say that was a bit of a warning-worthy dive, shall we say. Not a penalty, but don't keep doing that sort of response, because as much as they have a right to get through on traffic, they did dive up the inside of a car that was already braking and turning.
It was braking, but the turning didn't really officially start until they were already well alongside, to where you would see the car in your window. But at the same time, it's just a situation. I mean, at the end of the day, the left front wheel hit the midsection, right about where the driver sits in that HBD car. So they're both lucky. Both didn't even go off track. I'm not too keen on trying to attack that much. I don't think I needed the 0.2 of a second I would have gained by passing that car. But of course, that's also why I'm sitting up here. And actually, the car right behind the Core Sim Racing car has now gone off. The Simitalk Esport Aston Martin, or the Audi of David Soranzo. But yeah, that's it's not good to be playing bumper cars with the lower class cars.
Certainly isn't what would want to have happening at this stage, but it seems to be one of those problems that will occur during this sort of race. We've seen a lot of cars sliding here today, Connery, and it does seem to be that mid-corner off sort of position where cars get into the corner no problem as they try to put the gas on. They just have no grip.
Yep, and we've already discussed it. It's probably because of the surface that they use here, and I'm just looking at Core Sim Racing's times. They are absolutely flying right now in that prototype car. Fredrik Rasmussen is doing a very, very good job of trying to reel the Coanda SimSport prototype in. We'll have to see what the gap is next time by, as Core Sim Racing just gets a little bit held up by that Team GTS of Marco Nessi right there, just coming across the line there. See what the gap is this time around. It is 3.1 seconds. Fredrik Rasmussen is absolutely flying.
It absolutely is, and it's moving on very, very rapidly at the moment as Rasmussen pushing very hard. He wants to gain the time back up to Mac Backham. Backham trying to get through traffic cleanly, making no mistakes, doing what he has to do. 140.595 last time by. Rasmussen at 39.5, so a second difference between these two cars, which is incredible, really, if you think about it, with these two guys at the top of their racing game. And that is the sort of gap we're seeing. That's a bit more on the unusual side than what we've perhaps seen in the past, but doing a good job of running the moment as he tries to get past Rasmussen, that is, past your leader in the GT field. And that is the Hilkersveld Core Motorsports car of Niels Koch. Niels has had a very quiet race so far with his teammate Keiki Shube. Both drivers have been doing exactly what they needed to do, and they've kept themselves quiet and out of the way of traffic and actually racing anybody else in their class. Behind them, second place still, VRS Coanda SimSport ahead of Torrent Motorsports. The gap is small but constant, around 2.5-3 seconds, as those two sit together on the track, not really gaining, not really fighting, but they've not lost each other yet either, Cam. This one will be going to the end, I think.
I can definitely see it going to the end. There's also, we've happened upon a sort of a longer range battle between the SRN Motorsports Aston Martin and the Heisenfeld Core Motorsport. No, not Heisenfeld Core Motorsports. The SimRC.de Iris car of Stefan Seiflager. Yes, the Iris car has gone around quite a couple of times today, and it's kind of cost them quite a couple of positions. They now have to try to chase down Mike Young and SRN Motorsports. Time is ticking down there. We are almost at an hour 15 minutes remaining.
We do, and an hour and 15 left of what could be the most exciting racing we've seen all season so far, as the battle in the night. Oh, Cam, Thrustmaster Movano Racing have gone off the track again. Get a replay for you to see what's happened. This is Tommaso Carla making a mistake on his own, and he loses the back end and spins that car around.
You know,
I believe that was
it's corner. I think it was corner number let's see, it's probably corner number 9. Yeah, it was corner number 9. I have to say, that right there is probably one of the saves of the races, not because of the spin, not because of the recovery. He floored it as soon as he started to try to get off the track, and he prevented a huge incident between quite a couple of gaggle of cars and how to influence them. So for Tommaso Carla, he made the correct decision to pull off that track, and that saved a lot of heartache.
It certainly did. I think the cars might have been okay if he hadn't, but he cleared himself from the track and managed to rejoin off the racing line, so Tommaso Carla doing what he needs to do there.
Very much what you would like to see anyways, as he now goes past that Odox Motorsport Samsung car, which is not having what we would consider, Rachel, a good day.
Not at all, and it's definitely been going downhill for them at the moment, as thankfully this will get resolved soon, Cam. Just have to let you take over for a moment.
Certainly, and so, I mean, that Odox car, well, he's got front-end damage, that number 77, he's got rear-end damage, and it's been a bad day. Some tracks, it's just not there. I remember Phoenix, their effort in GT category, what is now known as GT, it was GT1 last year, ended up having a massive issues. They didn't, I think it took probably 3 races before they completed an hour of racing. Sebring, they were out on the very first lap and in one of the last corners of that first lap, and it spiraled from there. So perhaps Odox is starting to have a season a bit like that. Looking at the standings, they are currently, that's the back button. Apparently in order to talk, that's the back button. I can't see the standings anymore. So yay, technology. So, all right, there we go. They're actually third. They're 16 and 10. So the COTA race didn't go to plan, but they're not having a good race here. As the Reactive and GCL, they're together, but not. How did they get to be on such different laps?
That's an interesting one. As we see, I'm just looking back towards the front of your prototype field because I've noticed something interesting. Core Sim Racing is now dropping time to that VRS Quanta Sim Sport car. So obviously someone has told Matt Backham to get on with it pretty much, as he is now pulling a gap over that Core Sim Racing car. So tide is turning a little bit here. If this continues on as a theme, VRS Quanta Sim Sport being a little bit stronger later on in the stints, maybe.
Or alternatively, they just needed to save a little bit of fuel to hit a fuel number, as Matt Backham has to back off of the Zen Racing 57 Aston Martin. Gives him a little bit of flashing lights, which there's really nothing they already could have done any differently other than pulling off the track, which I don't think we want to see. But just seeing the overall race coming into picture, that final stint coming into view, I mean, every time that Matt Backham is able to get fuel saved without losing a lot of time, that's going to pay dividends when it starts coming in. That pit timer starts ticking down. Tick,
oh,
tick, tick.
Sorry there, Cam. We just had a little bit of contact with the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing number 16 car. They were currently in a fight with the Radicals Online car just a bit down the road and the Team GT car. They had a little bit of an altercation with some lapped traffic just then. The Gecko Vortex car just having a little bit of an optimistic move down the inside of that Audi. Yeah, one of the front-running Audis actually. That is the Atomic Motorsports car. Just a little bit of a door slam, but I don't think there's much damage to either of those two cars.
No, but at the same time, you have to start asking yourself, where would that Gecko Sim Racing car have been without that Audi being positioned there? And as such, that it didn't look good at all. It really looked like a classic, what you would see perhaps in official racing, and perhaps some of the lesser leveled splittings of the race, something that we call barging. It was really a straight up door bang, but hopefully everyone's recovered. The cars don't appear damaged, and I have a feeling that quite a few of these drivers are going to come out of this quite battle hardened.
Yes, indeed they are. That is actually quite a close battle. The trio are just in the just fighting for the 6th place in your prototype field. There's the Radicals Online car, the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing, Gecko Vortex just coming into the pits this time. Team GT also deciding to stay out there as well.
That is now the third time that has happened, where we're announcing a car in a tight battle and then they pull into the pits. So, well, I guess that's just how the cookie crumbles. But anyways, looking at your top 3 overall, let's just do that real quick. It's your Actually, the Quanta car has just had an impact with one of the other cars, the number 1 car. He has just had an incident with the Thrustmaster Movano racing car. They played conkers for a little bit, and actually the left side of the car was lifted into the air from Mac Backham. He had to recover that car as it went halfway into the dirt. Let's see if we can get the replay of that one as that developed. It was on corner number 9. Corner number 9 seems to be the hard corner for everybody. As here comes the replay, that number 72 Movano car just tracking out. And Mac Backham getting a full door of Audi. And that was rim to rim. And Mac Backham, he controlled that car, Connery. That was very frightening.
Yeah, definitely a heart-in-mouth moment for Mac Backham. Right there. Hopefully he does not have any suspension damage to the left-hand side, sorry, of that HPD. We'll have to see if he's a little bit slower in terms of lap times, and if Core Sim Racing managed to catch back up. Actually, the gap last time by was 1.4 seconds, so they've already lost a lot of time due to that contact.
He manages to take out a boatload of cones in the process. Rachel, I believe you're back with us. I don't know if you're just squatting there watching from a distance and enjoying this battle, because it's certainly not hard to just sit back and watch it. We don't normally get to great straight battles like this, especially this late in a race.
Well, it's certainly been different, Cam, and it's not all we expected to see, of course, with VRS Quanta Sim Sport there for that little moment they had, but it's definitely made things a bit more dramatic. Of course, we've had contacts throughout this race that have caused issues here and there, but not expected perhaps ones quite as dramatic as this, especially with the cars in the way. It's making this a little bit more tense, especially with the nighttime, judging distances, closing ranges, much more difficult. Looking ahead of Coanda's 3 wide there, with Core Sim Racing, I believe the Racing Lions and Madcape, as they were getting through there, 3 wide coming onto the back stretch, but that was an intense moment for everybody involved, as I believe that was turn number 10, the hairpin, heading towards 9th degree corner at the bottom of the hill. But that was just one of those moments of, this is a bit late to be going that aggressively. 3 wide to a hairpin corner is almost too much to be called for. People are taking a lot of liberties in this race, I think.
I have to agree with that. It seems to me that a lot of prototype cars are really leaning on the entry pass. That they're looking to get past the car before the apex. And this might be because it's Twin Ring Motegi, it might be because it's night, it might be because of the weather, it might be a combination of all of those things. But it just seems to me that people are being very hustled right now. And Connor, you've of course seen, the both of you have seen, 2+ hours more of this action than I have. But it just seems to me that that the prototype drivers have just settled on, well, I have to pass in the first half of the corner, or else it's just not going to work. So I have to attack. And I don't think that that's really a great mentality to have. But at the same time, if the conditions mean that that's what you have to do, I guess that's what you have to do.
I think, Cam, this is based on what we've seen in terms of their power output, and I think Connery will agree with me that with the high humidity and the high altitude of this circuit, it means that the prototypes have less power and they're having more trouble launching out of the corners as they might normally, so having to go for an early pass.
Yes, indeed, and that gap last time by between VRS Quanta Sim Sport and Core Sim Racing, that was 0.9 seconds, so they're now within a second, at least last time by. I think VRS Quanta Sim Sport has just stretched that gap out a little bit over the last lap. We'll have to see as they come across the line. They just go under the bridge towards the final couple of corners right here, down through Victory Corner. And let's see what the gap is next time by, as Mac Backham has a little bit of a flash of the headlights to the cars ahead of him.
Yeah, and well, Mac Backham, he's trying to digest that traffic, and as he does that, I mean, he is the leading edge, he's on the lights. I think it's now been both, actually, Mac Backham and that core car that has now had contact with at least somebody in like the last 5 or so laps. They have to get around the Vendevil Sim Racing Aston Martin before they have to come behind Michael De Jong, who is that number 17 Madcape racing car, and both managing to make it past that lapped Vendevil Sim Racing car. And Connery, Well, it looks fairly straight running here, at least for the next lap or two. But after that, I see up ahead you've got JCL Sim Racing pursuing Radical Sim Racing, pursuing Torrent Motorsports, pursuing VRS Coanda Sim Sport. Those are your two front-running GT1 cars, and they're trying to lap another GT1 car and a couple of GT3 cars, sprinkle in Friction Sim Sport and a couple of other cars, and I think it's going to be a very, very busy couple of laps this coming section. So right now, Mac Beckham's at the back of that line.
Yep, and he just moves across to try and lap that SimRC.de Crimson car coming downhill into the braking zone of the 90-degree corners. Core Sim Racing goes very, very deep on the brakes. I've been noticing that's a theme with that Core Sim Racing car. Very, very deep on the brakes when it comes to lapping the lapped traffic. He's one of these guys, as you said before, Cameron, likes to get the pass done before the apex of the corner on the lapped traffic as they come around to complete lap with 175 onto 176. We may end up getting over 200 laps of racing in here in 6 hours.
No, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I haven't really spent any time doing my smart engine, my start mathematical stuff. Oh, darn it. You've caught me off guard, because normally I at least have a guess for this type of stuff, but I've been so busy with the action that we've been having. Mac Backham now looking to attack Michael de Jong in that Mad Cape number 17. He should be able to get by. Yes, he does, as well as that. Yeah, as well as that Core Sim Racing car. I mean, this is just... Now the traffic is they're too wide ahead for actually the lead of your GT1, Connery, as they're going into the next couple of the corners here. Going to be very, very dramatic.
Yes, it is. They've got traffic ahead. Some prototypes try and get around some of the slower GT traffic. Here comes your prototype leader behind them as well. There goes Core Sim Racing looking for a move. There's tons of battles in one here. I'm not entirely sure which one to look at as Mac Backham gives the flash of the lights to his teammate Jorn Jens in that Corvette, diving down the inside. It's 2x2 stuff coming through the hairpin. This is going to get very, very crazy as they're going to go perhaps 3 wide down the back straight here with a couple of different classes. This is getting a little bit hectic as another 3 wide with the Coanda Sim Sport trying to make a 3 wide with the core prototype. That's an interesting one. Heavy braking down into the 90-degree corner. Yeah, they're going 3 wide. There's a little bit of contact with some GT cars right there. Somehow they get through most of them unscathed, but that was very, very sketchy stuff.
Good Lord. Oh, heavens. Is Mac Backham now... I think he's just flashing his lights to try to get the adrenaline out. That was absolutely bonkers. 3 wide into the apex at the bottom of the downhill straight. That is very dramatic to point that out is not hard, but to say it is certainly brings it honestly with it. JCL Sim Racing and PRT, the next couple of lapped cars that need to go down. Will Mac Backham be able to dispose of this GTS car easily? Yes, he will, as he'll dip to the inside. Core Sim Racing is going to pursue, and then they've got a lapped a HBD car, but oh my goodness. It has just been absolutely massive attacking here, and we've also had a pass for the lead in your GT1 class with Torrent Motorsports passing VRS Coanda Sim Sport.
Yes, indeed they have, and this battle I think is just going to go down to the wire. I think it will be for second place at the end of this race, since Core Motorsports will appear just a little bit earlier than these guys, so this is basically effective second place at this point, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, let's see here, because I could have swore that was for the GT1 is for the lead, as well as the HBD is for the lead. A couple of other battles have been going on that I honestly have not been able to particularly follow, but I think that Gecko car...
Oh, crash! Sorry, got to break this. We've had a big crash. Mac Backham has had a huge impact under the bridge. This was under the bridge, I believe, for turn towards the end of the lap. Mac Backham has lost control of his car and gone into the wall hard.
No, that was with some lap traffic ahead of him. That was the Atomic Motorsport GTS car just getting the back end a little bit just as Mac Backham was trying to pass, and that has not ended well for VRS Coanda Sim Sport.
Oh, absolute drama here. Atomic Motorsport getting on the throttle, perhaps just trying to hustle up so he can get out of the way of those leading cars, and he lost it coming off the rear. Perhaps his rear spiked the curbing, and Mac Backham was already committed to making the pass on the outside.
further contact with VRS Kind of Simsport and another prototype car. That was with the PRT LMP Black this time. He just gets a little bit of a side swipe, avoids the barriers, has to go on the grass, and a little bit of an angry flash of the lights afterwards as well.
Oh, not happy at all. Patrick Wolf had nothing to do with that one, as Mac Backham acted like he wasn't even there and just drove right across to make the pass. I don't think he is going to be happy about that one. I wouldn't be happy if I was a PRT car, and I wouldn't be surprised if they don't say something about that in the manager's office. But my goodness, going from one high point to one absolute low point, this changes everything. I know that's a dramatic language, but this changes everything, Connery. This is absolutely bonkers.
It does change everything. It's not just hyperbole right there, but Core Sim Racing looking very, very comfortable right now. All you have to do is basically keep it on the grey stuff at this point, and I hope I'm not jinxing them. But Kind of Simsport, there's some very, very heavy damage to that front clip of that prototype car. They will definitely be down on speed.
If we look at that incident though back and actually really see what's happened in that moment, Coanda didn't have many options. They were already heading to the inside out of the corner to undertake the Atomic Motorsports Audi, but when they lost it in front of them, it dragged them towards the wall. So really, it was a fluke of location for Coanda, which is unusual.
And not much that Mac Backham could have done. We've seen all day long, as we're also watching the lead battle between Torrent and Coanda. Coanda car, hopefully not looking to spell the same. There's a car around.
2 cars around, 3 cars around. Well, everything just went wrong in one go. That was insane. You know what we've had happen? We'll get a replay for you. The 61 Torque Freak Racing car gets into the back of the 57 car. That is, I believe, the machine of Zen Racing. Zen Racing goes round and tags the back of Torque Freak again. Torque Freak then come in and tag the back of PRT Black. And PRT Black go around and around and around and get going again, but with huge sidepod damage. Now Silly Hour has begun, I believe.
And for Coanda, I think they even might have gotten the butt of that.
They escaped. Coanda actually escaped, I think. They made it out that one just clear.
I think they tapped the rear bumper of Torque Freak. If they didn't, I would be very surprised with that bumper, but my goodness gracious. And for Patrick Wolf, how frustrating is that? He got in the car probably, less than 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago? And in one lap, essentially, he has managed to get hit by no more than 2 cars, and he really hasn't done anything wrong.
Absolutely not, and this is definitely causing some problems for them, of course, and things leveling out a bit more now, but as this stands, we're looking at a very different end to the race than we imagined in more than one class.
Yep, indeed, and I think Patrick Wolf in that PRT Black car was doing an impression of his teammate in the PRT White car earlier. So PRT haven't really been having a great day in the prototype field. They have been in the GTS field. They've been doing pretty well. If I have a look for them, yes, they are currently ahead in the GTS field right now, I believe.
Going to take a quick look at what's happening here in GT field. And that is VRS Grand Supersports 48 car and the Torrent Motorsports number 66 car. Battle for second and third here in class. And it's close again. It's right back under a second between these two, the Aston Martin and the Corvette C6R, as they head through turn 7, I believe, and up towards the bridge, or the first of the bridges, I should say, under the oval circuit. This one getting tighter. It's been very close all race long, and here comes the damaged sister car with Mac Backer behind the wheel. Will he get through with no problems? We'll have to find out, but as it stands, this one, Connery, this has been ongoing, and one of the few battles we still really have going after these multiple incidents.
Yeah, and they're getting very, very close. Here comes Jorn Jens' teammate Mac Backham in that very heavily damaged HPD ARX right there. It looks like the Corvette was actually a little bit faster coming down that straight, but there goes Mac Backham down the inside. Maybe he can help his teammate in Jorn Jens here, maybe make it a little bit difficult for Kevin Siggy when he tries to get around him, as he just flashes lights a little bit. Yeah, the GT cars are actually just as fast as the prototype going down that straight right there.
Well, we look at Mac Backham's last lap time, it was 4.5 seconds, 5 seconds nearly, Actually, yes, 5 seconds off the pace. He has to come
Here he
down
goes,
pit road, but
there's
he can't
GT
afford
cars.
to.
Oh, both down pit,
Oh!
almost too wide coming down into pit road. Wow, that was absolutely amazing.
Oh,
a
they
little bit
contact
of a
each other.
bump.
Hello.
There was
Yeah.
contact. We're going to get a replay for you of just what happened there, but there's going to be a steward's inquiry. There has to be. That was absolutely
between the two.
shenanigans entering pit road between Coanda. That is, of course, Jorn Jens. Replay for you now. Jorn Jens and Kevin Siggy both decide to head to pit road whilst they're too wide, I might add. Too wide entering pit road. Late braking from Jorn Jens. Jorn gets past. Siggy tries to undercut, tapping bumpers, knocking over cones. And
Now
boys,
they're
this
just
isn't
sitting.
this isn't NASCAR. This is
I mean,
this
to
is
be
endurance
fair-
racing, not
to
some
be
sort
fair,
of
this
bumper
is-
cars.
This is some great action, I think. This is exactly what happened, not perhaps the pit entry, I didn't get to see it, but this is exactly what happened the last time they came in, and there goes Jorn Jens. He pulls away. They have possibly short-fueled their car, and that is leaving Kevin Siggy, who is now just gripping his wheel, waiting for the fuel for that very hungry V12, but oh my goodness, Jorn Jens, he's got away, and even though he got bumped in the rear, no damage.
That, I think, on further thought, was possibly the bravest, boldest pass I have ever seen in motorsports. Because Jorn Jens, round the outside as both of them entered pit road too wide, is lunacy. Nobody ever thinks of these things, but he makes it work, and what an incredible entry. I feel for Kevin Siggy at the moment, I really do. But let's not forget, of course, Coanda have been fuel saving, which is why they'll have been pit road for less time this final stop. So this could be them running to the end here. But an incredible situation there. Somewhat insane, of course, but still incredible action from these two cars. And brave of both of them to hold it in there, but also absolutely insane. Connery, this is endurance racing. It's hours and hours of boredom and moments of absolute violence.
Yeah, and I don't think that car actually took sides. I didn't see the car go up on the jack, so maybe they've just put the fuel in and just short-fueled it till the end right here. So I'm not too sure about that one. We'll have to get confirmation on that one. We can go and take a look, but that is a pretty large gap between them now.
Maybe just trying to get a comfortable gap or something to that effect, and perhaps burn the fuel tank down, burn the tires up, and then perhaps come in for a splash or something like that, as or perhaps hoping that in trying to catch up, Kevin Siggy might run afoul of trouble. But Rachel, that is just it's an interesting move, and I hate to put on the marshal's hat, but they did. I don't know how they're going to look at pit entry as a whole, but that Coanda car, there is a white line on the left-hand side. I don't necessarily know what it signifies, but they were completely over it. So I'm hopefully, you know what, I hate to quote like a Bill France or something like that, because nothing good can ever come from that, but he's kind of having a boys have at it attitude, and boy, that is just a fun hell to watch.
It certainly was. We're looking right now, it's the 32 and the 33 here. That is Vendaval Sim Racing and SimRC.de Crimson. And they're pushing hard now onto the front stretch with the 54 of Team Chimera behind them. Team Chimera multiple laps down in 41st overall. But we've got some good action here running in the kind of the top 5, top 6 mark of your GT division. Vendaval have been quiet most of this race. And SimRC Crimson, for once, better than their sister car, the Iris car, but right now under threat from Vendaval Sim Racing, and Santeri Kekkonen is pushing hard now for Vendaval in that 32 machine. Looking like we could be close. They could be looking for a pass here as they head towards 90-degree corner. Will he go for it under the bridge? They will go for it. And a great pass there under braking by Santeri Kekkonen.
Yeah, nice and easy. Just lit up the rears. Of course, lit up the fronts. An amazing glow. And actually, his car is still glowing. That's how hot the rotators have gotten. That from the heavy braking zone of corner number 5 all the way through to the back section. Those rotors are still aglow. Actually, I almost wonder if this is the type of track where they're just glowing all day long. All night long, I guess I should say. But for Santeri Kekkonen, that was a fantastic pass for that Vendaval Sim Racing car. Haven't seen much Aston Martin on Aston Martin action. It was always seems to have been Corvette on Aston Martin action, but you know what? It's worked out fairly well as the Racing Lions Corvette That number 41, he has an off on the final corner, victory corner, but he collects it back and he'll continue.
He does indeed. Have a quick look at the times actually between Torrent Motorsports and Coanda Motorsports in your GT category. Last time by Kevin Seagy with a 1:45.710 and Coanda with a 1:46.9. So slower at the moment. Could have been traffic, we're not sure. But it's definitely been slightly slower. The gap with no tyres might be coming down. We could be expecting a sooner stop here, or both need to make a stop towards the end. It will have to play out, but of course a huge time gap for Coanda over Torrent Motorsports in second place. Looking at your front of your prototype field, Movano move up to second place as Coanda drop to fourth. They are drastically off the pace and have been on pit road, we believe, and they've taken some repairs, not a lot, but they've got a new front clip on that car. As Mac Backup still trying to push that car forwards. Yes, the front clip has been replaced, a longer stop, but not a long one due to being front bodywork damage. They're back on the road now, and we'll see what their first lap is. They're in fourth place, still in the lead lap, just, but it is very, very close, and it's certainly not a podium as they were hoping for.
Looking at the times, they're only about 10 seconds behind Friction Racing, and they running. Obviously this is their first real full-paced lap as they go around the Asbury Motorsports Corvette. They're only with that 10 seconds behind Friction Racing. It's actually 7 seconds right now, and Friction's only 24 seconds behind Thrustmaster Movano. So they could certainly come back into the podium. I don't think they're going to be able to make up a minute and 48 minutes. That's obviously well out of reach unless something befalls Fredrik Rasmussen, much like happened to that Coanda car. You don't, of course, wish that on your competitors, but this race, the moon's been high here tonight in Japan, and I think that it wouldn't be surprising at the least.
Absolutely not, as Bram Rendler's black flagged for contact. That's 20 seconds actually for that's Torque Freak there for their incident with Zen Racing. So as much as Zen Motorsport Racing have had incidents all race long, Cam, Torque Freak did instigate that 4-car incident when they tipped the car around. So Torque Freak deserve a penalty at this stage. A little late, but they deserve it. And it certainly has nearly involved way more cars than it could have done.
Yeah, they certainly did earn that. There, 2 cars not even fighting for position in the same class. Tried to go on the inside, it just didn't work out. And you take your lumps and just kind of move on, I suppose. I think a lot of teams are starting to get to that point. The last 45 minutes of racing here at Twin Motegi, where they are just waiting to pull that car into the pits, drive it right onto the trailer, and try to get the heck out of Dodge. And get ready for next month's race. I can't think off the top of my head where that is going to be, but I can only imagine how crazy it's going to be after this race here in Motegi.
Absolutely, Cam, and as we are now approaching 40 minutes to go in this race, 40 minutes remaining, things have certainly changed here in the New Endurance Series. Running down your top running orders, as we're going to go for our final on board in just a few moments' time. And before we go back to the last uninterrupted part of coverage, run through your running orders at the moment. It's Core Sim Racing at the front, Thrustmaster Movano HPD in second place, with Friction Sim Sport up in third. Down in your GT category, Huggersfeld Motorsports are leading, VRS Sim Sport in second place, with Torrent Motorsports in third. Down in the GTS field, Grand Touring Sport, it is Pure Racing Team GTS leading the way ahead of Torque Freak Racing. Actually, it's not, it's Motomic Motorsports and Thrustmaster Movano GTS. We're going to go for a quick on-board right now, and we're going to go with one of your prototype cars. We've not done that for most of this race, and that is going to be the Radicals Online number 2 car. So enjoy a couple of laps on board with Paul Ilbrink. that was a couple of laps on board with not Mac Backham, that's the Commander car, with Paul Ilbrink on the Radicals Online number 2 prototype car. RaceSpot TV fan immersion is round behind Radicals car, missing them by what I can only describe as possibly a micrometers gaugeable distance is the Team GT car, who just spins right behind the Radicals machine and impacts the barrier hard after turn number 1. So a narrow escape from death for Paul Ilbrink there. The curse of RaceSpot TV commentary has been lifted. He just got saved by us. You're welcome, Radicals Online. But a very, very close miss there, Connery. Got the replay up for this incident. That was minutely close.
Yeah, that was about as close as you could possibly get. Is Madcape just not Madcape? Sorry, Team GT just got the back end a little bit. I don't know if they clipped the curb a bit too much on the exit. That just spun the car around. But either way, some snap oversteer, narrowly missing the prototype car. I can't stop watching this. That was so close.
A very, very close incident there. Very, very close in the end. And thankfully they managed to escape that trouble. And they saved themselves some extreme potential damage there, because that could have spun the car around and sent them off into the left-hand side barriers. So a narrow avoidance there for the Radicals Online team. Looking back towards the front, Mac Backham is back on pace. He's doing 39s and 40-second laps. So this is back in the region where he should have been before incident last 39.3 last time by. He's going to keep him in 4th place, but unless something goes wrong for a car ahead of him, unfortunately 4th will be where he finishes, Cam, because the damage was cosmetic. They've replaced that aero bodywork. Unfortunately right now they've lost 1.5 minutes essentially over their leader.
Well, and it could have been a lot worse. Let's not forget that. There are still many cars circulating this track. There's certainly not a ton of time left in this motor race. We've got 39 minutes and 40 seconds according to my ticker. And that would probably equate to probably at the very least, some 20 to 25 laps. And to go 25 laps down would put you back down a Team Chimera's level, down into the 41st position. So it could have been so much worse. And, well, as we said when I first came in, quite a few people are doing salvage runs. Well, just add Coanda SimSports HPD effort to that list.
As we know, Cam, 4th place is still a lot of points, and it's very important for Coanda to achieve that, especially with Chimera losing so many points in this race. We are now going to have a quick look at the 90 Atomic Motorsports, and they are catching their rivals in class. Thrustmaster Movano GTS, who are currently leading the way, and the gap is down to about 3 seconds between those two cars. They've pulled this gap down, and they are closing in, so we could be looking at a fight in the dying moments of this motor race. I think we've had our final stop for this class so far, so we are running to the end.
Yeah, we could, well, see that, but except for the fact that Atomic Motorsports car is on about 28 lap old tyres right now. And the Thrustmaster Movano car is on 9.
We can't see it because the camera's pointed at all those murdering cones.
Yeah, we keep showing broken cones, so I apologise to all our viewers who are getting a little irritated. Hugo thinks it's a game.
It is.
So we're going to stop this in a moment.
It's not a game, Rachel. It's a simulation. Madcape and Gecko Racing.
This road, Cam.
Madcape and Gecko Racing are going at it really hard. Gecko has probably put in 3 or 4 very, very good thrusts and try to attack, but Madcape just continues on its line and does a very good job of defending.
Very much so, as Madcape Racing are defending very, very successfully against Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. And Gabor Mex trying to make a move on Michel de Jong as he pilots that reactive. I can English, I promise. I'm struggling with the language thing. It's one of those days, folks, I do apologise. It's been late and we've been talking for 6 hours nearly, so this will happen. But Gecko Vortex Sim Racing are working their way back here. And we've got another chance for them to make a move here, Cam, this time. And I think they could have the chance, but it's being driven very well. That is the Madcape 17 car. Michel de Jong, a very tough driver, usually found in Indy cars, used to high downforce racing.
Yeah, and well, you can get used to downforce cars.
Oh, I think. Sorry, we have a huge announcement. Well, not really anymore. They're still going to be last of the lightly lapped cars, but a 15-second stop and hold for Mac Backham of Team VRS Commander SimSport has been issued by Race Control for the contact with the Pure Racing Team GTS car, which was the barging contact after the initial incident for Coanda when they were trying to make up time. Mac Backham will have to come down pit road and serve that one. And a little mute as far as penalties go because they lose no positions, they gain no positions. But the rules are the rules, and they will have to serve this in the next few laps.
Actually, I think that was the contact. After the fact, I didn't see, but it was with the PRT Black car instead of the GTS car. The GTS car was the first incident that they had that ruined the front clip of that prototype car. But
no, the first incident was actually with the Atomic Motorsports car under the bridge, and I thought it was the PRT Black car was the one they avoided with the spinning GT cars. And it was the GTS car they bumped into. No?
That was the same incident. That was the incident a lap later. What had happened was that Mac Backham was trying to go after the actual crash. That lap, they went across the start-finish line. He tried to go around a GTS car, I want to say, and he actually just pulled in and doored PRT into the dirt. And that PRT had pulled back on track and flashed the lights. Not a happy camper. He basically moved over to pass the GT car as if he wasn't side by side, and that is what he is being penalized for, not for the incident involving the two spinning Aston Martins and the PRT car that got collected in that as well.
Mac Backham in to serve his penalty right now as Racing Lions are leaving pit road ahead of him. Mac Backham will make that long, slow crawl towards pit road to serve his penalty as Core Sim Racing are reacting. I think they're in for a pit stop right now as well behind your former leaders, VRS Commander SimSport, who are now relegated to 4th position. This is certainly an interesting one to look at, because this will be the final stop for Core Sim Racing, and of course Coanda cannot take fuel on this stop. They'll have to come in again if they need to have fuel.
Yep, and
Rejoining the track there.
Yeah, and that's the risk of getting a penalty so close towards the pit window, because you'll have to come in twice in a row since you can't do anything to the car while you're taking your stop and hold penalty.
Very much so, and that is in fact penalty worthy to do the pit stop at the same time, so they will not be allowed to do that. They're on track ahead of Friction SimSport, so Coanda still holding on to, in fact they've gained a position to 3rd, but they will have to make another pit stop, so we believe they'll stay in a net 3rd place here. With Core stopping behind them, this might just keep them on the lead lap. Barely. Things are going to be very tight. We could see Coanda drop a lap down in this race, but they should overall stay in that 4th position. Although actually we are seeing where PRT Black are here, they could actually gain that spot, so Coanda could still lose a spot here, Cam.
Well, they certainly could, and this penalty definitely does drop them out of the podium position now. Though the SimSport car was ahead of... okay, so they've come in. All right, let me get my other timing up that is a bit more accurate. And, okay, so now I'm definitely confused because Friction SimSport's now sitting behind Coanda. So Coanda came in and did their pit, so perhaps Friction had to come in and pit as well at some point to finish up their slot, and now that's where these two cars just are.
Cam is confused about race cars.
Yeah, I'm confused as well because he came into the penalty, but he was behind Friction the last I was really looking at the Coanda car, and now he's ahead of the Friction car, so that just kind of adds to the confusion.
We'll work this one out eventually, ladies and gentlemen, so please bear with us.
Anyway.
But as things stand, Core Sim Racing have made their final pit stop. This is Core Sim Racing now running to the flag. Their only potential rivals, VRS Commander SimSport, first suffer an incident and then secondly a penalty of their own causing and have dropped back out of the running order. Core Sim Racing 26 seconds clear of Thrustmaster Movano Racing in 1st and are looking like a clean run to the flag with 30 minutes remaining in the race. Thrustmaster Movano are about a minute clear of VRS Commander SimSport and Friction SimSport in 3rd and 4th. The road for the podium looking very clear. The only question I should say here is who takes our final podium spot? Can VRS Commander SimSport pull some magic out of the hat? Can Friction SimSport take the position, or will Pure Racing Team LMP Black defend the sister car's honour? All is yet to play for, Cam.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's going to be fairly interesting. I mean, with these positions standing as they are, I mean, Mac Backham has served that penalty, but he had a pit that already collected, this fuel and everything like that, so he didn't do anything pit-wise while he was while he was serving that penalty. Friction's about 3 or 4 seconds behind. Frederick Evers is going to want to get involved in that. And it's just, it's going to be interesting as we go on through. Mac Backham, the big thing for him is he has to now be super careful going through the traffic. Now, I have to say you have to be a little bit on an aggressive edge here. The most aggressive drivers seem to be the ones moving up to the front, but you can't do that when you're already being eyed by the marshals. So, and actually, that the friction times and the Coanda times, 139.7, 139.7.
Things very close at the moment, and this will make it a very exciting run towards the end. We know Coanda Simsport will probably have to stop again. That is our critical information in this one. We know they will need to make another stop, and it's going to have to be just for fuel. We think they can't afford really to take tyres at this stage, and they only could double stint. We know they took tyres in the last pit stop. They may have to run to the end on the same tyres they're using now. That could certainly change things as they are currently standing. Friction Simsport as well, they, I believe, are needing to make a pit. They've made a pit stop, so Friction will not have to pit, and are presently 3 seconds back from Coanda.
Actually,
That
Friction
changes a
just
lot.
Friction just had a half spin. Frederick Evers did save it and round it up, but he did lose quite a bit of time in that.
Absolutely, but it's not going to be losing enough time to make up for an entire pit stop for Coanda. So unless they plan to run to the end here, this could be a tricky position.
Yeah, I just want to butt in here and just mention that the battle that we were looking at just before the pit stops between VRS Coanda Simsport number 48 car and the Torrent Motorsports car, that is well and truly back on right now. Torrent Motorsports actually within 1.5 seconds, so they've reeled that 10-second gap back in. Remember, VRS Coanda Simsport took the gamble and went with no tyres on the last pit stop, so this will become very, very interesting in the next couple of minutes.
Certainly is. In fact, we're hearing some information through from Coanda that they actually may not need to pit.
Torrent Motorsports off into the gravel just as they were getting lapped by one of the prototype cars. That was Fusion Racing just pushing them a little bit. Actually, I wouldn't say pushing them a little bit wide. Kevin Singh just got the braking a little bit wrong, had to take a trip through the gravel, so that gap is now back up to around about 3.5 seconds. So he has overcome that gap before, he just did, but now he has to do it all again.
Absolutely. I thought the information we were getting was suggesting that they didn't need to pit again in the prototype, but it's actually the GT car. So it looks like Coanda in the GT car might be secure for a second place finish here with Renz Broken in Yorniens. So a fantastic result that is well deserved for those boys. Up front though, this is going to be a different story. Can Coanda claw a podium from this mess? It's not been a long time that Mac Backham has been on track. Lap 160, lap 94. They're approaching 30 laps, so they're going to have to pit soon, we think. They'll have to come in. They, I think, are too far back to make this one work. Although, no, we did have a pit stop for damage repair. They may have taken fuel and tyres then on 82, Cam. I think they can go to the end.
Well, I have to say they're probably going to try, because if you run out on the last lap or so, really what's gonna happen is you might lose one position, but you're not gonna go 2 laps down with 1 lap to go. So who knows what they might try and do, as looking right now at Reactive and JCL, as they are of course on it once again. They have Torque Freak Racing and Thrustmaster Movano around and about, as they're going to be coming upon a GT3 car. And for Reactive Sim Racing and JCL, I mean, Lars Boll, Damien Hesluis, these guys have been fighting pretty much all race long.
That's absolutely true, and the battle has been continual, in fact, as these two, as you mentioned, Cam, they have been fighting since the start of this race. But right now, JCL looking a little bit stronger than Reactive Sim Racing. We could see Damien Hayes-Lewis making that move work here on Lars Boll, but Damien's got to really push here. This car has been quicker, but he seems to be pushing wider in a lot of corners where Reactive are not.
Yeah, and it just depends, I think, on how they're going to be able to fight through traffic. I think traffic has been so important. There's been a big ebb and flow between Reactive and JCL. JCL sometimes just seems to get out ahead, and then it seems that Reactive sometimes chases them down, and vice versa. It's been a great battle to watch for that 10th position, and it's looking ahead. It's it's going to be fairly intense as far as traffic goes, at least in the coming couple of laps for those two guys. But it should be fairly exciting as far as that, so we'll always have action somewhere as the Radicals Online prototype car is coming down pit road for the final time.
They certainly are. It's the number 2 car with Paul Ilbrink behind the wheel. Pulls to a stop in their pit box for that last time, as Cam says, and they'll be getting their final service here. Will Paul be taking the car to the finish of this motor race? Looking at the driver positions, it's possibly unlikely. He has done 2 stints. Sem Bulabowski might need to head into the car for a second, he will not, so Paul Ilbrink will take this car to the end of the race. Radicals Online looking secure at holding on to 8th place, not likely making it up to 7th in Gecko Vortex Sim Racing, but they come out in a pack of GTS cars. They'll clear their way through and be on their way.
Yeah, and there's some side-by-side racing between, I believe that's Team DFTBA and the Team GTS, GTS Alley. That's a bit of a tongue twister. But there goes Team DFTBA through on that Team GT car. Team
GT, GTS versus Team DB, DFTBA, BBQ.
Lots of letters.
It's Diftaba between Gittis.
I am
so Team Gittis.
Why can't teams have cool, simple names rather than alphabet soup? This is what I'm confused about. I'm just going to call them Team Awesome. It's much simpler. Team GT and Team Awesome are now racing for position. This is down in your GTS category. Outside the top 10, but they're both racing for honours at this point. As it stands, it looks to be a slower time for Atomic Motorsport. They are further down the order after their half spin or two. Thrustmaster Movano leading the way in GTS. Shinya Mishimi up to 2nd place at the moment with a very interesting strategy play. And they've made their final stop, so this could be an exciting one from them. Filip Mitreski behind the wheel of that Audi R8 for Shinya Mishimi. Could see them come away with a podium here, Cam.
Oh, absolutely, and that Shinya Mishimi team has been doing fairly well in the series. Looking at the Grand Touring setup that I have now for a Grand Touring Sport, they are currently in 4th position. They didn't have a great finish at Sebring, only 7 points out of the 20 that you get for winning, but they did get 12 at COTA. They are trending very well right now, and if they can score a podium, I think they would be very happy.
Absolutely, and of course Vincenzo Amico sharing that car today with Filip Mitreski. And those two having a great day, actually. No, it's Kazimir Poznaski actually in the car with them as well. So it throws 3 drivers. And they're having a great performance. It's a fantastic race so far. They've been quiet all day, but they've found themselves in a good position after some incidents for other cars, including MSP Drivers Home and Atomic Motorsports having both had problems. Team RSO have clawed their way up in a Mercedes. Yes, folks, that is a Mercedes in 5th place. So the balance of performance has certainly worked in their favour in terms of enduring the attrition of a motor race. And that's Team RSO. Yeah, a Mercedes in the top 5. How times have changed since Sebring, Connery.
Indeed they have, and in the GT field we have that battle between Toro Motorsports and Commander back on yet again. Toro Motorsports have caught right back up from their little escapade into the gravel. They will just get lapped by one of the Thrustmaster Movano Racing prototype cars right here coming down into turn 1. But this will be very, very interesting coming towards the end. We have about 23 minutes 18 seconds left on the clock. That is more than enough time for Toro Motorsports to get right onto the back of that Coanda car and perhaps try and make a pass, because that Coanda car is on very, very old tyres at this point.
They certainly are, and the gap has really come down now. Ashby Motorsports ahead. Can they get through cleanly? The Ashby Motorsports car will get well out of the way, as this is down to Toro Motorsports and the Coanda Corvette. This is going to be wheel-to-wheel racing here, Connery, of course. But this is where we're going to see how well can Jorn Jens actually defend his position on the racetrack. Because right now, Torrent are coming on quickly. But as we know, it's very hard to pass a Corvette. The Corvette is a very point-and-squirt car. They come into the corner slow, they turn, then they accelerate. The Aston Martin needs to keep momentum, so as long as Jorn Jens can park that car in the apex, he's going to be in a very good place to defend his line.
Yep, he will be, and there's also a bit of a prototype traffic behind them as the team of GT HBD is just trying to look for a way through. He's very, very patient coming through the S's section. He doesn't have to be, of course, but as he goes down the inside of the Toro Motorsports car, the Toro Motorsports will be compromised from that and compromise the exit. So VRS kind of won't be under threat coming down into the braking zone of the 90-degree right-hander at the bottom of the hill here. There goes Team GT through on Coanda, but this battle, this is going to be one that goes right down to the wire if Jorn Jens can hold off Torrent Motorsports, with Torrent Motorsports being on much newer tyres.
Certainly is. And looking at our actual exact timing at the moment, 21 minutes and 40 seconds remain in this motor race. 21 minutes and 40 seconds. That's how long Jorn Jens will have to hold off the charging Torrent Motorsports car. Can he do that? That is our biggest battle now, running towards the end of this motor race, and it's going to go to the wire, as Connery points out. What else have we got going on down in your GTS field, Connery? Shinya Mishimi are doing what they can, but they're a little too far back to try and catch Thrustmaster Movano. But the race is still on.
Yep, indeed it is, but it's getting towards the very late stages of this race now. I'm just keeping half an eye on this Coanda and Torrent Motorsports battle as Torrent Motorsports almost gets a run coming out there. This is 130R right here, they're going through. Look at that, he's right on the back. Torrent Motorsports will look towards the outside coming into the S's section. He has to hold it right there, try and get towards the inside. He does so as they go too wide through there. This is fantastic racing. Torrent Motorsports manages to get the good exit though, but Coanda will have the inside line for V corner. Now it's all about the hairpin as there's the Torrent Motorsports gets a very, very good exit, and I think this one may be done right here, Rachel.
It certainly looks like it could be, as here we come to the hairpin and Torrent up the inside, Coanda on the outside on all the tyres. They can't hold on. The new tyre grip has secured that pass for Torrent Motorsports. A fantastic run around the outside, a very brave run around the outside for Torrent, holding them exactly where they needed to be. But here we come, a lunge from Jorn, perhaps not quite. He looked like he was going to have a go, but didn't make it in time, as the slower speed corner advantage of the Corvette is showing here. Both of them on, well, of course, both of them on different setups, different amounts of downforce. You know, the Corvette's better in the slow corners, and with the old tyres, that'll have to be their only opportunity they could use. But they are hanging with them. The gap is not growing too quickly.
And Cam is an interesting battle in the prototype field that he will go over right now, if you will, Cam.
Just one I'm keeping an eye on. Heavy traffic ahead for the Fusion Racing, all green Fusion Racing cars. They are going around torque-free. Both HPDs on the headlights. They are working their way through traffic. It is Phil Blythe in his Acme Racing versus Neil Andrews in the Fusion Racing car. So just to kind of keep a reminder here, just how much action is actually going on this track right now. This is the battle for the 12th position overall in the closing stages of this race. Phil Blythe really looking to get by, hoping to have a good finish in that Acme Racing car.
He certainly is, and the lights flashing on the Acme Racing car. Hopefully he won't bring out the Acme Dynamite to finish this one off, but he's going after Fusion Racing, and we'll see if he can bring that gap up. 41.192 last time by for Blythe, and Fusion's Neil Andrews with a 41.6. So faster by half a second for Acme Racing. They could be looking at an opportunity.
And just because I've been going through the timing, I hate to keep going with different battles, but Shinya Machimi Sim Racing, their last lap was a 149.3. Thrustmaster Movano's last lap was a 150.2, almost 1 entire second faster with 18 minutes to go, and he's only 6 seconds behind. So keep your eye on that Shinya Machimi Sim Racing GT3 car, because they might be catching for second position.
They are, as well as look at the 84 of Radicals Online Pro-Am and the 88 of Core Sim Racing GTS, because this is very close. Yes, folks, this is nearly 6 hours of racing complete, and we have battles throughout the field for second place in GT. We also have it down here towards the mid-pack of your GTS field, and this is on. This is about a second of difference here between these two, and the Radicals car's looking stronger. Odox is not on the same lap, so that's not a position we're counting the car behind the Radicals, but of course the orange car, of course, Sim Racing out front of that group. That is trying to hold off the Radicals. The Radicals with LJ Garnett behind the wheel. Garnett, Connery, we know he's a very strong driver, and Mike Pulch behind the wheel of the Core Sim Racing car doing his best to defend.
Yep, and there's another close battle in the GTS field. They've been very, very quiet all of the first majority of this race, and all of a sudden they're just starting to fight in the last half an hour of the race for some reason.
They absolutely are, and we're looking now at Gathering Tweakers 99 car, Mercedes chasing down the MSP Drivers Home 85 car. So we've got another battle on our hands there as well. This one is definitely an exciting motor race. The GTS field have saved their best for last. As a bit of a sideways out of the final corner for Marco Derricks in the Gathering Tweakers 99. As they head up across the line, but a good run nonetheless looking back at Torrent, of course, and Coanda, as Torrent have pulled that gap open. Coanda are dropping back a little bit. They can't hold on, so looking like third will be the best Coanda can do in the GT field, I should say. They allow the sister prototype through, and it looks as though the sister prototype will be able to secure a podium as well. So 2 third places for Coanda, not what we normally see them, Cam, but they're holding on and doing the best they've had with what they've got.
For getting involved in no less than 3 car accidents in the last 45 minutes of this motor race, I think that they're going to have to be very satisfied with this. Not too happy that they picked up a penalty, though. Of course, that starts the process with the marshals of being on probation, and it means that in the future, if something were to happen, as that Coanda car will go around the Torrent Motorsports Aston Martin, it does mean in the future, though, if something does happen, perhaps at a different race, that the hammer will be just that much firmer when it does come down, if something does happen in the future.
That could definitely be the case, as we'll see what's developing right now, because these guys are pushing incredibly tough at this moment. Everything's closing in. It's mostly our GTS field now. The battles in GT have calmed down. Same with the prototype field. Really, we've not seen that one as close as it could have been. Although we have actually got Fusion and Acme racing very close together, as I say that, in your prototype field. And that is the 8 and 19, and they're on top of each other here. Cam, do you want to take us through what's happening?
Yes, certainly. They just cleared quite a bit of traffic, no less than 4 tin-top cars in their open-top prototypes. They're now darting to the inside of the barrier, and who's the first to come out? Acme Racing. He will go on the outside. Actually, that is an outside pass for position going into the downhill straight corner. Fusion Racing has to give that position up. Phil Blythe, he's moved that Acme Racing car up to 1 position, and now they have to go past the Core Sim Racing GTS car of Mike Pausch, who was was involved in a battling not that long ago. But Phil Blythe, what a move, Connery, on the outside of downhill straight.
Yeah, and I think actually that Phil Blythe in the Acme Racing car was just flashing his lights just to distract Neil Andrews in that Fusion Racing car. That Fusion Racing prototype was very, very slow on the entry to that into that 90-degree corner, and I think it's a possibility that he believed he was getting lapped by another prototype car and he just slowed up on the entry. I'm not too sure if that is exactly what happened, but it's a possibility.
No, I don't think that. I think he saw that Acme car was going on the outside, and they actually picked the discretion, the better part of Valor route, and I think that that's a fair way to do it, because that Acme Racing car is pulling out quite a massive gap, and I know that if I have a slightly faster driver than as they were about a second, 1.2 seconds faster was Acme Racing that last lap, and I know I can't, as far as my skill goes, last 14 minutes in the ring with that, as Reactive Sim Racing has come into the pits in the last closing stages. 14 minutes there on pit lane. Lars Bull does not have enough fuel to get to the finish, and he is going to be dropping down. It looks like perhaps maybe Mad Cape Racing will pick up a position here.
They've also had a front air clip replacement on that Reactive Sim Racing car, as they're going to come out of pit road after just doing a top-up of fuel and change the front clip.
Sorry, we've also got your GT leader in as well, Huykensveld Core Motorsports. They can't make it towards the end either.
No. They'll be fine. I think they've got enough of a gap here for this not to be a factor for Huykensveld Core Motorsport. They're going to pull away very shortly, we believe.
They should, yeah, they should have plenty of time.
As they're away, fuel only a quick splash and dash for Huykensveld Core Motorsports. They have definitely got enough time remaining for them to clear the pit road with no major issues. They are down and away, and will retain their lead ahead of Torrent Motorsports, so no major problems there for Huykensveld Core Motorsport. They come out just ahead of, I believe, Core Sim Racing GTS. We'll have a look down at your battles in your GT fields. GTS field, I should say. We have the fight with Radicals Online and Core have spread out, so no fight really there. That one used to be a battle. Team DBTFABBQ. Well, they've dropped back as well, so they've secured that spot. Now we'll have a quick look at where Atomic Motorsports are, Connery. Are they catching Shinya Mishimi still?
I do not know. I'll just go and have a quick look at that one. I'm just looking at the times. Thrustmaster Mivano Racing GTS. Yep, and I'll go back to that in just a second. 49.3 for Thrustmaster Mivano and a 49.1 for Shinya Mishimi. What's going on pit road, Cam?
The Patrick Wolf piloted Pure Racing Team LMP black car has now pulled onto pit road. It makes me start wondering perhaps people have had their fuel calculations wrong. This is the third prototype that we have had in as many laps that has need to come in for a last-minute splash. So what will that mean perhaps for a car like Coanda or Friction or Movano? So that is certainly an interesting thing just to keep an eye on. Patrick Wolf didn't have enough fuel. He's not going to lose a position because he has an entire lap on the rest of the cars that are behind him, but overall, this is starting to be a frightening trend.
Certainly is, as Friction, SimSport and Coanda are really close together. 10 seconds separating those two cars at the moment. It could certainly be an interesting moment for them. This decides a final podium spot. If either one of those cars has to blink, they will lose that spot. So it could still be very, very critical to this motor race. Traffic pretty heavy actually ahead of Coanda's one car at the moment, as they have both of, or prototype I should say, of Chimera, Odox Motorsports, as well as DBTFA BBQ and Torrent Torque Freak Racing as well up ahead. So significant amount of traffic ahead there of Mac Backham, possibly the unluckiest driver in that field, as he nearly missed contact with the back of Chimera. That was, I believe, the car of Keithley. It is Jack Keithley behind the wheel indeed. Connery, anything in GTS kicking off?
No, there's nothing in GTS, but I just saw, I think we've had another retiree in your GT field, I believe. Oh, no, not a retiree, he just is still going. It's the number 41 car, Racing Lions Corvette. Just had a little bit of trouble coming out of turn 1, but no harm done.
Managed to keep things going and get back on their feet, as we'll have a quick glance at your GT field. Luxfeld Core Motorsports, no problems for them, they're secure in first. Torrent Motorsports in second place, very secure from Coanda, although Coanda are pulling back. The 48 Coanda car is dealing with traffic far better, 46.890 last time by. Torrent was a 49, so heavy traffic or a half spin for Kevin Siggy, and Coanda are pulling the gap back in.
And looking at the Coanda car on prototype field, he has not gotten around Jack Keithley yet, and I have a feeling that Mac Backham is going to start getting impatient, as even the Radicals car is flashing his headlight. LJ Garnett, as we need flash your headlights to get a shot at. That's what it is. As that Chimera car not yielding an inch. I think if Mac Backham wants to get by, he is going to have to do it on the track, or at least put a Keithley in a position where he will have to yield the position. And I think that is starting to slow down that Coanda SimSport car when he's just 20 seconds behind that Thrustmaster Movano car, as that Movano ran a 141. Mac Backham ran a 142.1, so he did that last lap run a 139, so I have a feeling he's starting to get fairly frustrated.
That could definitely be a thing, Cam, as VRS Coanda SimSport are getting a little impatient, as Keithley doing his usual I'm going to sit where I want to sit routine. And he's not
with arms crossed, thank you.
Absolutely, with arms crossed, in virtual sense, of course. He wouldn't do that whilst driving. But look how close this is. It's going to be attempted 3 wide. Will Mac Backham throw it in there? He does. He gets alongside, has the inside line for the corner, but Keithley will hold it around the outside. As Mac Backham grabs the apex curb, nearly spins, and angrily jabs at his light flash button. I've never seen such angry light flashing in all of my commentary career.
The Aston Martin Jürgen Frank is also flashing his lights.
Absolutely,
I think it's starting to come into parody at this point, but yes.
Yeah. The light flashing is becoming comedic at this point, but it was definitely used to express an emotion, I feel, at that point. I think we're seeing some sort of semaphore.
Yes, and I have to say, I don't really know how my position is on this, because for Mac Backham, this is super frustrating. For Jack Keithley, I can understand the frustrations too. He's got the speed to stay in front of Mac Backham. He's got the car to stay in front of Mac Backham, but he had early incidents, and that Chimera car, I don't know who's driving it, but and it just really robbed them of a chance. And so he's not intentionally doing anything. He's not doing anything wrong. He's just not playing along with that we would normally expect. And well, for Mac Backham, I have a feeling that's getting to be very frustrating, but at the same time, I don't think you can make up 20 seconds in 7 minutes.
I think, Connery, as we have 7 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, you can understand why Mac Backham is angry at this stage, because Keithley is not in the same fight here.
No, he's not, but Mac Backham actually has about 11-second gap over that Friction SimSport car that is currently trying to give chase, so he perhaps could stick behind right here, because Friction SimSport were down like 2 seconds on that last lap. VRS did 141.6 and Friction did a 143.6. So that is, yes, a 2-second disadvantage that Friction SimSport has right now. But again, like Cam said, I don't think Jack Keithley's doing anything wrong. He's taking his own line into the corners like you're supposed to. The blue flags aren't mandatory here, so it's up to Matt Batten to try and get around. But Jack Keithley definitely isn't making it easy.
It certainly isn't, although it's not going to really affect positions at this stage. The time is going down a little to Friction and SimSport behind Coanda, but not going to be enough for 7 minutes remaining on the clock to be a factor. The gap, of course, to Movano isn't small enough to make up, but with an incident by Movano, a spin could cost him 20 seconds, so there's every reason that, of course, Mac Backham would want to go faster at this stage. Connery, GTS, have we got everything settled out, or are people still deciding positions?
I think everything is pretty much settled here. Shinya Mashimi is still catching that Thrustmaster Movano racing car, but I do not think it will be quite enough on the end unless they continue with Thrustmaster Movano having some little bit of trouble with traffic on that past lap, because Shinya Mashimi did a 149.2, which is an impressive lap time actually at the at this point in the race, on the exact same age of tyres as Thrustmaster Movano as well. So being about that's more a second and 8/10 faster at that point. So maybe if they continue on at this current pace, they might have a chance. But looking through the rest of your GTS field, though, the other close battle will be between the Radicals Online Pro-Am car and Team DFTBA. They are about 2.5 to 3 seconds apart at this point.
It would certainly be that way, as we're keeping our eyes on this Coanda attempt to pass the Chimera prototype.
It's pulling away. That's what's happening.
He is, yes. Jack Keithley's pulling away now from VRS SimSport just to rub more salt in the wound.
And I just want to kind of at least clarify at least what I think I'm seeing, and I know that everyone sees everything just a little bit differently. The chat seems to think that Keithley's intentionally blocking him or something like that. No, I don't think that's the case at all. It's just Keithley's not assisting Mac Backham and passing him in any 0% help, and it's not that he's doing anything wrong. Maybe it's a little muffed. Maybe if there was the car was only a few seconds ahead, it would be one thing. But I don't really think that he's trying to intentionally block or defend. It's just, hey, if you catch up to me, you can pass me if you can pass me.
And can I just say, Cam, does Mac Backham have his headlight switch mapped to his throttle by any chance? Because
no,
he's just constantly flashing.
His thumb is going to be hurting at the end of this one, I'm sure.
And it's certainly something we could expect to see, I think, at this stage, but Mac Backham is charging and flashing and charging and flashing. I think is spamming the button as often as he can at this stage, which might get him a chat from the stewards afterwards, I believe. They did mention excessive use in the driver briefing, if not, use at all, but right now, this is actually pretty entertaining. I'll give the fans that. We're getting to watch some good racing. It may not be for position, but both these cars are not running for the win here. This is for third place, but not, because third place is secure at the moment. We have the gap's come down 3 seconds between Coanda and Thrustmaster Movano during this exchange, so Keithley actually hasn't held him up. Both been gaining on Thrustmaster Movano in second place. The gap is now 21 seconds exactly, so a mistake from Movano could still yield a spot here to Coanda. Friction SimSport they've been pulling away from, the gap's now 13 seconds behind, so if the fuel lasts here, Cam, Coanda could still walk away with the podium.
Well, he certainly could. And it's just with a minute and 21 gap between them and the leaders, and then only a 21-second gap. Well, actually, right now Quinn is on the podium, so they technically, that's how that's gonna work. For Friction, though, if something happens with Coanda, they could get that podium position, but I don't necessarily think anything too dramatic is going to happen. I think for Keithley, at this point, it's now just, hey, get up to me, because now it's not even like Keithley's taking a line away from Mac Backham. So now it's just a matter of him catching up.
It certainly is, and right now the gap has not come down again. We'll have a quick look at your GT field, and the gap has come back down again. Coanda have caught Torrent Motorsports.
Whoa, there's the Vendaval
gap's
Sim
not
Racing
huge.
car. Sorry, Rachel. Vendaval Sim Racing GT just spun right in front of Mac Backham. And Mac Backham having another, shall we say, Coanda heart and mouth moment because they've had about 5 of them during this race.
And he does just that. That was a very close moment, but this time they managed to avoid the crazy for a short period of time. Not as much as they would have liked, but it will do for the second. As we're looking in the last 3 minutes, I believe, remaining on the clock for this one. Time is really running out here. We'll keep our eyes on the very close battles. We know that Torrent Motorsports and Coanda are still very close. A mistake from either could change the result. The same goes for, of course, second and third in your prototype field. Shinya Mishimi and Atomic Motorsports, they're not that close, Connery. Down, of course, in your GTS cars. So I think Shinya Mishimi will hold on here for second place.
You mean Thrustmaster Movano might hold on for second place, but last time by, Shinya Mishimi was actually 0.7 of a second faster than Thrustmaster Movano that time by, and depending on how many laps we have left, we may have 1 or 2, I can't quite work that one out, but they may have a chance if they get enough laps before the end of this race.
Absolutely true, and I'm going to quick look at our timing again. 1 minute and 13 seconds remains. 1 minute and now 10 seconds remaining. We'll have a quick look where Core Sim Racing are on the track. Core Sim Racing heading across the line now for the white flag waving from the starter stand. The white flag will show now for Core Sim Racing. This is the final lap of the 6 hours of Twin Ring Motegi here in the Neo Endurance Series for round number 3. One final lap for Fredrik Rasmussen, and he will take home the checkered flag here in Japan. Thrustmaster Movano looks set to take a very secure second place, with Coanda holding on for third place in class. Friction Sim Racing, SimSport looking at fourth place, with Pure Racing LMP Black for fifth. Down in your GT category, it's Hookersville Core Motorsports dominating all the way, looking like they're going to take this one home as well. Torrent Motorsports going to hold on over Coanda SimSport. It's running wide there, running very wide, but the gap is not down enough. It's still not going to be quite enough for Coanda to take advantage. Movano looking at fourth place with Vendaval in fifth. Down in your GTS category, it's Thrustmaster Movano GTS out front ahead of Shinya Mishimi Sim Racing. A very close one, but not close enough. Atomic Motorsports in third place with MSP Drivers Home 83 and Team RSO. A Mercedes finally in the top 5 after 3 rounds. An incredible achievement from Team RSO. But we'll quickly look back to your race leader, Fredrik Rasmussen from Core Sim Racing, alongside the driver of Santeri Kalunki, have had a fantastic event today. They've battled hard with Coanda. They've battled toe-to-toe with the likes of Coanda Sim Racing. And across the final section of corners will come Rasmussen through the final corner, through Victory Corner. Core Sim Racing will claim the final victory here in Japan. Headlights flashing in celebration. Rasmussen will take the checkered flag. Looking down to your GT category, Core Sim Racing coming across the line, Core Motorsports even, across the line to take the checkered flag in your GT category. And down in GTS, it's actually Pure Racing Team GTS. I got that one completely wrong. As Pure Racing Team GTS will come across the line to take the flag in your GTS category. I'd missed them because there were several GT cars between them and second place. Pure Racing Team will take at least one checkered flag with Jonas Wallmeyer in the command of that car.
Also, fireworks.
Yes,
Absolutely fantastic
literal-
race there at the
literal
end. There's the
fireworks.
fireworks
Yeah,
actually in the sky.
We had some fireworks on track, and now the fireworks in the sky.
Of course, this being a night race and there being an oval here, iRacing have fireworks at the oval tracks for the end of the race. Looks like they work for the night races on the road circuits as well. So, a fantastic celebration here after 6 hours of racing. Everyone's across the line. We're going to go through your final race results. Coming home with the checkered flag, leading the race, and your prototype class Core Sim Racing will come home with the victory. Thrustmaster Movano Racing HPD come home in second place, with VRS Coanda SimSport number 1 car in third. Rest of those prototype positions on your screen as we head down to your GT category. Hukesveld Core Motorsports in first place, Torrent Motorsports in second place, with third place VRS Coanda Simsport 48. Down to our GTS category is Pure Racing Team GTS, with Thrustmaster Movano Racing GTS in second, and Shinya Mishimi Sim Racing, final step in the podium, in third. It's been a fantastic event today, Cam and Connery. Give us your highlight moments, Cam.
I have to say, just the battle between Coanda's Corvette and Torrent Motorsports Aston Martin, that has been absolutely sensational. Multiple times, probably 3 or 4 times, they were going side by side for almost an entire lap here at Twin Ring Motegi. We may say in the aftermath that we've had some issues with prototypes getting past, but that GT1 battle, absolutely fantastic here.
Absolutely wonderful final results there, as we're going to hopefully get a chance to chat to some of the drivers as they finish up. And Frederick Robinson demolishing the tyres on that Honda prototype on the front stretch here, as it is a celebration from Core Sim Racing. A fantastic, fantastic result there. Look at that tyre destruction, Cam. He wants to destroy it.
Oh, there's a whole crowd of cars coming, like it's Mad Max coming out of the smoke. There's an entire fleet of cars coming.
It is as well. We can see Torrent.
Yeah, there's Mac Backham and his VRS Coanda car. The headlights have stopped flashing. I almost think that car is now head failure.
It
Something's broken on the car. The headlights aren't flashing. Oh, and he's got model. Okay. That's that. So, yeah, but for Jordan Jens and Kevin Siggy, I mean, for both him and for Rens Broekman, his co-pilot, and for the co-pilot for Kevin Siggy, Marius Golenbach, I mean, that was a fantastic race.
It really was, and hopefully we're going to get a chance to chat to some drivers in a moment's time. We are going to go to a quick commercial break right now, and we'll be back in just a few moments with the post-race interviews. So stick with us. We'll be back in just a few moments. Welcome back to post-race interviews here with RaceSpot TV and RSN Live for round 3 of the Neo Endurance Series here for the 6 hours of Twin Ring Motegi. And we're joined by the boys from VRS Coanda Simsport, both their cars, the 48 and the 1. We're going to start off with Mac Backham first of all. Mac, that last stint, if you could erase a section of racing from your memory, would it be that?
Yeah, I guess so. The race was fun, but the last 2 stints were very, very frustrating. first I got Forza Milano coming out of a hairpin, which lost me quite a bit of time to Frederick, and then shortly after, I got spun into, which basically killed our chances for P2 or, well, possibly even P1.
Well, it was certainly not what you would have wanted to have happen during a race, and of course, you did give all of us up here in the Racebot TV booth epilepsy during your final stint as you tried to get past the Team Chimera prototype of Jack Geithley. But talk us through what happened though with the Atomic Motorsports Audi R8, the GTS car, as you went under the bridge to end that lap. You ended up in the barrier, and everything's gone from there.
Yeah, I was just taking it easy before that, just trying to get a good undercut, get a good run on him out of the corner so I could overtake easily. And when I was on his inside, he just lost it, and he hit me, and then I went into the wall, which gave me a little bit more damage even, I think. So that wasn't really the result I was hoping for, but it is what it is, sadly.
Well, still, you came away with a podium for VRS Grand Sim Sports, so certainly a recovery drive to certainly be proud of. Thank you for joining us, Mac. We'll have a quick chat to Mitchell next. Mitchell, your stints were quieter, shall we say, with a lot less Forza Milanoing.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't too bad. We were able to get back to the lead a few times, and overall, felt like pace-wise we were good, and had some really good battles with Pure when they didn't take tires in the second stint, and also Core once we caught them again. But yeah, other than that, it felt good to kind of running up front for a little bit, and unfortunately it kind of ended that way, but it's endurance racing and it happens, but it's all good. We'll learn from it.
You certainly will, and of course it does seem as though you don't have your headlight flashing button mapped, unlike your teammate.
Yeah, I was definitely using it a lot less. It seems like we were being held up by some cars sometimes where it needed to kind of hold the button down for a while to really get the point across, I guess. But yeah, we moved on, and hopefully next time less headlight flashing.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for joining us. And finally, we're going to get a chance to chat to Rens Broekman from the 48 Corvette. Very busy day back in the GT field, and an impressive run from one of these C6R Corvettes, Rens. Good event for you and the team?
Yeah, definitely not the result we were hoping for, but and not too bad either. P3, very good race with Marius and Kevin from Torno Motorsport. It was very close all race, but unfortunately Core was a little bit too quick for us.
Well, of course, that's been one of those situations, and in the end, double stinting the tyres to gamble netted you a podium, but not the position you wanted. But still, third place is nothing to sneeze at. On behalf of yourself and your sister car, is there any sponsors you'd like to give a shout out to for VRS Grand Sim Sport?
Yeah, for sure. VRS, Envron Design, EC Sim Hardware, of course, Racebot, so plenty of people that support us, so always nice.
Well, thanks to both yourselves in the 48 car and the 1 car for joining us. VRS Grand Sim Sport, who came home in third place in both prototype and the GT categories. Thanks for joining us, guys.
No problem.
Cam is standing by with the guys from Core Sim Racing at the moment. Cam.
Yes, hello. Core Sim Racing had a pair of vehicles here today. Actually, I think 3 overall, but no, it was just the 2. You had the GTS effort, and that worked out fairly well. You guys in GTS finished out that number 88 car back in the 9th position in GTS. That's a good day. And then, of course, the number 22 Core Sim Racing prototype coming home with a win after 6 hours and 46 seconds. So, Isaac, we'll start off with you, and how did the Core Sim Racing effort go today?
Well, first off, I think that the Core GTS guys probably rather I didn't talk about their race at all. I think it wasn't the best of race. I think everything that could have gone wrong did go wrong by the sound of it. But I was obviously mainly following the HBD effort because obviously that was the one that I was mainly involved with and had the opportunity to drive potentially. So, but obviously it was decided that I'd sit out and just concentrate on the strategy side of things and let them, Frederick and Santry, get on with the driving. Obviously, I've been nominated to come and talk to you guys because they're wimps. But in terms of the race itself, I think it was a pretty much perfect race. We were on the limit with Coanda, racing really hard for the first kind of 5 hours of the race. Nothing to really choose between us, and then eventually there was a well, it wasn't even a mistake. It was just a bit of bad luck, really. And yeah, something had to give, and it did, and it opened the door for us to win, and we were there to take it. So it was just a really good race, really.
Yeah, and a fantastic race. I mean, looking at the standings for this season so far, you've got 30 points scored. That's going to be another 20, so you're going to be 50 points in. Whereas Team Chimera had obviously an abysmal day off the bat and immediately had to go in a recovery drive. And then, VRS Coanda, you guys ended up coming ahead. They had to serve a penalty, and so they dropped the position. So overall, this is a pretty good day for you guys here at Motegi. And what did you think of the night racing here at Motegi? Just the atmosphere, the running, the racing. How did it's our first time here. How did that aspect go?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously I didn't get any experience of actually driving on with all the other lap cars and everything like that. But yeah, it was definitely a really nice atmosphere, and it was really cool to watch in the sim and everything like that. It did give it a really neat edge, and it'd be something I'd like to do more often. I think it'd be a definite improvement, and it always means something. I think it's the first night race I've actually been involved in, so it's definitely awesome.
And obviously you didn't have your night practice laps in. That's why you didn't go out on the track, obviously. But either way, you're going to be sticking around with the Core Sim Racing guys. We're going to the Nürburgring next month. You're going to be there, of course?
Yeah, well, I think it was basically kind of a team decision that this race, this is like the last race that Santry can do for a while before he goes off to the army. And yeah, so me and him were basically fairly even on pace, so he got the nod this time because I'll get the nod all the other races because he won't be there. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Nürburgring. I haven't really driven the track properly yet for various reasons, but it'll be a nice challenge. I've obviously been to the track in real life for the Sim Expo, so really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's a track. It's got corners. It's in Germany. But either way, though, here at Motegi, I think everything could go as good as it could. A good proper send-off for Mr. Kalunki. And is there anybody you would like to give a shout-out to or thank before we cut you loose to go pop open the equivalent of champagne?
Well, I think it's just thanking the team as always. There's an amazing atmosphere, and that's what makes results like this possible, because we all enjoy working together and practicing together. There's obviously always a bit of kind of tension, I think, in the days building to the race, but it's all just because we want to get the best possible result and we're desperate to win. And I think that showed today that we wanted to win more than anyone else, and that's why we won. So, yeah, just thanks to all them.
Well, Isaac Price with the representative today for Core Sim Racing. Thank you very much for hopping in the booth, and best of luck going forward. Connery, I believe you're going to be with Core Motorsports as you look at their day here at Twin Ring Motegi.
Yeah, we have Niels Koch from the Heugensveld Core Motorsports team, ended up coming away with the win in the GT field. And, well, Niels, it was pretty much a nice Sunday drive for your guys out there.
Yeah, thanks. In the end, I think the most important factor to the win was our strategy. We were, I think, the only team that didn't try to save fuel at all. And yesterday evening, we noticed that there are two opportunities in the strategy, that we could go for fuel saving or go for just full throttle, and it was basically not so much different in times, but we thought going full throttle for 6 hours is just a bit more fun, so that's what we did in the end, and I think that secured us the win.
Yeah, of course, and the difference in the strategies there, VRS kind of Simsport were one of the cars that were doing the fuel-saving strategy. They finished third, in fact, in their Corvette. So near the end, you came in for a splash and dash. I'm guessing that was intentional.
Yeah, of course. we actually thought we would need a lot more fuel for that splash and dash, and in the end it was only about 25 liters, so it was pretty safe. So we really noticed that it could be enough for the win when it was when Koanda and Torrent went in for the last stop. So before that we weren't really sure if we had enough gap to hit them. So yeah, it was a bit of a thriller for us.
It just shows how dominant that your car out there was, that you could come in for a splash and dash at the end and still be quite a margin ahead of the rest of your competition. Now, looking forward towards the next race, which will be at the Nürburgring. Are you looking forward to that one?
Yeah, of course. The season so far was a lot of fun. It's finally something different to all the GT3 racing we normally do, and yeah, I think Nürburgring will be a lot of fun too. Great memories from our Blancport GT race there, and let's hope we can win it there again.
Yep, you are hoping so, and good luck with that one, Niels Koch from Heukensveld Core Motorsports, Rachel.
Well, thank you very much to him for joining us. We've also now got Philippe and Enzo from the Shinya Mishimi Racing team. They came home in third place in the GTS category. Guys, a final run for you that ended you with a podium spot. Much better result than you experienced at the last two rounds. How do you feel?
Yeah, fantastic. I think we did ourselves proud today. We let ourselves down a bit yesterday with a bit of a poor qualifying session, but we made amends today and got a spot that I felt we deserved.
Awesome. Well, Philippe, any feelings from you?
It would have been nice to have an extra lap, if you know what I mean. But all in all, it was quite a nice weekend, even though, as Enzo mentioned, we've let ourselves down a bit in the qualifying last night. Today we retaliated for it. And looking forward to the next event.
Well, of course, a fantastic run either way, and a podium finish will help push you up the points. Looking forward to the Nürburgring. Good track for your team?
It should be a good track. I mean, it depends at the end who gets the best setup and who has the strongest team. But we're looking for a strong finish there, and hopefully we can improve on the third place finish.
Fantastic. Well, we're looking forward to seeing that there. Thank you very much for joining me. That's the drivers from Shinya Mishimi Racing. Thank you. And finally, we are joined by Neil Heckens of the New Endurance Series. Neil.
Hi.
You've had a busy day.
Yeah, it was quite busy, especially at the start. It looked like people had to, get used to it, get in a rhythm. But throughout the race, it went better and better. The prototype battle wasn't insane. Also, to follow it on track. So it was expected to get some hot actions there.
It certainly was. How was it for your team, though?
Yeah, it was okay. We managed to stay out of trouble mostly, but we lacked pace today, unfortunately. But we still managed to get a solid 11th place.
Oh, fantastic. And a fantastic round we've had here today. Definitely a busier round than we had at Circuit Americas, and a lot more entertaining for us up here in the booth and the fans at home. Of course, we go to the Nürburgring next month, and that is for the 6 hours of the Nürburgring, sponsored by Digital Race Engineer. A fantastic event, and it'll be the first time, I think, the second time New Endurance Series heads to Germany. Of course, using the GP layout. We remember last season, of course, we had fun with Turn 4 in the runoff. Is that going to be another point you press home to the drivers this time?
No, yeah. In hindsight, it was not the right call to not allow that. It does make more sense to let them run wide over there, so we'll probably do that.
Interesting decision. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Neil. We're going to wrap things up here, so we will talk to you later.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Well, that was the 6 hours of Twin Ring Motegi from Japan here on Racesport TV and iRacing Live for the Neo Endurance Series, round number 3 of the 2016-2017 season. You can join us next month as we do, in fact, head to Germany and the Nürburgring for round number 6 of the Neo Endurance Series, powered by the Digital Race Engineer. That is the 15th of January, and that will be on RaceSpot TV. Don't forget, folks, you are also able to, up until midnight, vote for what we show on RaceSpot TV during our prime time. Don't forget, if you enjoy this as much as we do, you get to decide what we broadcast on Wednesdays and on Fridays. So go to racespot.tv/primetime to have your say. You have until midnight. From myself and the entire team here, myself, Rachel Whiteford, Conor Maddock, Hugo Louise, Cameron Walsh, and of course Jimmy Broadbent, you have a great night. We will too. See you soon.